Let's check what the weather.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned. Just
shape, thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I'm blasting off a planet, rocking cause catastrophe, and they mad as more because I had it. Now I had a thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They run static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback,
What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome back to yet another installment of our DSR Friday night roundtable discussion. I'm joined by my friends as always, Dustin, Cortez, Sergio, Eric, and Rudy. Say what's up, everybody.
What's good, Raider Nation?
Sweet Raider Nation, salute to the chat.
Yo, salute. So yeah, as always, thank you to the panel. Thank you to everyone for joining me. We got a great episode ahead of you guys, as we always do. Thank you to all the mods in the chat for holding it down. Couldn't do this without you. Thank you to everyone in the comments right now and viewing and watching along with us. Like I said, just buckle in because we're going to have another good episode, as we always do, ready for you. So just a quick couple of announcements, reminders before we start. Just make sure to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff. Just stay completely tapped in with all three of the platforms that we're streaming to currently. That's the DSR Aftermath YouTube channel, the Death Star Report YouTube channel, and the DSR Aftermath Twitch channel. If we haven't posted them already, we should have links for all three of those ready for you in the comments section for you to check out. So whenever you get a chance, please do check out those links. And like I said, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff, because it helps us deliver the content that we know that you guys like and that we can deliver to you by staying as tapped in as possible. So without further ado, let's get started. So obviously, what's ahead for the Raiders this weekend is a both historical and extremely important in terms of this season matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh. The 50th anniversary of the infamous Immaculate Reception game all those years ago in the 70s. A lot on the line for both of these teams. A lot on the line in terms of AFC conference and playoff prospects and possibilities and all that. It's a must-win for both teams. Also in terms of bragging rights, in terms of the history for the Raiders, there's an ability here to rewrite the narrative as far as what happened with that crazy game all those years ago, as well as just an opportunity to once again stick it to a team that quite honestly has been historically one of their biggest rivals throughout the history of the National Football League. Without further ado, let's just get into our first topic, which is just going to be exactly that, just the Week 16 matchup against the Steelers. So obviously, as we discussed on our show on Wednesday night this week, terrible news hit the football world when Pittsburgh Steelers legend and legend of this particular game, the Immaculate Reception, running back Franco Harris suddenly passed away several days ago. Obviously, the timing couldn't be worse, and it's just a truly devastating thing, not only for the Harris family and for the Steelers, but for the football world in general. So prayers out to the Harris family, prayers out to Steeler Nation, and just a typically cap or to an incredible career and just an even better man who was known for community outreach and really upholding the integrity of the game. So, like I said, that's going to put somewhat of a damper on the night. Apparently, the Steelers are also supposed to retire his number during the pregame ceremony, so it's not going to be quite the same without having him physically present there. But they're still going to be able to honor a great legend. So without further ado, let's just go around the panel, just talk about what we think the keys to victory are, what we like about going into this matchup against the Steelers, what we're going to be worried about, things of that nature. Cortez, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, so we just got to get after Pickett. We could talk about that later during the show. It's one of the topics. And I was just looking at when game starts, it's going to be 11 degrees when game time starts at 8 o'clock. So it's going to be cold, but our coach knows how to play in the coldness. Just run, and then pass once in a while. But you're just going to have to get your old line. And didn't Alex Barr practice and Parham both practice? Aren't they questionable?
Yes, I believe they're both.
So that's kind of a good news. If both of them could go through tomorrow's game before the game warm-ups and they're cleared, that would be the best thing that could help us to help our running game go, because they've been there the whole time when our running game's been the best. And I just let's believe in Josh Jacobs. Just run it. Don't stop what we got going either. Just keep going. Run, pass. But get Devontae the ball too, not just Jacobs. Just feed it. And then eventually Mac Hollins, Durden Renfro, Darren Waller, eventually they'll be wide open too. But I heard yesterday Waller says that they got some physical speed safeties. Fitzpatrick ain't no Mika Fitzpatrick ain't. He's a stud over there at safety. And don't they got Edmonds too? The safety?
Yeah, they do. Yep.
Yeah. He's another physical. And I think them are the only two with some of their linebackers that could cover are the only ones that could give maybe Darren Waller some problems, but Darren Waller could find holes.
I mean, Nika is a baller, and their linebacking core is deep.
Yeah, and then like their O-line, I have never heard of their O-linemen. They're both tackles. I never heard of them before. There's only like two, I think their guard and backup third string center that I heard about. Nobody else on that O-line. And if we get to Pickett, I notice if Pickett gets into trouble, he throws turnovers, make turnovers happen. Because he doesn't have that many starts under him. So if we get pressure and get him to do turnovers, and hopefully our cornerback safeties could catch the dang ball. Don't drop it. To help our offense. And just keep the gas on there. Don't let it up, Josh McDaniels. Do not. Keep the feet on the gas. And Patrick Graham, just do what you need to do. Don't do another press man towards the end if we're close. Hopefully we could just beat them out. I have a buddy that works at Rite Aid. I've been talking crap to him this whole week because he's a Steeler fan. Just telling him, this is going to be a good game.
Believe me, my woman's a Steelers fan and from Pennsylvania.
You guys are eliminated.
My little brother, my dad's a Steelers fan.
Yeah. You'll be eliminated from the playoffs. I was telling him that. But then I told him sorry about Franco Harris. He's a young kid, but he knows Franco Harris. Yeah, but that's all I got to say. And I'm just like, the weather is just my thing. But to be honest, if we do what we got to do, we're going to win the game. And our defense just needs to get after Pickett and just rock him a little bit. Just give him some hits. And then eventually he's going to do turnovers. I remember watching the Dolphins game, wasn't it, Dustin?
Yeah.
When he threw an INT in the end zone. He threw a couple, like 3 of them in that game.
Who
and
did?
I think Denzel Perriman's going to be good against Najee Harris. Last year he played great against him. The only one, I'm going to always bring this up, the only one that got stiff-armed and got thrown to the sideline was Abrams. He's no longer here.
Oh, yeah.
So now we don't got to worry about that.
Well, Najee could do that almost with anybody. He's a very physical running back.
But he is not going to do that to Denzel Perriman. There's no way. Denzel's stop.
Well,
like,
Abrams
Denzel
not a linebacker though.
smack him.
Hey, salute, Mark.
Yeah, salute, Mark.
Salute.
Yeah, thank you to everyone for just joining us.
What's your guys' opinion with that? Like Denzel going against Najee Harris?
I think he's going to stop the run. He's always going to run
anybody. He's good.
and I think if he could get the best of Najee. Because Najee Harris is not going to.
I just think, like, if we're on the topic, I think that this game should favor us massively, dude, because we have a receiver that comes in cold weather like no tomorrow, dude, can catch everything. I think the key to the victory here is going to be staying consistent with the pass and the run. I think that's going to be crucial. I don't think you can just turn one side and become predictable. I think when you got players, like I said, Devontae coming from Green Bay, playing in that type of atmosphere his whole career.
In cold weather before? Philly?
In Philly. But isn't that's a dome state or no?
No, it's open.
No, yeah, you're right. So either way, we have a few players there regardless. But I think defensively and offensively, we should be favored. Pickett has got like four touchdowns, 8 interceptions, dude. Like the minute that you put pressure on him, and the line is depleted on there again. So Chandler should probably have a pretty good day for once again, So.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about their old line later on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think, like I said, I think the key for us is going to stay consistent with the run and the pass. I think if we become one-sided, they got a good enough defense they can hone into that, especially within the run. I think they need to be able to throw and run. So I think if you want to go out there, beat them for real, we need to be able to control the run and the pass. And then in the end of the game, when it's starting to get cold, people are starting to get tired, that's when you take Jacobs and go start beating down on him, dude, running the clock. But we already know Josh ain't do that shit. Josh is call fucking timeout when it's not needed. He's not going to call a timeout when it's needed. He's going to call a fucking halfback toss to the outside when we need to go downfield. Like, probably jet sweep, dude, with, freaking 3rd and 7. Like, this guy, he's all over the damn place. So I think we should win. We'll just have to wait and see who shows up. And, I mean, let's be real. Our corners are depleted, man. Like, there's a lot of our side on the defense that's going to take a hit, too. So,
yeah.
Either way, we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that, a key, or I don't want to say matchup, but a key aspect of the Steelers' offense, especially given our injuries at corner, with I believe Rocky Sin is now ruled out of this game based on the injury report. I think the chemistry that's starting to build between George Pickens and Kenny Pickett, I think that could serve somewhat of an issue in the passing game, obviously. So I think that's something that the Raiders need to put an emphasis on in terms of their defensive game plan. But I don't think that George Pickens is too tall of a task for somebody like Nate Hobbs or even like Tyler Hall, I should say. Sorry, got hockey on the brain. Tyler Hall just got an extension. I definitely think even like an Amik Robertson, I think he depending on where Pickens lines up and what side of the field, I definitely think those guys are up to the task for a guy of Pickens' caliber. I just think just don't make any stupid mistakes. Like don't get beat in coverage. Don't get beat or looking like an idiot. With blown coverage or bad formation, things of that nature. And yeah, as far as Najee Harris, I do think that I'm pretty confident that the Raiders can. I don't know if they will, but I think they can pretty much contain him. I mean, Najee Harris hasn't really had the greatest of years. I should know I have him in 2 fantasy leagues. It's been very disappointing. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Najee has, he has some relevance in the passing game. He's, usually pretty good as a check down. So Raiders have to watch out for that. But as you pointed out, Cortez, I think Perryman should be able to, pretty much shadow him the entire game and really be able to as far as, shutting down that
And
offense.
the other one, let me go back to that
Yeah, go for
though.
it.
The other player I could see is Luke Masterson too. Luke ain't no afraid. Look what he did to who was the running back last year? He got him for no gain or loss. What? Rich or what's their starter for New England? The one that did the pitch back to
Ramondre Stevenson.
yeah, Stevenson. When I don't remember where it was, but he followed him the whole way when Mac Jones threw it back to him behind the line of scrimmage, and Luke Masterson was right there already ready to smack him. So Luke Masterson ain't no flop either.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. He definitely showed some potential, definitely showed some ability to get after, the receiver, especially in the backfield. What's interesting is that, the Patriots offense, a lot of it is just, throwing screens to a guy like Ramondre Stevenson. So we could be seeing a lot of that, a lot of conservative play calling, especially given the weather, given the fact that Kenny Pickett's just coming back. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they feature him.
And the other one that we got to watch out is for the tight end. He's a sleeper. Pat, what for?
Oh, Freiermuth, yeah.
Yeah, and Luke. I think Luke could be on him. It just depends on how we run the scheme. Because usually we've been just running with 2 linebackers and 3 corners. But I don't want no Amik on him. But the other thing is, I noticed that our safety Trayvon Merrick's been on tight ends. So they usually bring out Roger Teamer or Isaiah Palamal to play the back end of the safety and use Trayvon Merrick as the nickel on tight ends or the dime package. I've been seeing that a lot. I don't know if you guys been seeing that a lot. Who's been on?
I've seen them a lot closer. Yeah.
Yeah. And they must be using Isaiah Palamal and then moving. Who's the one? The closer. What's his name? The Harmon. Harmon going to the free side, and then Isaiah Palamal playing the free, or swap it strong and then free for Harmon. They like running that too. Yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything, Rudy.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna beat the Steelers. We can't just. I know running the ball. You can run on the Steelers, but if you show run, they're gonna stop you. Steelers have always been famous with their run blitz stopping. That's what they do. They're gonna do it. You have to wear that team down, like Dustin was saying. If you just say, "Oh, let's just run the ball," they're going to know what you're going to do, and they're going to stop you. You're going to go 3 and out quickly. You got to run the ball a little bit, but you got to set up the run. You can get Josh Jacob for 2 or 3 yards at him. You got to be patient. 2 or 3 yards may not be much, but eventually, if you keep it going, with the pass and running in that rhythm, then those yards are going to get longer and longer. So I would say be patient. Don't just run the ball on them. Run the ball mostly like Dustin said. In the fourth quarter, that's better. That's how you close games. That's how Gruden did against the Chiefs. He ran the ball, and when Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and all them, they were coming back on us for 16 points. We were whooping their ass 16 points. They went for 2-point conversion. It was an 8-point lead.
But it was the defense too. You can't just always
but like I said, defense. Like I said, they're a really good offense, but our defense wasn't that good, but Gruden used the running game to control the momentum. Took a lot of time because if there was a little more time left, the Chiefs could have came back and beat us, but they didn't because we controlled the tempo. To control the tempo, you got to use the running game fourth quarter.
That's why I said keep the gas on. If you heard what I said, just keep the gas on their throats. Just keep it going.
Well, yeah, you got to pass and run. You can't just
Yeah.
If you do run the ball to keep pressure off of Derek Carr, that's fine.
And
you can run on
do
first
we know-
or second down, but if you're going to go second and third or something against the Steelers, it's a little more. They're a little that favors them actually, even against Josh Jacobs.
Hey Jeff, do we know Josh McDaniels' record as a head coach playing in the cold when he was with the Donkeys?
I mean, how cold are we talking?
Like in the teens, has he ever coached as a head coach with the Denver Broncos?
Let me see if I can. I mean, I'm sure he has. Playing in Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the East
because
Coast
this
is different.
Is going to be
though.
like 11 degrees when kickoff happens tomorrow.
Yeah,
let me
but
try
now
it's always the cold. It's when you change time zones too.
I
The
mean
thing
that's
is,
the. I mean
that's what
Denver
people
though is
forget to
different
realize.
because elevation. So it's just
True.
the difference.
We're used to
Pittsburgh
Denver.
has more air. Denver, it's harder to breathe.
What's the is Pittsburgh
Yeah, they're
the
below
same
sea level, above
as
sea
New
level.
England kind of? Because he was always
Well, they're both on the East Coast, and it's a windy weather there. But
Are
the
they
problem,
almost-
what people forget was the reason why we didn't do, even though we barely beat the Jets last. I think it was last. Was it last year or
2
the
years
year
ago?
before?
2 years
Yeah.
ago.
The reason we barely beat them was because we had the better team, but we were messing up in the second half because Derek Carr kept throwing the ball to the receivers and they kept bouncing out of their hands because they weren't repped right. And it was Gruden's fault at that time coming to the East Coast. They didn't have a lot of time. And a lot of people say, oh, Derek Carr doesn't do well in the cold. It's not that. It's that they didn't prepare. And that goes with the head coach, not the quarterback and everything. And people say, oh, Gannon could adapt. No, they all prepared at that time. When Gruden came back as a head coach, he did not time manage time for them to prepare. When you come to New York, you have to prepare for that weather. They didn't have a lot of preparation. So the defense didn't need that much. But offense, you have to because you're going to catch the ball, run the ball, all that. Derek Carr was throwing the ball directly right to their hands. They kept on slipping. And I understand the ball's wet, and they did practice, but they didn't have the reps. It's the reps and everything that affect the game. If you don't have those many reps on away games, it favors the home team. And a lot of people keep blaming, just Derek Carr can't handle the weather, but they don't see the picture. It's preparation. Now, I don't know about Josh McDaniels. Will he manage the time better? I don't know. Maybe he will better than Gruden. Maybe he won't, but we'll have to see. But that's where I'm kind of questioning. Will the Raiders have enough reps when they come to Pittsburgh? I think they actually did a pretty good job when we did it. We went to Pittsburgh with Gruden. It was a very hostile team, and we beat them. They were tough. Of course, my father would say if TJ Watt hadn't been injured that they would have won, but but I don't know about that, but But TJ Watt, he's definitely someone I would say is the toughest player on the Steelers.
And going back, we should not use Daniel Carlson till towards the between the 30 and 35. That should be his only range because if the winds are going to be at 15, you got to be careful with them winds. Or maybe go for it. Just score touchdowns and just go for two. Go for two.
Yeah, well, I don't.
The winds could mess up.
Well, every kicker should know directions. They can, know winds. Actually, he's kicked in Cleveland. Cleveland had real bad winds.
Oh God, I remember his first kick,
and that sucker twirled the other way like
it literally went immediately to the left.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can really do too much. You can,
but then luckily he adjusted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't go from the 45 and kick. No, don't chance that.
Well, that would be would be a 50 plus, maybe close to 60-yard field goal.
Go from like the 35 or closer. Make it chip shots because you can't trust the wind.
Hopefully, we won't have to kick too many field goals. I'd rather
go for it and go for 2. Try the 2.
Well, I wouldn't get that arrogant. I would do that only if they were beating us by, say, we score a touchdown and they're beating us by 4 points. Then you go for 2.
Going back to
after that Chiefs game, I don't trust McDaniels when he goes for 2. He goes for 2 at the worst time possible.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though? We lead the NFL in completing 4th downs. We were actually much worse last year.
Percentage or?
I think it was percentages. We're actually the highest because going for 4th down.
How many times have we gone for it though? Because it could be kind of inflated if we're.
They're just going by percentages. I don't think we've gone for it a lot on 4th down. It's just the percentages.
I mean, the Chargers definitely lead in attempts.
Yeah, and they've failed a lot.
They don't get it either.
Yeah. Yeah.
What were we gonna say, Rudy?
Yeah, I was gonna say, with the Chargers though, they were more successful last year with 4th down. This year they're not, and it's usually in their division where they go for 4th down conversions most than any other teams. Like they like to go for on 4th down against us, and they found out they were done wrong. The only thing they ever did successfully was a fake punt run. It looked like we got it, and they faked the punt and they ran the ball and they got the 1st down. But other than that, that's their best 4th down conversion was when they faked the punt. But other than that, they were not successful.
Okay, here we go. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are 10th in the league in attempts, and 5th in conversion. So yeah, I mean when we do go for it, we're pretty good. The Steelers are 4th, so.
Well, what are we?
And only 10th. So we're 5th, and they're 4th. We only have 13 attempts, so theirs is inflated too.
Yeah.
Like the Eagles are the best 4th down team. 27 attempts, 74.1% 4th down. 74.1% 4th down percentage is ridiculous.
So they just know when to go for it.
They just have like power football, like they run the option sometimes. So like they'll force you to make a decision.
I don't know. I think it's just because there's a reason why I don't take Jalen Hurts as seriously as like the other QBs is because they just run that ball the entire time. Anytime that they only pass if they just want to throw like a 40-yarder or something.
Hey, we're gonna see. How do you guys think that game's gonna turn out with Gardner Minshew behind center now? Think it'll be the same?
For the Jets?
Dude, I have the win in my pick'em.
So I've been behind on news. Why is he starting?
Because of his shoulder strain.
On Wilson, you mean?
Okay.
No. This is Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, like the percentage sometimes of like 4th down could be kind of inflated, like misleading, because if you're only going for it, like for example, the Chiefs actually have an 80% 4th down percentage, but they only have 10 attempts. So when they do go for 8 out of 10 times all year they've converted on 4th down, which is really good. But like the Steelers have only gone for it 13 times, which is 8 fewer times than we have. So, but they're still pretty effective.
How many times have we went for it?
21.
21, and how many?
To their 13, and we have 61.9% 4th down conversion. So yeah, so obviously that's probably a thing to watch out for too. Is the Steelers have been able to cash in pretty well in terms of when they do go for it on 4th down. So when we're talking, 4th and short, those short yardage situations, I don't know, maybe you give credit to Matt Canada for the scheme or something, or maybe it's the Hogs up front getting the push, but that could be an issue as well. I mean, you think you get off the field and then it could just be a backbreaker for your defense. Giving up a fourth and short, um, yardage situation. So I definitely think that's something to watch out for as well. Um, and yeah, I mean, uh, I don't think they have any kind of like. Well, they have Derek Watt? Do they still have Derek Watt? These are
Oh yeah,
full.
Derek Watt, TJ's older brother.
Yeah, oh, he's the
Yeah,
middle brother. Yeah,
He's the fullback that used to play for the Chargers. You guys remember that?
yeah, I do
yeah,
remember
I
that.
do.
Yeah, he's still okay. So
Hey, the crazy thing too is that they got Connor Hayward over there too, and they
yeah,
got
Oh, the brother.
Yeah, the
yup,
little brother just to
and they got
steelhead.
another little brother over there.
They do? Oh, Edmonds.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
yeah,
Right. He's one. He's one of the triplets.
yeah. The other one's in Buffalo, isn't it?
Buffalo. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
You know, my key to victory is to just pray, because there is no way in the world that the NFL wants to see the Steelers lose this game.
fact. No, that's true.
Facts.
They are gonna go to them refs and then be like, "Hey, listen. Make sure, like at a critical moment, to screw the Raiders as good as possible.
Yeah.
And if they're just doing it themselves, don't do anything."
They
Facts.
might do that in the fourth quarter, I think, more than anything. Just
but like if
we
we're
did
beating
with the
them
Rams.
from the get go all the way to the fourth quarter, and we got a
It
big
won't
lead.
matter.
You know what I think this coaching staff should do? I think they should sneak over to the Steelers staff, go to Brian Flores, have a little chat with him, and be like, "Hey, man, this defense sucks. Can you just come over here? We'll get rid of Graham. We'll give you anything you want."
No,
Can't do that right
the
now,
one that
though.
I really like is Vic Fangio, and the one where was that one from college, Jeff? Remember we looked them up.
Oh yeah, Leonard,
Yep,
the interim at
he's
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin #1 in the defense in the nation.
Well, the defense
They're definitely
that we're
up there.
playing, the defense we're playing is not a bad defense. The type is just being
But
mismanaged
Patrick
by
Graham,
Patrick
when
Graham.
and then the crazy thing is he doesn't answer to the reporters when they ask him the question. He's like, "Oh yeah, we should have done a better job." Why don't you be honest and answer why you did that play?
Yeah. You should talk like Jim Moore Sr.
Yeah,
like he's gonna say, playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Yeah.
We'd be lucky if we win a game.
Yes, that's unfortunately it's gotten to that point with definitely very disappointing season up to this point. One of the things I do think is worth mentioning is that apparently the Steelers arguably had one of their best games last week against Carolina when it came to stop the rushing attack, and apparently that was basically due to their change in scheme. So because when they started out the year, they really didn't have the best run stopping defense. So with Josh Jacobs being such a centerpiece to this offense, and the fact that he's now chasing Marcus Allen for becoming, I believe,
He needs 98, isn't it?
well,
98 yards.
He needs something like that to be one of two Raiders ever, along with Marcus Allen, to rush for 1,500 yards in a season, something like that. Let me try to find the statistic again. But yeah, I mean, obviously, with him chasing greatness in Marcus Allen, and him being such a centerpiece of this offense, as far as especially what Rudy said about trying to control the clock and the tempo of this game. If the Steelers are able to, really shut down those running holes and plug up those running holes, it could force the Raiders to change their game plan. So I definitely think that could be all, of course, all refs notwithstanding. I think that could be a big factor, in this game, in the sense that the Steelers could make the Raiders play the kind of game they want to play, which is that tough, hard nosed, low scoring, maybe AFC North kind of football, especially in December. Especially this late in December when it's starting to really get cold outside. Um, so I mean, but as one of you mentioned, it was either Cortez or Rudy, I think about how McDaniels obviously has experience in cold weather. I mean, because honestly, I mean, I'm sure it's going to get colder up in New England, Foxborough, Massachusetts, than Pittsburgh. I mean, Pittsburgh obviously right on the river, but um, you know, at the same time, McDaniels does have experience, managing games offensively in the cold. So in general, I think the Raiders do have that advantage, but I just think that the Raiders need to sort of counter plan for the schemes that the Steelers are probably going to use when it comes to stopping the run, because that's going to be having success in the run game, especially with the kind of weather we're going to deal with, is definitely going to be a key for the Raiders. And then on the flip side, obviously getting Najee Harris going, early and often is going to be big for the Steelers. So for me, I see this game as a lot of who can have the better run defense and therefore who can have the best uh, the better running offense. That's really going to be, I think, the key to
Understand.
gaining momentum in this game. Eric, was there anything you wanted to add? We have
Oh yeah, just like you guys all mentioned, this should be a ground-based game.
hmm
Like because of the wind, I can see Josh. Well, I can see McDaniel's having Josh run the ball a whole lot,
hmm
and we should be able to win this game. Like it's crazy. It's the anniversary of the Immaculate Reception,
Right.
so to beat them, it would be great. It would be great because I think Benny his name, but he's a Raider beat writer. He had tweeted out it's -3 degrees.
Yeah. It's
So
gonna feel
that
like
that
negative 3. Yeah.
so it's strictly ground game. I can't see being passing like last night with the Jags game. That was strictly ground because it was cold in Jersey and
Right.
it's even colder in Pittsburgh.
Right.
So I can see this being strictly ground based. Josh having another great game. The passing can be here and there as long as it's not like a deep pass. If Carr can throw short to Devontae and he can do his thing, I'm cool with that. And like you mentioned, getting the picket should not be an issue because their O line is it's man. Max should be able to get through them and boom. But other than that, this should be an exciting game, but a low scoring game due to the weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So I did just find the stat. Actually, Dustin posted on his account. So Josh Jacobs needs 98 more rushing yards to join Hall of Famer Marcus Allen, who had 1,759 in 1985, as the only Raiders ever with 1,500 plus rush yards in a season. So obviously, like I said, Josh he's chasing greatness, and not only in terms of that individually, but in terms of the team as a whole. His success is going to mean a lot, and getting him going early and often, and throughout the game is going to be big. Like I said, not only in terms of how this offense works and what it's shown um, it can do when Josh is the focal point, but just in terms of like I said, the weather and how important the run game will be. That's definitely going to be a major point of this game. I'm sure. Just because it's whoever can win the rushing game, whether it's on offense or defense, can really control the tempo. And not only that, because on the flip side of things, as far as not being conservative, I see this game in general as pretty much the same thing as the Rams game, where this is definitely a very beatable team. Just like the Rams game, the Raiders got out in front early. They were pretty much dominating for most of the first half, and then the play calling just completely changed for the worse, and the bus was parked. Uh, the play calling got way too conservative. They put the tail between their legs, whatever you want to call it, and that allowed the door to be open for not only the Rams to start to believe that they could do it and they can make a comeback, but also for the refs to unfairly officiate the final several minutes of that game. So I agree with Cortez that definitely if this team can not only get out to a lead but maintain it and keep putting their foot on the gas because once again, especially with the Patriots game as well, it was looking like all Raiders, especially in the first half. Then next thing you know, Carr throws that pick. It's boneheaded, not only the decision but also the play call itself. So, multiple people were to blame for that. But at the end of the day, they were still winning. But unfortunately, the play calling once again just became inexplicable. It just was not it was not the right sequence of plays to call. It did not look like the offense did not look as potent as it did or as it was starting to throughout that first half. So with that said, I think that if they can get to a somewhere between a 17 and a 20-point lead, like I said, they can't park the bus because that's been the source of their issue the source of the problem as far as blowing those leads is not keeping their foot on the gas.
Yeah, and then if they're I just forgot if we're just blowing them out pretty bad, just take out Carr and bring in Stidham. Like, don't keep them in if we're just blowing the crap out of them.
Yeah,
Why
right.
keep the quarterback in? You could result in injury. And the crazy thing is, if we beat Pittsburgh, they're going to have a losing record for the first time in Tomlin's history.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do. I don't care about Pittsburgh. There's only one nation. Like, always get into it with Steeler fans. Oh, Steeler Nation. I'm like, no, get that shit out of here. It's only one nation. It's the Raider Nation, idiots. We're the whole nation. Like, the Cowboys are the America's team.
Right.
Shit. Yeah, but I have a good feeling that Carr will get a win.
Yeah, no, like I said, there's so many, for so many reasons, this is a winnable game. We are the better team on paper. Once again, just like with the Rams game, there are absolutely no excuses. And if they don't win, I mean, it's like I said, just with the Rams game, it's going to be probably a combination of not keeping their foot on the gas, letting not only the other team but the refs, to back into the game. They feel like they can take over. And we're going to get the BS that we got, in the waning seconds of the Rams game. We're going to get that same thing with this game. So, the idea is to just stamp on the fire as quickly as possible, eliminate any idea of like a magical comeback, things of that nature. So, with that said, I mean, like I said, just comes down to playing fundamental football. Obviously, don't turn the ball, don't make any dumb decisions. And we have the weapons. Like we're at this point in the season, we're pretty healthy with Waller, Renfro, and Devontae, and of course Josh Jacobs all playing. So with that said, I mean, like I said, there's no real excuses here. Anyway, you cut, and this should definitely be a very good chance of getting a W this late in the season. A game that they definitely need if they're going to keep their playoff hopes alive. So with that, I want to get into our next topic. Rudy, you have a topic on the Derek Carr haters. Do you want to go ahead and get us started on that?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them. I followed on the chat sports, with Mitchell Rents and everything.
Right.
There's some that aren't ready. Not, it's kind of like 50-50 on his in his video when I saw it. And then I challenged some of them, and I even said, hey, you want to debate me? I'll debate me here on YouTube. Because they talk so much mess. This one guy, I'm not even going to say his name, he was saying, oh, yeah, Derek Carr. I said, you can't even name me anything. Name me a quarterback who can replace Derek Carr that's going to be a free agent. Name me one. I said, you're looking at guys in the draft. You're thinking, Bryce Young or T.J. Stroud or whatever his name is. Those guys are potential. Doesn't mean they are. That you can't just say they are. They haven't done anything. And for them to say that, we're talking about a complete rebuild, and it's just stupid. I mean, and they don't get is that Devontae Adams said he will walk if they get rid of Derek Carr. He came for Derek Carr, and these guys don't know anything. They're just bandwagon fans, and they say, "Oh, I've been a Raiders fan since 1984." Well, sounds like you were maybe born in '84, but sound more like a 12-year-old, And I know '84 people are young to me, even though I don't want to talk bad about no young people because some of us are a lot younger yet smarter than these fake people who
Right.
claim to be. I believe that they're young kids. I don't believe they're like probably in their early 20s or maybe
Right.
even teenagers pretending to be old, because there's a lot of people that just say that. And the ones who say they are, most of the time, they're full of BS, and they just don't get that. Derek Carr, and I said, what about Rich Gannon? Rich Gannon can adapt. No, Rich Gannon's a journeyman. He started out in 4 different teams. Derek Carr started out just one team and still is. And Rich Gannon and Derek Carr come from different eras. Rich Gannon does not have a strong arm. He was smart quarterback. He was a good game manager and everything. Derek Carr is a good game manager and he's got a better arm, more accurate. Rich Gannon didn't throw a lot of deep passes. He threw a lot of short passes. I mean, he averaged probably like 8 to 10 yards per throw mostly. And that's what some people know. Why is he accurate? He throws shorter passes, And I said, oh, Derek Carr's not mobile. Yes, he is. He's the second leading rusher on the Raiders. He does like to throw in the pocket, but he can scramble. He's ran the ball before. He's doing it more than he did last year. So for them to say he's not mobile, they're full of BS. They talk all this BS, and I also said
he's a pocket passer, though, Rudy.
He's a balanced player. He's a balanced. It's a balanced quarterback. He likes to throw in the pocket. He can throw outside. He's proven it. Tom Brady is a true pocket quarterback. He does not
the thing
throw
is,
outside.
he's not.
There's a difference. There's a difference between a pocket
He's
quarterback.
not a Josh Allen type of quarterback.
Josh Allen is a tank. That's a difference. He's 6'5".
Patrick Mahomes. He's not no Patrick Mahomes either. That could do both.
Oh, he's not as mobile. I'm not saying he's like mobile like even Lamar Jackson either, but he could throw the ball out of the pocket. He could do that where quarterbacks like Matt Ryan can't do it. Tom Brady can't do it, but Derek Carr can do it. He's balanced. I wouldn't call him a pocket quarterback, but I wouldn't call him a scrambling quarterback. I'd call him balanced. That's what he is. He's a balanced quarterback, and he leads the Raiders in rushing. So that tells you something. Sure, he doesn't get out of the pocket too much, but he does move his feet a little bit. He might go left. He might go north, south a little bit and then throw the ball. But that depends on his O-line. If they give him a little space, which sometimes they do, he'll run on his right side and he'll throw the ball. Or sometimes he'll go up and then go forward and then throw the ball. And I've seen it throwing it to Devontae or throwing it to what's his name, Holland Mack and everything. So he does. Mac Hollins, he could throw it. I mean, he's a scrambler. He's a balanced quarterback. He's balanced.
Why was he going with them all the time? Why didn't he pass the ball around?
And remember, though, like I said, it's also timing of the O-line. The O-line sometimes will pressure. They pressure quarterbacks. It affects how they throw the ball. They go left to right. Derek Carr does. He sometimes likes to throw the ball to Devontae. Yes, he made some mistakes. I'm not going to excuse Derek Carr for his mistakes. But other quarterbacks have made that same. Look at Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, or Aaron Rodgers. They've done big mistakes. Well, Tom Brady's doing a lot more because his O-line ain't protecting him that well. But and he leads he's winning his division with a losing record, and he's going to go. Tampa Bay is more likely going to go to the playoffs where they look like they don't belong. But the problem with Derek Carr is that he doesn't have a defense to back him up. That's what these Derek Carr haters don't look at. Go, oh yeah, with them. No, there's some that have defenses that may not be flashy, but they control the momentum. The Chiefs, they're not good at stopping the run. They don't have great coverage, but they blitz a lot. They cause pressure. They do that. They do it. They time it. They take chances. So their defense isn't all trashy. It's just they make the right calls on defense. But they're not great in. Like I said, they don't have the greatest secondary. They're not really good at stopping the run, but they're good at putting pressure on quarterbacks. They put the pressure, and when you have a good offense to back that defense up, and they're the opposite of us, we need a defense to back us up because they are a speed throwing passing team. And they'll say to Derek Carr, where's your how come his passing yards are a little lower than they are last week? Well, that's easy. I mean, last year. It's because we're running the ball more. So it's taking a little bit of Derek Carr's passing because you got Josh Jacobs getting over 1,000 yards. And of course, you have Devontae with 1,000 yards. But you know what? I don't care. It's not that bad of a deal. I like that kind of offense. I want that defense better. These Derek Carr haters are nothing but bandwagon fans. And I exposed them, and they just come up with the same crap. Still saying that, couldn't say nothing. Couldn't say a quarterback that could take Derek Carr's place. They say, "Oh, we'll just have to draft a quarterback," and no. It don't work that way. You're talking about rebounding. You're talking about giving up. I'm not about giving up. I'm not giving up on Derek Carr. He's our best franchise quarterback we've had in a long time. I mean, he was our best quarterback before I was born as a franchise quarterback. And I'm not even counting Jamarcus Russell because he was a failed franchise quarterback. So, the Raiders have really never had a true franchise quarterback until they got Derek Carr. And people just don't get that, They just don't get that. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, the Derek Carr situation is interesting, no matter which side of it you're on, because obviously he's been a polarizing figure throughout this fan base for a number of years now. And, well, like I said, regardless of what you think, whether or not he should stay, I mean, there have been obviously rumors or whispers about they may move on from him based on how he played over the past several games. And, so for example, I was talking with a couple of my friends earlier today, and, with what we saw out of, Zach Wilson last night, and not only last night, but, throughout this whole season, he's just been completely underperforming with a team that seems to be really, a playoff potential team outside of, their quarterback play this season. It's possible in theory, if the Raiders were to trade Carr for a first-round pick to, somebody like the Jets or maybe even somebody like the Colts, teams that
he could turn that team around.
Right. So what I'm saying is, and if we, especially if we, don't do well ourselves down the stretch, we have a decently high pick. Combine that with another first-round pick that we could get for Carr. Maybe we could trade up and then, really be in the market for another quarterback. I'm not saying I agree with this decision, but I'm just saying that with how McDaniel seems to seems to have approached this entire season, obviously tanking, not winning every game we should, not playing up to our obvious potential. Yeah. It's possible that Carr is part of that. Like he, like I said, I'm not passing judgment on Carr or anything. I'm just saying that it's possible that he doesn't like Carr, and so he wants to move on from him. So that's a possible thing too. I mean, as I was talking to Cortez about, before our show today, this upcoming draft is going to be, it's the year of the Buckeye. It's going to be all Ohio State, or not all Ohio State, but there are going to be so many Ohio State prospects coming out of the draft that, a lot of them are attractive, and obviously the main one is going to be a guy like C.J. Stroud. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get up to a pick like that. But at the same time, we could be looking at, maybe like a guy like Will Levis, something like that. I mean, we're talking about a guy like Max Duggan on Wednesday, but he'll probably drop, far enough for us to just pick him up as a guy to maybe sit behind Carr, things of that nature. So, but at the same time, regardless of what the Raiders do end up doing going into this next draft, I do agree with what you said, Rudy, about there's potential. There's a draft pick that you could get excited about, and then there's a proven commodity. And in a lot of ways, Derek Carr is someone that we shouldn't take for granted because he has proven to be a commodity in terms of actually being able to play at a pretty high level in this league. So, I do also agree with Rudy about what you said. With the Carr's the kind of guy that does, he needs a defense, which is fine. It's just reasonable to ask. I mean, you look at a guy like Mahomes, for example. Mahomes is a guy who, can basically turn the offense into the defense in terms of, while the defense for the Chiefs really hasn't been good this year, they can just put up so many points that they can just, beat you, in a war by attrition.
Yeah, Andy Reid, though. Andy Reid's the mastermind of that group. Right. And he made Mahomes who he is, and he fits his group. Now, if Mahomes wasn't there, and let's just say you throw Derek Carr there, he could do the same thing. It won't be the same exactly like Mahomes because Mahomes plays a different kind of ball. See,
Right.
Andy Reid looks at the strengths and weaknesses of the quarterback, and he uses their strengths and he takes advantage of them. Josh McDaniels, though, is not Andy Reid. Okay, he's still not a proven head coach. He never
Right.
has been one. He's been a great, successful, offensive coordinator,
Right.
but he's got to transition to being a great head coach or a decent one. But that's going to do with the play calling on offense and defense. And it doesn't matter what quarterback you have. It's the system and what fits the system. And if his system's too complex for the players, then it's the quarterback. I mean, it's the head coach that's the problem, And Derek Carr is filling in that system. It's a very complicated system for any quarterback to do.
And like I said before,
but it's the players. The other players are having trouble with it. Even Devontae said himself he had trouble with it.
And like I said on here before, his playbook is a terabyte big. That's how big his playbook is.
Well, yeah, it's very complex. It needs to be. It's too.
And it's not
broad.
like going. Let's go back to. It's not like Mike McDaniels. He made Tua so easy. He just gave him easy plays to run. And in New York, Dable did the same thing with Daniel Jones, but Daniel Jones been sneaked.
Oh, you're talking about Goofy on.
So like that. To be honest, what was the Giants' defense last year? They weren't a good defense with Patrick Graham, were they?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're decent. I don't know.
Oh, do
Patrick
you know
Graham's
why he just said
system
that?
isn't bad. It's just he's not utilizing it right, and it's not really his system. It's a Bill Belichick defense. That's what it is. We play the similar defense to Bill Belichick. It's very similar. It's like a fake copy.
They run multiple defense. It's not just one certain defense. They could switch up at any time. Sometimes
Bill Belichick does too.
Sometimes you just see Clean Furrow in there playing as like a nose tackle, but he's actually the edge rusher, and they move Chandler Jones and Mad Max to outside linebackers, and they rush from the ends. So they run in 3-4.
Sometimes, yeah. Rarely they I did see them do that.
And the thing that works for us the best, if you put Chandler Jones and Clean and Farrell together, they could, or one on each side and leave Max in the middle, they could do some havoc and get to the quarterback.
Well, Max is better on the edge. He's not really a good inside. I mean, he's a good inside guy to stop the run, but he's got those long arms.
But they use him like that for a reason when they go to a NASCAR package.
Yeah, I would rather use him as an edge.
And they bring.
I would put him at a far. I would put him at a far edge. If you're playing dime, you could put him at a far edge.
And they bring Malcolm
and then
Coons.
He's very quick.
That's their
tackle.
special.
We'll have trouble tackling him though.
Hey, that's their special package. The NASCAR package.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't like dime plays too much. I prefer nickel over dime, but
But they do.
Dime
but they switch up. They could go from 3-4 to 4-3.
Wow. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it going from 3-4.
And when they go nickel, mostly they go nickel because they bring Merrick to go on the tight ends, on anybody's tight ends. I noticed this the whole season. Merrick's been on the tight ends, covering the tight ends, and then they usually have Isaiah Palomel on the strong side.
Yeah.
And then they put Harmon on the free.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that, Jeff, before.
No, that's interesting. I haven't noticed that. I know.
Yeah. Watch tomorrow. They're gonna have him following the tight end a lot.
Okay. Are you talking about Merrick? Or are you talking about Palomel or both of them?
Isaiah Palomel does the same thing too. They switch it up sometimes. Sometimes he's or Teamer too. Roger Teamer goes in too. It just depends on when they want to play them. Because I see him at a line of scrimmage following the tight end too a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it depends on the play call. It depends on how the defense is anticipating the play call. I do remember Merrick early in the game against Seattle. He made a pretty good play on the ball. up against DK Metcalf. So, yeah, it could just be, I mean, obviously as a safety.
Man, bro, that
free
was
safety.
my first game ever, and my favorite game going to.
Yeah, that was a great
Hey,
game.
bro, that was an INT by Harmon. That should have been his third pick
Yeah.
in the end zone, but no, they said it wasn't.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay, I'm still in the first quarter. I haven't deleted it. I still trying to watch the game.
It was a lot to process. I'm sure it must have been so awesome. That's one of my bucket list stadiums for sure.
Hey, bro, it's fun. If the Raiders ever go again, I'll go to that stadium to watch them again.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if it'll probably be a couple years because, I mean,
Yeah, because the next time we play them, I think we play them in 4 years from now.
Yeah,
Next time we play them, we'll be at home. So next 8 years from now, I'll go back and watch them.
Yeah, for sure. That would definitely be.
True. If they play out in New York, I would love to go see Meth Life. You know why I say Meth Life?
Oh yeah,
Meth Life.
It's Meth Life. It's Meth.
That's why.
Salute, Robert Pena. Haven't seen you in a while, bro.
Gloves. Get those thick gloves. Have a real heavy beanie on.
And do you want to know something?
Right
I never took no gloves, and I stood up the whole game. I never said.
I'll do well in the cold. I do better in the heat.
Yeah,
Jeff, I stood up the whole game.
No, yeah, that's how you
know,
do it,
Captain Jack Rackham on YouTube. I got to meet him in person.
Nice,
that's cool.
What about Gorilla Rilla? Any of those guys?
No. Gorilla Rilla, Violator, they're on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Yeah, but the cool thing was to meet Coach Piers and Dave Ziegler. That was the best too. Salute, Pena. Robert Pena.
Salute.
Yeah, but but yeah, I mean, like I said, with Merrick, it seems to me that like obviously as a free safety, you're probably just looking for whoever guys uncovered or whoever whatever D-back or linebacker needs help uncovered. So yeah, I mean, I definitely could see certain instances or certain packages where they put a guy like Merrick on a guy like Pat Fryermuth. Whatever the case may be, maybe shade over to the side. Where there are more receivers, to the strong side of the offensive formation. So,
yeah, they're moving them around. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, I definitely could see that happening. Just and like I said, when I think about one of the takeaways, as I said earlier, of the Steelers' offense that I've noticed is, like I said, the chemistry between Pickens and Pickett seems to be brewing. That seems to be like a hallmark of the future of the Steelers offense if they, decide to really commit to a guy like Kenny Pickett. And George Pickens himself is coming into his own. So that's probably just, I would say probably one of the biggest.
Hey, is Johnson still playing over there, or who's their number one?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yeah, a guy like Deontay Johnson. I think he's questionable. Let me try to find an injury update on him.
Yeah, but that's him. You gotta watch out. Claypool ain't there no more. So then, who's their third now option? Because Pickens is their second now.
Yeah, I think so. I think he overtook that role even when Claypool was there in the beginning.
Yeah, that's why they shipped Claypool to Chicago.
Oh, my dad was mad when that happened.
What, Claypool?
Yeah, he did not like Claypool being gone. He said he wasn't utilized right. They used him on a lot of reverses. They should have had him catching the ball. I think he wanted more. I think he played better as a route runner, or I should say as a slot receiver. That would have been better for him. He would fit better on that. He had good size and everything. I don't see why Steelers traded him. But my dad doesn't like the offensive coordinator of his team, though.
Yeah, Matt Canada needs to go. That guy's way too conservative.
Oh, Chris Sims or Steven Sims. Have you ever heard of Sims?
Steven Sims?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Sims. Their third receiver.
Okay.
He played with Washington for 2 years, and this is his first
Oh,
year.
oh yeah, no. Isn't it Cam Sims?
Huh?
Isn't it Cam Sims?
No, it's Steven Sims. He doesn't even have so 10 receptions for 66 or 63 yards. That's what he has the whole season.
Yeah, he's that's not a guy that I'm upset with. And now that I say that, he could very well be the guy to, complete the immaculate reception.
Miles Borkins? He played with Baltimore.
Yeah, Miles Boykin, yeah.
Yeah, he ain't all that either. 2 receptions for 11 yards.
Yeah, I mean, the Steelers wide receiver core is by no means stacked. I mean,
a good second running back though.
So Johnson is playing horrible. 77 receptions for 745 with 0 touchdowns.
That's not too bad for a number 2 wide receiver.
No, he's the number 1.
I thought it was supposed to be that young rookie quarterback. I mean, wide receiver.
42 receptions for 643 with only 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think they aren't utilizing that young wide receiver very well. And he's the fastest guy. They said he could burn all their DBs.
53 receptions, 630 yards with only 2 TDs with Pat Firmer.
Yeah, I think
their
that's
offense
just
and all that. To be honest,
it's their offensive coordinator mostly. Makes bad decisions, and that's what my dad's been complaining a lot. He says they should fire him. If they can't fire him, then fire Tomlin. You don't want Tomlin gone, but if he's doing like a Jim Moore Senior, then you got to fire him too, though.
Kyle Pickett is horrible quarterback. 4 touchdowns and 8 picks.
Well, he's young and everything.
But it's not like you should be ready though. If you were that great,
you ever thought it might be the OC too?
If you were the first round pick, you should be ready to go. There's no sitting.
Trevor Lawrence didn't play that great either in his rookie year.
Yeah, no, rookie years, but yeah, I mean, like talking about judging Kenny Pickett right now, in general, is like you have to wait at least a year because like even Peyton Manning didn't have a great rookie year.
Yeah, Mitchell Trubisky.
And remember, he's a mid first round pick too. He's not a late first round pick. He's a late first round pick, so you have to, I don't think he's a bad quarterback.
Been doing.
I can't call.
He has 6 touchdowns, 790.
He's been injured too.
211 attempts.
Well, he doesn't do like Josh Jacobs is. He doesn't lower his shoulders. He's a big running back that runs people over.
And from the Bay, he's actually a Raider fan. I don't know if you know that, Rudy.
Who?
Najee Harris is a Raider fan.
Really?
That's interesting.
I know that.
From De La Salle, I believe.
Yeah. I know Derek Carr's dad was a Raiders fan, believe it or not. But I don't know if Derek Carr himself was a.
Yeah. When he was a kid, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, aren't there like pictures of him as a kid wearing like Raiders stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, there's some people that are all Raider fans. There's people I didn't even know of that were Raider fans too. Like the lead singer of Metallica, he's a Raider fan.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Nice.
Didn't even know Tom Hanks, he's a Raider fan too. Yeah. Now I knew Carlos Santana, he's a Raider fan. Ice Cube, Raider fan. And I think Ice-T is also a Raider fan too.
Yeah, I mean a lot of LA guys, they still consider LA to be a Raider town.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg is a fake Raider fan though. He's a bandwagon fan. He switches from.
He's a Steeler fan.
He's a Steelers.
He's a Seahawk fan too. So he's a
fan. He's a diehard Steeler fan.
He's not a diehard. He's a bandwagon fan. If you switch from team to team to team, you can't call yourself a true fan. Because see the colors I wear, those are my colors. I never wear any other colors but these colors. I stick with my team no matter what. And Snoop Dogg, he's a traitor. He's a traitor. He's a traitor to Raider Nation. He's a traitor to every other football team too. He's a bandwagon fan. I don't like bandwagon fans. They're just going with the flow. That's what Snoop Dogg does. He goes for the flow. That's all he is. But I stick with my team no matter how shitty they go and everything. The only thing that would make me ever leave football is if it gets so bad that I'm not enjoying the game. And it would mean like, you know what? I'll remember the great memories of football, but that's just the same way with basketball. I used to love basketball. I still like to play basketball, but I just don't like it anymore. Some people might like it still, but it's just a different, during the Jordan era and all that, I liked basketball, but it's more like players versus players. It's not like the coach is in control. It's like, like LeBron, he's like the player and the coach at the same time, that's how it is now in basketball,
Right.
And I say it like this before, people, I know Dustin may not like to hear it, but if you got Phil Jackson there and he was coaching other team, even with players that are not super great, but a few great players, and he has a great rebounding team, they'll beat any other team because his ideology was about out shooting and out rebounding. That's how he won his 6 championships with the Chicago Bulls, and he won, I think it was 4 or 5 championships with the Lakers.
Yeah, with Kobe.
I mean, the Lakers. I mean, if you're a Lakers fan, you should really, really love Phil Jackson.
Of course.
Yeah,
Guys are
Phil
like-
Jackson. He was a mad genius.
Right.
Yeah, he was a mad genius. And and Kobe Bryant was the closest thing to Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan said it himself that he was the closest player to being like him.
Nah, Curry's gonna be the next Michael.
Well, if the GOAT Jordan says that Kobe is, he is. Maybe
LeBron's
he'll be
the GOAT. Remember, LeBron's the GOAT.
No, he's a power forward. I mean, if LeBron,
He's a small forward, not a power.
well, he's kind of, how big is he? I mean, even Charles
6'8",
Barkley was a power
6'6",
forward.
I believe, somewhere, or 6'7".
6'7", that's power forward. Charles Barkley was
What
6'6".
topics do we want to go to,
Okay.
Jeff?
Yeah, why don't we
Yeah. We got to basketball.
well, we can get back to basketball in a little bit, but
Yeah.
Hey, right now I'm watching Dustin over there on Raider Ben's channel.
yeah, hopefully if we can come over and bring us far. So yeah, Cortez. So this is a topic that I saw that you wanted to talk about. That I thought was
Yes, Chandler Jones. And to be honest, I have never heard of any of their tackles. So I think they're both gonna feast on just put pressure on them. Like going back to what I said earlier, if you put pressure on Kenny Pickett, he's gonna throw INTs. He did that against against Miami in the end zone. They were barely down by like a touchdown or something, and he throws a pick, ends the game. But if you put pressure on them, and their O-line, I don't know none of their offensive tackles. They sound like crap names to me. Never heard of them.
Yeah. Even my dad has said he hopes the Steelers get better tackles for better protection for
if
Kenny
they
Pickett.
do not get protection, Kenny Pickett won't be in the league for long.
That could be true. I mean, that's like what happened to David Carr. He had no protection.
At least when Carr came in here, we had good O-line and kept them
Yeah.
upright. But going back, no disrespect to Donald Penn, but I think he did it on purpose because why would you give up a block like that? And then Cole, I don't like that dude. The one that injured Carr. I would say a bad name, but I'm not gonna say what he is. You guys all know. But
Like
just
I said,
what's your guys'
any
opinion?
any tackle can miss a block easily.
Don't you guys think that Chandler Jones could get to Mad?
I think they definitely could. I think they definitely could. I think the Steelers are going to probably try to run the ball more, but the one running back I actually worry about more than Harris. Is that
Snell?
other,
Snell?
not Snell, the other one, number 30.
I just
He's
seen his name.
He came back. He came back though. He was injured too. He was back.
I
though.
just seen his
Snell's
name.
the number 3 running back. Najee Harris is number 1, and
Ward. Jalen
Yeah.
Ward.
Is he number 30?
No, number.
I think he's number 30. Let me look up.
Yeah, number 30. Yeah, Warren.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good. He could go in the middle. He has good body motion. He may not be as big as Najee Harris.
From Oklahoma State.
But
5'8".
he could,
He's small. He's a short
yeah,
back.
he could go low base and he run the ball pretty good in the middle.
He doesn't have good running. 52 or 53 attempts for 244. That ain't great. I don't think that's great.
It's not the stats. It's what he does. Like we puts the team on first downs or something. You know, like 32 or something. He's really good at that. He's not going to be a 1,000-yard running back, but you know I think he's a good number 2 running back. He's been injured though. Remember, he's been injured. Snell was actually pretty good taking over his spot.
Snell's been there for a while too. Snell ain't no slouch.
Yeah. But this guy, he's a little more explosive than Snell. Snell's a little slower than him, you know, but Snell can bust the middle and everything. But you know that's why he's a number 3 running back. You know, but the running back situation though with the Chiefs, the Steelers, if they really want to take that pressure off them, they're gonna probably run the ball a little more. But we do stop the run. I don't think their running backs are as deadly as the Patriots running backs, but you know, I think that we could definitely put pressure on him. We put pressure on teams with better offensive lines. We went against the Chiefs, you know, we put pressure against them. We did it against Justin Herbert even before they had a hurt O-line. We did get him, even though we lost by 5 points in the LA game. But you know, if we're gonna really put pressure, we got to do it. We can't go with just a 4-man rush. We got to take a few blitzing times. They got to blitz on the strong side of the Steelers too. Or
I'll be right back. You guys can finish this. I'll be right back.
But I think though it's not really a giant thing. I think I could see Mad Max getting at least 2 or 3 sacks, but we could lose the game even with him getting 2 to 3 sacks or 4 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends on us. If Josh McDaniels makes these stupid plays, that's the only thing, because none of that will mean anything. It just depends on how the coach, like Josh McDaniels and Patrick Graham, coach. Yeah, because all I want for Christmas is a win.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
great.
Yeah, that would be great. I remember last year, right before Christmas, Raiders had that great emotional win come from behind against the Browns, which, sort of set in motion their late playoff push. That to me was, probably my favorite Christmas present from last year. So I definitely take that as well. So the reason I wanted to bring up this particular topic, well, I thought it was a good topic that Cortez brought up in today's show, is that so apparently Kenny Pickett, ironically, he's tied with Derek Carr for the 3rd fewest sacks in the league. And this is a little dated. It's from late October, but according to Pro Football Focus, passing grade under pressure, Kenny Pickett is number 1. So once again, we're getting kind of into the advanced statistics. So I don't know how much stock you guys put in that, but food for thought. His 81.8% adjusted completion percentage on 26 pressured pass attempts ranks first among all passers. He's also made only 1 turnover-worthy play on such throws, forming a turnover-worthy play rate that trails only Jalen Hurts and Justin Herbert among starters. So, like I said, that's as of October 28th. So it's a little dated, but the way I look at this is that, when I look at, everything available as far as, how Pickett does under pressure and when, the heat's coming, that seems to be an area where he excels, or where he's not exactly, the stats of only 4 touchdowns receptions doesn't really match up. So obviously, I don't care who it is. If you're able to get to the quarterback, sack him, sort of end drives for the opposing offense, you're going to have a huge advantage in the game. It's just that, as far as this idea in general goes of Max and Chandler, I mean, they're obviously, that's their job, is pass rushing. So they're always going to be there. But I would just say that maybe blitzing Kenny Pickett isn't the best idea, because it seems like he could take advantage, he seems to be the kind of quarterback who, not only can extend the play by, avoiding sacks, He's proven to be somewhat of a rusher. You know, I just think that like if we blitz, then we leave the middle of the field open, or if you leave guys, way downfield, he might be able to make us play. So that's an area where I think that I think you get a pretty standard 4-man pass rush. If we can get a couple sacks on him, that'd be great. It obviously would be frustrating if we can't get to the quarterback and he'll be able to extend plays. Let me just see. I feel like he has a um, pretty big amount of rush because I remember his first start against the Jets, he had 2 rushing touchdowns, so that was a highlight. So, let's see if I can find it. Well, yeah, just in general, like I said, I mean, it could be harder than we think to get to a guy like Kenny Pickett as far as sacking him. Maybe not. I mean, I definitely think we have the advantage up front, in terms of our D line versus our O line. Okay, so he only had 3 rushing touchdowns on the year. But yeah, okay, and he has 225 rushing yards. So okay, so he's not the rusher I thought he was, but
he does release that ball very quickly. But I would say if you do blitz, you want to blitz mostly on 3rd down more than anything. That's with any team. I don't care who the quarterback is. It could be Patrick Mahomes. I would still blitz like on 3rd down, and it doesn't have to be a 6-man rush. It can be a 5-man rush. You can have a nickel back or a linebacker. But I always say go after the strong side and make the quarterback run towards his right. And like Patrick Mahomes, that's the worst time for him to run on his right because there's Mad Max Crosby. Because they're not going to double team. Double teams are gone. They're past their double teams. And Mad Max is free, and but there's all kinds of different scenarios. And like I said, with a guy like Tom Brady, you don't want to do a nickel blitz necessarily. You could, but you really want to get him in the middle and blitz hard in the middle. And when Tom Brady does that, he panics and he throws incomplete passes, And or if you're showing blitz like in the middle, Tom Brady knows what you're going to do, and then he's going to audible and make it a run play or something, or have a running back be an extra blocker in the middle or something. He'll do that. But if you disguise a blitz in the middle and you go in the middle, Tom Brady is going to throw either incomplete pass or he's going to hold the ball too long and get sacked. That's how I look at it. But every quarterback's different. Guys like Patrick Mahomes, you don't want to do a middle blitz because he can run towards his right or left, and that's the problem. But if you have him cornered like in a V and everything, and he can't go left or right, that's where he panics. There's teams that have exposed it. Even the Broncos, they sacked him. They've exposed him, even though they couldn't. Their offense couldn't do anything against the Chiefs, which is the only reason why the Chiefs beat the Broncos in Mile High. But they showed that their defense is good enough to get to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, looking at his game by game stats, I mean, through his first 4 starts, he had 7 of his 8 interceptions. So since then, at least as far as taking care of the football is concerned, he hasn't thrown a lot of touchdowns since that same stretch, but only 1 interception, like I said, since that 4-game start. So it seems like he's kind of figuring out, which to me that's the stats sort of confirm at least what I've seen from him this year, which is his ability to lead his team down the field, even if that doesn't end in him throwing a touchdown pass, because obviously I know that stats are a big part of people's analysis of players, especially quarterbacks. So to me, I would just be worried about allowing Kenny Pickett, especially if you pressure him enough. Maybe that's for whatever reason he feels most comfortable in that way. Like he feels like he can quickly release the ball and get it to one of his guys. So, I would just say that just want to make sure that we don't allow him to have any long sustained drives, anything of that nature. Because then that could lead to the Steelers' offense being productive in the red
But
zone.
their
In the end.
hey Jeff, but their offense ain't all that though. If you
No,
look
it's
at
not.
it,
No, it's not. I'm just saying that, like, okay, so for example, like, you don't want to get into a game like they got against the Colts a couple weeks ago on Monday night. That game was sort of, like, it wasn't glamorous. It wasn't the greatest football. Two pretty much evenly matched teams for the most part. Steelers made a couple more plays than the Colts did. Of course, the Colts down the stretch, bad clock management, things of that nature, which, we have also shown a knack for, unfortunately, in certain situations. But I'm just saying that, what Pickett was able to do in that game was lead his team effectively on at least a couple of drives. So to me, at the controls, Pickett is the kind of guy who can't, like I said, be a leader, which you can't really put a stat on. You can't really you can't quantify that sort of stuff. So I would just say that for the Raiders, don't give up anything easy. Um, you know, force Kenny Pickett to make those rookie mistakes because once again, at the quarterback position, I think we still have the advantage as far as like I said, an opposing quarterback is more prone to those kinds of mistakes. Maybe we could get him back on the interception, on an interception trend again, or a streak or a roll. Because, like I said, I mean, you look at his stats overall. I mean, pretty much around like 200 yards, at most a touchdown. But like I said, he's been taking care of the football. 0 interceptions over his last 5 games. So I mean, the once again, the passer rating isn't there, but it usually doesn't matter, in terms of, like I said, a guy being able to lead a team down the field, even if the touchdowns end up being a rushing touchdown, you're punching in with your running back as opposed to actually throwing for a touchdown. So I would, like I said, I think if we're able to get what we want on offense and score enough points, I think we should be able to bury this team, and we should be able to get to the point where we can put it out of reach before some craziness like the Baker Mayfield comeback on Thursday or in a couple weeks. It's something like that. So,
I think we shot ourselves in the foot with that. What you said with the Rams, we should have destroyed the Rams. They were deteriorated. Their O line was terrible. Everything was just like Dustin said, that man press defense was really dumb, especially putting on a guy like Webb covering the second wide receiver. He's a number 2 wide receiver, Jefferson, because Cooper Kupp is out. That was a huge mismatch. And he was left out to dry. He needed help, and if he had help, we'd have won that game. It would have been an ugly win, but a win's a win. And just like that ugly win against the Patriots, a win's a win. And we did not play at our best. I think in our offense, I think we played better, but not the best. I think the Patriots, they have a really good defense. I think they were better in the run stop. I think the Steelers, they're more of a blitzing team, but they're not good in the run stop as the Patriots are. Because if you're stopping Josh Jacobs, just getting him to just allowing 2 or 3 yards per carry, you're doing your job right. That's difficult to stop Josh Jacobs. So, they did a pretty good job. And, Josh Jacobs still put the yards in, eventually 2 or 3 becomes 7 or more. But, other than that, they did stop the run on us, though, but, it was just that their offense wasn't so good. And that stupid, of course, really stupid play. They should have just either tried a Hail Mary or just sit on the ball and just go in overtime, because that lateral thing, they even said that that's not what they wanted. They just wanted to win that game. They wanted to just go home and win, and they tried to take a shortcut, and of course that shortcut ended up favoring us. And I was like, just like everyone else, shocked, and Chandler Jones take it all the way to the end zone. I mean, I'll never forget that game. I think it was one of the most crazy looking particular dink plays, but like I said, I'll take any win over no wins, But the Steelers, like I said, and I do agree with Dustin, if we lose, it's because we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Right.
The Steelers don't have a great offense; they have a great defense, or good defense, and we're the opposite. We're the polar opposite. We have a very good offense and terrible defense. So, it's polar opposites playing against each other. So we'll have to see what goes on.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And as far as shooting ourselves in the foot, one really big stat going back to that Rams game that I think was probably overlooked by a lot of people was passing attempts, was the lack of attempts. Carr throughout the whole game only had 20 passing attempts. And I get that he made that boneheaded interception um, at the
Well,
end
that
of
was with the wait. Was
even
it with the Rams?
yeah, it was at the end of the half. They were up 13-3, I believe.
Oh
They
yeah.
were in the red zone. There was like about a minute left. Raiders
Yeah.
had it,
Oh.
all you have to do is
Oh.
take the sack there. But because Carr decided to throw it as he was hit, he threw a
Yeah.
windy duck up in the air, and then it was intercepted in the end zone. So I
Yeah.
get that that's a a big blow to the momentum, and
Yeah.
that sucks. You don't want to take that kind of energy going into the locker room. But at the same
Yeah.
time, that same week, later later a couple days ago on Sunday, Mahomes threw 3 interceptions. But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, Andy Reid still trusted him enough, to keep throwing the
Yeah.
ball. And I'm not saying that Carr is Mahomes, but at the same time, you can't just.
Yeah.
I think I said it a couple episodes ago, or a couple shows ago. If you're not going to trust your quarterback, that particular quarterback, that much, just bench him. Because if you're going to honestly say we're going to try to win a game with 20 passing attempts, I know Josh
I'll
McDaniels
never
did that
win.
with Mac Jones, only throwing like the ball 3 times, whatever. That's nice when you can do that, but at the same time, there's a little bit of context that's required when looking at a game when you're still in the game, not post game. Like when you're still in the game, when the game is still, you're still able to decide the outcome of the game. When you look at how conservative the play calling ended up getting, which boils down to, like I said, a lack of pass attempts in general for Carr, like he wasn't able to throw at all. You know, what are we doing here? So to me, this could be the same exact kind of game where like Raiders might get off to a good start where they have a good looking drive, they punch it in, it's 7-0, and the play calling starts to get worse and worse as it goes along. But you're throwing a couple field goals, maybe you're up like 13-3 or 13-7 going into the
Yeah.
half, but the Steelers aren't really showing a lot of life on offense. But at the same time, as the game goes on, if you're parking the bus, if you're not throwing the ball, if you're not opening it up at all, it should be no wonder as to why you don't win that game, or why you let the other team feel like they can come back and win. So yeah, I definitely feel like that's another sort of angle as far as comparing it to the Rams game, because I really have a feeling that it's going to be that kind of a game where I'm not saying the Steelers are going to let us put 40 on them. I don't think that's realistic, but at the same time,
Yeah.
if we're scoring in like the mid 20s, I feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to win. I think that's a realistic goal for this offense.
Yeah.
If they say them, I mean, 30 plus points would be phenomenal. I would love that. I think we definitely put the game away if we were able to have that kind of production. But
Yeah.
I mean, looking at these, Steelers game. I mean, like for example, this past week they won 21-18. That's a kind of game that the Steelers are accustomed to playing. On the flip side, they just lost to the Ravens 16-14. They beat the Falcons 19-6. These are the kind of games where
Yeah.
I mean, you're as long as you get over that like 17, definitely 20-point threshold, you're putting yourself in the driver's seat, I would say. So to me, it should, like I said, just not parking the bus. That's the offensive. That's the biggest key to victory, because a good offense is a good defense as well. As far as giving your defense a breathing room, some chances to not feel like they gotta be the 1985 Chicago Bears on every drive, things of that nature. Uh, Cortez, is there anything you wanted to add on your topic before we move on to the next one? Cortez, you with us?
I think he's away.
Okay, so Rudy, why don't we go to your second topic, which was So you also want to talk about how you feel Josh McDaniels is doing a semi-tank for the sake of evaluating the talent on the team, or I guess seeing what certain players can do over others, and then seeing where they're at personnel-wise going into next year. So do you want to get a start on that?
Yeah, I do believe he's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I call it a semi tank, but I think he's evaluating the players. But this is something you do in the preseason, not the regular season. But he's doing the regular season. He's kind of like the Dolphins did last year. And I think he's doing the same thing that they're doing. And he's evaluating players, but he's not giving away too much.
Right.
But he wants to see where the team is at. And he actually even said that himself. So, I like Dustin said in the Seahawks, that was a sweep run. Derek Carr audibled it to be a
Right.
dive,
Right.
and then Josh Jacob ran that famous long run. And I believe that, it's a semi tank. I'm not saying that he's going to try to lose every game. He'll take chances. He doesn't care. He'll have the defense. He'll have Patrick Graham do his thing to make see how these players play with less. And
Right.
like with that Sam Webb thing. Webb was not ready for Jefferson. Jefferson burnt the shit on him. That was an example of the evaluation of the semi-tanking. He did on purpose, man press defense, and I think that they're going to do that. And that's what, if they're going to really want to win against the Steelers, they'll beat them. But if they're going to do the semi-tanking thing just for for evaluating the whole team, yeah, there's a good chance we could lose. It could be 50-50, however we want to do it. But if we lose, like I said, it's because of Josh McDaniels. He's doing it on purpose, That's what he's doing. He's about, I'm going to add a little more next year. And I don't believe that he doesn't have faith in Derek Carr. He does, because his playbook is extremely complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he worked with Mac Jones, he's a very he likes intelligent guys, but he doesn't care about how good the upside is. He's looking at like skill, like can you pick up the plays? Do you memorize them? That's all. And then if he goes for, so he's not going to go for try to trade up for a quarterback. I think we'll probably go best player position. It could be a wide receiver. Could be a defensive tackle, edge rusher, or linebacker. But, if guys like Edison comes along, from USC, I wouldn't be surprised if we get him. But I think we're semi-tanking, not all the way. If we're going all the way, they might as well not play Derek Carr. So he's evaluating Derek Carr too. He knows he ain't going to get rid of Derek Carr. There's no way. You get rid of him, you're going to get rid of Devontae Adams, which you gave up a first-round pick and a second-round pick. So, yeah, logically, that's not going to happen. That's another thing I would have probably even said about the Derek Carr haters on my first topic. But at the end of the day, they're semi-tanking just to evaluate the whole team. They don't care about exactly what pick they want to be at. We're at the 11th pick so far. We could drop down. If we lose the Steelers, we could drop to the number 9 or number 10, but he doesn't care if we win or lose. It's about, wants to see how the team plays. That's what he's doing. It's just, it's experimentation. That's what I call it. And like I said, Patrick Graham's defense is the similar playbook as Bill Belichick's. It's just like a generic version. It's like, it's like Walmart and Kmart. We have a Kmart defense. The Patriots, they have a Walmart defense. That's the terminology I'd say about Patrick Graham's defense. It's a Kmart defense. That's what it is. But if we want to get something that's better than Walmart, like a Vic Fangio or a Brian Flores, that's what you want to do if you're going to move away from the Kmart defense. So, but yeah. That's what I got to say about my second topic.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's clear to pretty much everyone that to some extent, Josh McDaniels is not putting this team in the absolute best position to win. If you ask me, I would take it a step further and I would say this is a full on tank. Um, this is obviously this is arguably the most disappointing team in football right now in terms of where everyone thought they were going to be. And I unfortunately I do this like multiple times a week. I look back on it and I'll say like this team could very very easily be 9-5. And it's all going to obviously come back to the Saints, Jags, Colts games for sure. They win. First of all, they even win one out of those three, and the Rams too. That's the other one I was forgetting. You take those 4 games. Even if they go 2-2, they're 8-6 right now. They're right in the thick of it. With a definitely very winnable game with the Steelers, and then you split between the Chiefs and the Niners. You have a really good shot to make the playoffs, I think. And even if you don't, you end up the year with multiple games over 500. That's a respectable season. But yeah, I mean, I do think that there is definitely an evaluation of talent going on. I think that I personally think that he's already made his mind up in a lot of ways. As far as in general, there are a lot of players on this team that he doesn't like, whether you agree with that or not. Because for example, like there's some players who have left who now really making the Raiders pay. I would say the biggest example of that is Zay Jones. I mean, where he's at compared to what Keelan Cole has done this year, it's pretty embarrassing. And I get that Zay Jones is now he is in a really good system with Doug Peterson. Obviously Super Bowl winning head coach. Did a lot of really creative things on offense, if you ask me, with that Eagles team a couple years ago. But at the same time, to me, you could really tell. I think at the end of last year, he was coming into his own, and he was really looking like he could be a key part of this receiving team. And I think the chemistry he had with Carr, I don't think that was something you could put a price on. So that's sort of what I'm worried about is not that they're tanking because honestly, I look at a team like the Texans. The Texans, first of all, there were no expectations, but when so for them to have the record that they're having right now, especially with a new head coach, it's really not that big of a deal in general. But at the same time, when you think about how close they've been in a lot of these games, that shows how much fight Lovie Smith, I think, has injected or has inspired these players to play with. So I think that's a really important, sort of thing to look at. That really, when you set aside, when all the dust settles, and you account for all of the qualifying factors that have to do with a team like the Texans, who, a guy like Lovie Smith inherited a pretty bad situation. They're obviously tanking, but they're also showing that they have fight. And the Raiders are doing the same thing, except the difference is we had the expectations. We had the expectation of, like I said, being in the thick of the playoff race. Now, at best, we're on the outer, outside looking in, outer, edge of that sort of realm. We're barely in it. Like I said, I think it was either Wednesday or Monday, one of our shows this week. After the win against the Patriots, we jumped up to 5%. So that's up from probably like 1 or 2%. So we still have a very very long pipe dream shot of making the playoffs, but yeah, no, I do agree. I mean, like I said, like I was saying to Cortez before the show today, this really is the year of the Buckeye in terms of the draft. We got a whole bunch of guys coming out of Ohio State that are supposed to be really, attractive prospects. One of whom being Paris Johnson Jr., who's an offensive tackle. I've heard a lot of good things about him. He's 6'7", 295. 6'7" alone for a tackle is, alone. That's a very, very, attractive thing for a coach. On top of that, he's obviously been one of the anchors of a really good offense this year. In the Ohio State offense, he's, blocked for C.J. Stroud, who at least for most of the year was the Heisman front runner. So there's a lot to like about him. As you mentioned, a guy like Jordan Anderson, he's another out of USC. He's an attractive. He's definitely going to garner a lot of attention. He already has, and as we've said before, his ability to function in a deep threat situation can really, I think, round out this offense because, that at certain points in the season, while Devontae can be that guy for sure, there have been certain points where you kind of wondered, is there going to be a guy like that who can take the top off the defense, sort of take the pressure off of Devontae, and also complicate things for the defense? Because if you put 2 or 3 guys on Devontae, in a lot of cases that can be worth it for the defense, because your other option outside of that, for most of the season at least, has been Matt Collins. So you know, um, assuming that we're not going to be fully healthy going into next year, a guy or adding a weapon like Jordan Addison, that could definitely be a huge boost to this offense. Like I said, in terms of weaponry. But yeah, no, I think I definitely agree. Like I said, it's not that we're tanking, because that's pretty obvious. It's just why we're tanking, because the expectations to be a playoff contending team were there, and on top of that, do we trust a guy like Josh McDaniels? Because this is a big thing here, and this is what I've been saying for the past several weeks. This is what I'm worried about, is that you know for a guy like Mark Davis to be pretty clearly trusting Josh McDaniels, and I guess Dave Ziegler, this regime as a whole, trusting them as much as he does, and really giving them the keys, the keys to the cars, or where the keys to the kingdom, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's really going to be a hit or miss. Like if Josh McDaniels can hit, and in the past, like he's drafted guys like Eric Decker and Demaryius Thomas, so he has hit on some guys for sure historically. It's just that this draft that we just had this past year, to me, in a lot of ways, seemed to be a failure, because we haven't used a lot of these guys that we've drafted, and it's just kind of like, what was the point? It's not a healthy situation from a football standpoint to draft guys and then not really get any use out of them, to just say, and I don't want that cycle to continue, because at a certain point you're like, all right, we've gone through various drafts now, you're not using the guys that you picked, which really calls into question your eye for talent. Like a pick here or there, you could say like, all right, well, you thought you saw something in him, it didn't work out. Busts happen all the time. But if it happens over and over again through various drafts, through various picks in those drafts, you have to start to wonder, like, okay, like what kind of talent evaluator are you? And, part of that is on Ziegler too, because I really feel as though, like I said, going out and getting pieces, not through the draft, he's done a great job of, like, building a team on paper that really should have been a contending team. But the draft, like I said, the draft is just, this past draft has been a swing and a miss. So I don't know. I just I do, like I said, I do agree that he is probably a tank is almost certainly going on. Whether you think it's a semi tank or you think it's a full tank, I get what you're saying about a semi tank, in the sense that, like, sort of with the Texans, they're showing in certain ways that they can compete. It's just that, at least from McDaniel's play calling standpoint, even to an extent, Patrick Graham's, calling that press man, one-on-one man coverage with an undrafted free agent rookie who's barely had any playing time, to put him out on an island there, was just really not fair, especially at that point in the game. But that probably means that, Graham was, like I said, not really putting the team in the best position on purpose. Like I'm sure a guy like him knows better than that. I mean, any defensive coordinator knows better than that. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think, but like I said, it's just going to be, because we're probably not making the playoffs. So we probably have to look ahead to the draft right now. What's up, Cortez?
My bad, guys. I have some.
And yeah,
hey, I don't even know. Like, these two next games, the two last games, we're gonna have to win.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's the reality.
The Niners, their defense ain't all that, and I heard that they're supposed to get their front four back all together. Kinlaw, Armstrong. But I'm gonna say this right now: Mad Max is better than Joey Bosa, and I'm an Ohio State fan. He is.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And plus,
don't you agree with me, Jeff? Mad Max is way better.
I have a friend who's a Niners fan, and, like, this is probably one of my favorite arguments to have, like the Max, because what I keep saying about Max is that, like, the best argument for him is that he gets held multiple times every game.
Yeah.
And it's not called, but like,
Mad Max has never missed a game in his career.
Yeah.
And he stayed
What has
healthier.
Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa has done? Missed games this year.
Yeah, and he's not super healthy. I think Joey. I think with Mad Max Crosby, he's a lot more explosive than Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa does the same thing him and his brother Joey do. Is they do what they do is they do gator roll edge rushing, and it's effective. But then it gets old and it gets stopped. That's what it is. It's gator roll edge rush where they spin their body around. I call it the gator roll. But I think Mad Max Crosby is a little bit quicker and can get to the quarterback better than Nick Bosa. No disrespect to Nick Bosa, but also the fact that Nick Bosa should never won that defensive player of the year, where it should have went to Mad Max, because Mad Max had 10 sacks at that time and Nick only had 9.5 sacks, and also
But
that
they
same era,
hate us, bro. But that's always gonna be against us.
yeah, the same era was Josh Jacobs should have won Rookie of the Year, not
Mighty Mouse.
Yeah,
Hell no.
yeah. Even Shannon Sharp said it, and he's a fucking Raider hater, and he said it himself, and he's an honest guy too. He is honest. He said
Shannon Sharp's a bitch, though. Can we all agree that?
He is one, but he's honest. He talks shit too. He's a shit talker. He hates the Raiders, and it's kind of funny when he said my homeboy, and then Skip Bayless says, "What do you call him, homeboy? He's on the Kansas City Chiefs, which is the rival to your Denver Broncos." And Skip Bayless really shut Shannon Sharp off. But it's funny when these guys argue with each other. It's really funny. But I don't like Skip Bayless either, because he gets on Tom Brady's dick too much. I made a meme of him where it's like Police Academy with Tom Brady, and then Kraft says, "Well, you deserve it," and then he goes, "Oh, what the hell? Is there a prostitute and everything?" He goes, "I'm a very bad," and then Robert Kraft says, "Relax, it's only Skip Bayless. He's a big fan," and it shows him. I have him in a prostitution dress or something. It's pretty funny. But I do memes like that just to be a little funny and everything. But to me, I'm a football player. I'm a football fan. There are players that I do like, but I will not wear the jersey that their team represents. That's just the way I am. There's players that I like that are not Raiders that I like, but I will never ever wear a jersey that's not Raiders. Skip Bayless is supposed to be a Cowboys fan, yet he wore a Tom Brady jersey that was a Tampa Bay Buck jersey. I'm like, you're a real Raider. You're not a real football fan, even though he's from Oklahoma, but Stan Sharp, he knows a lot more football than Skip Bayless, but Skip Bayless, he's good. He's more of a debater than an analyst, in my opinion. That's what he is. But yeah.
Well, I'm done. So, you guys still talk? What are you guys talking about now? Still talking about Bosa versus now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying the Bosa brothers, both of them, they do that gator roll spin. They go after the quarterback.
Yeah.
They call it gator roll, and then it gets old. But Nick Bosa, I think, is better than Joey Bosa, his older brother. He's better than his older brother. I think the older brother's lost a lot of steps, but I do think Nick Bosa is still good. But I do think Mad Max is a lot more explosive than Nick Bosa, though. I do agree with Aaron on that. But, I think the best edge rusher on the Chargers team right now, it's Khalil Mack. I think Khalil Mack is even better than Joey Bosa, though. It was smart to bring Khalil Mack to the Chargers, though. Very smart.
Well, let's see, because it seemed to me like Khalil was kind of having one of those years, like, because you can't really go by, like, Pro Bowl voting, or, like, the fact that somebody's a Pro Bowler, because, like, a lot of times that's just, like, people vote based on the names. Like, for example, we're talking about the Steelers. T.J. Watt has missed like 6, 7 games this year, and he's a Pro
Yeah.
Bowler. Like,
Yeah.
you can just go
Yeah.
by
Mac is a Pro Bowler too. They're both on there. I saw the thing. He's on there too. But as linebackers though, but and I don't think
Yeah, well,
Bosa
that's
made it to the Pro Bowl.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, Clement, he has 7 sacks. I mean, sacks aren't everything, but he hasn't had a
Yeah.
sack in
Yeah.
5 games.
Yeah.
And I mean, and 3 of his 7 sacks were against the
Yeah.
Raiders. He had the revenge game, if you will.
Oh yeah.
You know,
He did that to us both in Chicago
right,
and with LA. Yeah. Mac, he didn't do anything against us in Las Vegas though, but it looked different. It looked like he wasn't the same. And what it was is it wasn't him. It was that the offensive line was blocking better. That's the difference though with us.
right.
And but Khalil Mack, he's still an explosive player. But Bosa, I think he's lost some steps. They paid him a huge contract and everything, and then they inherit Khalil Mack's contract. But I'd rather inherit Khalil Mack's contract than have that big Joey Bosa contract, though. But like I said, Joey Bosa, he sometimes ends they age very quickly, and they either do or they don't. I've seen edge rushers that defensive ends last past like 10 to 12 years or more.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him like Bruce Smith. He played for a long time. And and actually he was like not even a mean guy. He was like nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think right now this Pro Bowl thing, I don't like it. Flag football, come on, man, nobody likes flag football.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
yeah.
Right. That gets rid of all of it. I mean, the idea is let's cream some heads, just not as bad. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
So we don't want nobody to get injured. Oh, come on, man. What is it? Play. Might as well now just have the pros sit and eat their popcorn and let Snoop Dogg play football or something and do it that way. Play flag football or something. The Pro Bowl, it's just a joke. I mean, it's a joke. It's a big joke, and they're going to lose a lot of money because people don't want to see a flag football. They want to watch flag football. They'll watch some B-rated football game that has flag football. That's just it's just stupid though. The dumbest thing ever. Even my dad says it too. I'm sure a lot of other football player fans don't like it either. They say, "Oh, but we don't want our players to get hurt." Well, it's football. Football there's a chance of getting hurt. It's a dangerous sport. You don't like it, don't play it. That's just the way it is. It's the way it is.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like it's sort of like the schism between or the difference in opinion or the difference in perspective between the fans who just want to see stuff like that. They want to see hard hits. They want to see full contact football. That's what we love about the sport. But at the same time, there's a perspective of the player or the agent, even the team that's paying the contract of said player. Because the health of the player from all three of those angles, and the Players Association as well, is an asset. So, it's when you view something as an asset, you adopt that business mindset and you look at it in terms of like the asset is the way in which I make money, or it's the way in which I will continue to make money. It's it's the conduit to which I continue my success business wise. Whether like I said, whether you're the player, the agent, the owner who is paying that player. So so unfortunately, because it's not a meaningful game, a lot of players are taking the attitude, like I said, that same perspective is being ushered in of like, well, it would make no sense for me to tear my ACL, which could totally happen. You could tear your ACL.
Yeah, well, that's the idea. If you don't have to play the game, you can let someone else play for you. I mean, even Tim Brown went to the Pro Bowl and he let another receiver take over. He felt like, I go to the Pro Bowl very many times. I want to see these younger guys go. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, they could say, "Oh, we don't want players getting hurt," but it
Right.
happens. They get hurt. It's football, but it's what makes the money. If the Pro Bowl flag football thing, it's going to nobody's going to watch the game too much. They say, "Oh, I don't want to see this." Yeah, I'm just going to wait next season until football starts. That's what people
Right.
do. I don't want to see it, or I know the Pro Bowl is always now before the Super Bowl, which I don't like either. It should always be after the Super Bowl, but they made that rule. I mean, I've hated a lot of the rule changing that the NFL made. They make stupid plays, and they say, "Oh, in the playoffs now, you have to, if you score a touchdown, you don't automatically win the game. The other team has to do is they have the opportunity to score a touchdown to tie with it. But if they fail to score a touchdown, then the game is over. That means the other team, like say the Chiefs and the Bills play again, and Patrick Mahomes throws a touchdown there and they're winning, and then Buffalo has the opportunity to score to match them. And if they match them again, and it's still like that same, then it goes to another OT, and then it just goes longer and longer. It's like just touchdown to end it, Touchdown end it. I understand field goals don't end it, but it's just they're just going to do that with the playoffs. But I still think it's kind of dumb. It just makes the game a lot longer, and then players get hurt. Even if the winner wins, he's not the winner really because he faces the other team who's not as busted up, and they get beat, and they're the better team. The better injured team loses to the sorrier, healthier team in the playoffs. And that's what happens, I think it's a dumb move in my book, but it's just some of these rules are stupid. The horse collar thing, I understand 100%. That I agree with. T.O. got hurt on that. That was a good rule change to make the horse collar tackle, make it a penalty. That I actually agree, but everything else, it seems stupid, though.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just
I'll talk about.
what we were just talking about, like the Pro Bowl and like.
Hey, so let's get to that shit. That shit's fucking lame now.
Yeah.
I care less about that shit. I ain't gonna watch it. Flag football?
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah.
And fucking, you got the Eli Manning brothers coaching the AFC and NFC.
I like them though, but that's not.
I have.
That's like prime time, and
I never liked Eli or Peyton. I hated them the most. My grandfather hated them the most. My grandfather was a Tom Brady fan. He hated Eli and Peyton.
Yeah.
He said that.
Those guys are funny.
But they had worthiness to get into the NFL.
Well, like I said, they're talented. They got the talent from their daddy, except for the older brother. He didn't get the talent.
Do you know the story why he couldn't go in?
Why?
He got pretty hurt, and then he became a lawyer.
Yeah. He's tall too.
That's
he looks like a
dad.
Yeah, he looks like a cross between Peyton and Eli, though. Kind of looks like both of them. But yeah,
but I'm not gonna watch it. It's worthless.
Yeah, it's too lame. They might as well wear dresses, from what I call it. They might as well have.
Why did Jeff? Are you gonna get YouTube TV?
Oh, you talking about the what's it called? The Sunday Ticket?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that.
You're gonna get it? I don't know. I've heard bad things about YouTube. Like, okay, so like my whole opinion on like I don't care if other people like go to streaming services and all that, but like there should be another like cable option. Like for example, like yesterday for me, I don't know if it was the same for you guys, but like the Thursday night football game, the only way I can usually watch those games is through Amazon Prime, which I need like my Roku for, so I can't just like turn on my TV like cable. I need like the actual streaming device. But last night I was able to watch it on Fox, and it was fine because it was just like the Amazon Prime broadcast. It was the broadcasting crew. It was Herb Street and Al Michaels. They had the same analyst crew that they usually have. So it was an Amazon Prime thing. They were just using Fox as a channel. But have you guys been able to watch the Thursday night games on cable?
I've watched some of them.
I
did
watched
watch
them
it
on
Thursday
Amazon
night.
Prime.
I
Prime
watched it on
Video.
Amazon Prime. I've watched the Monday night. I think I watched it on Hulu before. I watched some games on.
Okay.
Last year, I watched a little more on Hulu than I did this year because some games didn't even show up on Hulu or even Amazon Prime. So, my brother has a thing where he has us sharing it, his own Amazon Prime and Hulu, and we were able to. My dad, he's a Steelers fan.
Hey, for like last week, I tried watching it on the sites that we got, and they weren't working. So I was like, nah, screw it. I'll just watch it regularly on Fox.
Yeah. There's only one game I didn't see all the way. I only saw the first half, and we saw some of it. It was the I forgot what team. It was a game we won. I saw the first half. I watched it on the Discord, and then I couldn't see the second half. I had to watch it a little bit on I had to look at the Yahoo Sports to see the scores. I forgot what game that was. I don't know if it was the Houston Texans or I'm trying to remember, or it was the Broncos. I think it was the Broncos. I think. Yeah, it was a Bronco game. I think it was in Mile High. I didn't see the whole game to that one. Only the first half. It kind of sucked, because someone was live streaming the Discord, but then they logged out and the live stream died out, and I couldn't see the game. But it was sorry, but I still found a way to keep up with the score through Yahoo Sports. I've done that before. I mean, I remember even when I was young, in my about 25, 26 years old, went to helped my brother move in Fort Riley, Kansas, because he was stationed there back then, and I had to watch the game. I watched the game on my laptop, seeing the highlights of the Raiders. It was against the Chargers at that time. And of course, we lost that game, but it was a long time ago. But my brother, he could see the Chiefs game because he was Fort Riley, Kansas. Closer to KC and everything. But I actually been to KC before one airport, and and my brother picked me up from there, and I went on this triangle flight, flew to Tennessee on the way going home, and then all the way straight to California.
Nice.
I even been to St. Paul, Minnesota. I was wearing a Raider jersey there. Made a lot of Viking fans mad. They do not like us. They remember that Super Bowl.
Yeah. We stuck it to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully the Vikings win one sooner or later. But why don't we start talking about the Pro Bowlers, the Raiders that made the Pro Bowlers?
Oh yeah.
Let's go. We already know. Hey, let's talk about the snubs though. Who they snubbed?
Facts.
Our kicker, our punter, our left tackle.
Yeah, I think those guys should have made it. I actually kind of thought
Harmon
that
should have made it, to be honest, too.
I think Perryman should have made it.
Oh,
yeah,
there's
I think
some
he
good
should
middle linebackers that you can't pass.
Yeah,
up.
But Josh Jacob made it. Devontae Adams made it, and those guys, and Mad Max Crosby. Yeah, I think that you know what I think we had three. Let me see. Yeah, we only had two players last year, wasn't it? Two. It was just Mad Max and the punter. That was it.
And AJ.
No, Perryman too. My bad.
Yeah,
Perryman. And third and Renfro.
Oh yeah, Hunter Renfro. That's four players. Yeah. Yeah, we did. Yeah, Hunter Renfro did really good in the Pro Bowl. So did Mad Max. Yeah.
Mad Max won Defensive Player in the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, I mean he blocked a lot of passes and all that. They couldn't really tackle anybody. Which
so how's this game gonna even work? Like, are they gonna have different games, or is it?
Yeah, they have a bunch of like mini games, if you will, like kind of like a little like these fun little games. Like last year, they did like a catch contest where like you have to like whoever has the most stylish catch, like you try to catch with one hand or something, and whoever does the coolest,
But then they're gonna play that flag game, or is the flag game involved in this?
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna do those accurate quarterback or accuracy passes. We'll have to see. And whoever goes to, if Patrick Mahomes goes to Super Bowl, then there's either Derek Carr or Justin Herbert. One of the two could be an alternate. But but the reason why Derek Carr is not because his numbers aren't high, because the running.
Hey, Derek Carr's a top 10 quarterback.
He should go to the Pro Bowl, but as an alternate at least. But Justin Herbert, though, in his game, they don't run the ball that much.
Let me ask you guys this real quick. You guys think that Josh Jacobs would be the leading rusher when the season ends?
I think
he
so.
definitely has a shot at the rushing title. What is he like? I think he's like two.
He's like 2 away from 1,500 or
yeah, he's about 1,400. Yeah,
he's one good game away from.
Yeah, I think he could take it. I think he could take it and everything. I do.
Yeah,
I know Chubbs of the Browns. He's like behind him, but
Well, Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry's behind.
Derrick Henry is. Oh,
but
Derrick
he's
Henry.
still he's 200 yards behind Josh. So
yeah.
I mean, we're really Josh has a very good chance of making. I mean, once again, you just hope that Josh McDaniels doesn't park the bus and doesn't
or
stop
5.
shooting.
He's 5 from getting 15, and plus if he gets another 150, that puts him at 1545. And if he gets another, but the only team that I worry about the running is the Niners.
Well, the Niners are a good run stopper. The Chiefs, they don't stop the run very well.
No,
we ran on them before. We ran down their throats. They don't stop the run at all, very well at all. But, like the Chiefs, like I said, they always make up by just blitzing. They believe in putting pressure on the quarterback, making them go 3 and out. They don't stop the run, but if they know you're going to run, of course they're going to stop the run. They're not a team that just you could run on. They're just not consistent in stopping run. That's the problem with the Chiefs defense. But if they know you're going to run, they're going to stop it, if you're going to show run and all that, yeah, they're going to put their guys to stop the run, and they'll stop the run. They just aren't consistent though in run stopping. That's what people don't realize.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like for example, like you look at the remaining schedule. Yeah, like the Steelers is definitely a really good opportunity, at least for Josh individually, to really eat, to really have a good game. Although, like I said, apparently the way in which the Steelers scheme the run game against the Panthers, albeit that's not nearly as talented of a running back, they don't have nearly as talented a running back as Josh Jacobs, but they could make that the emphasis of the game plan, which will force the Raiders to move away from the run. But yeah, I mean, like for example, like by comparison, like the Titans' remaining schedule.
How much was the leading or how much was Derrick Henry, or wasn't Derrick Henry? No, Jonathan Taylor, wasn't it?
What?
JT was the leading rusher last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then Derrick Henry missed the second half of the season, and he still
he was injured. Yeah,
top 10 rusher.
Yeah. Hey, so next year for fantasy, don't be surprised if a lot of people snatch Jacobs.
Yeah.
Nobody thought of it for a while, but now they.
Nobody. JT is not all that, to be honest. With that Colts whole line, they're horrible.
Yeah, well, the Colts did have one of the best O lines in the NFL, but I guess it deteriorated or something. But we've had great O lines in the past, and then they would deteriorate to nothing, and then we come back and have a good O line again. But I think our O line is protecting a lot better. So there's a lot doing better run protecting than the past, but they did improve the pass protecting a little bit because of the run, But I still don't trust Luminor as our right tackle, though. I still don't. I have no trust in that. But there were some questionable plays we did in the past, and but we'll have to see. In this Pro Bowl thing, I do think Josh Jacobs will win the title. I could be wrong. Anything can happen, but he has a good chance at winning it. Very good chance. You know, but this flag football thing, it's just going to look so dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're doing the same thing like primetime and what's his name, the other Cowboy, Michael Irvin, where they coach teams and all that. It was
Mhm.
kind of like a kid game more than a Pro Bowl game. That's what it looked like to me. I mean,
Right.
they should not do that. It's just too dumb. And then play against your own players, like, hey, yeah, give me a touchdown. Oh wait, we're on different teams. Yeah, we're in the same team, but on the Pro Bowl team, we're on different teams. I mean, it's dumb. I think that was the next dumbest thing. Now, this is the dumbest of dumbest with the flag football. And Roger Goodell should just be fired for making this stupid thing. They need to fire him.
Yeah,
They
I
need,
mean, I don't know. Like I said, like it's just like players are now at the point. It's like the same thing with like college, not playing in the bowl games. I
yeah,
mean, obviously, like the unwritten rule is like unless you're in, uh, the college football playoff, unless you're in, unless you have a chance to
yeah,
win the national championship, you're not going to play. So, I mean, yeah, it's
yeah,
just it's the same kind of thing where like nobody wants to risk, something their body, and their body is like I
yeah,
said, that's the big asset when you're talking about an athlete,
yeah,
because once you're injury prone or once you
yeah,
have an injury, you're hurting your ability to make a profit. So
yeah,
um, it's tough. It's tough, but it's unfortunately it's a reality. Not just this sport, but any other sport. I mean,
yeah,
Draymond Green, obviously NBA player. He
yeah,
he said, I think right before the season started this year, he was talking about how basketball players are business people at this point. Like they're very,
Who, Draymond?
yeah. He said, yeah. He went out. It
Best
was just talking
defender.
Yeah, no, he's an elite defender for sure. Yeah, it's just because obviously a guy who's been in the league as long
yeah,
as he has understands that like it's trending that way where
yeah,
um the like I said, people are becoming businessmen. Like they're becoming
yeah,
really sensitive about like I said, meaningless games like that, or what they perceive to be meaningless games. I mean, and don't get me
yeah,
wrong, I also grew up in an era where the Pro Bowl, it was fun. It was still kind of like a joke, but like it was still like real
yeah,
football. Like people had the helmets on, all that good stuff. But
yeah,
unfortunately, things are changing now, and people are very sensitive about risking injury and things of that nature. So it's tough. It's just kind of like, and honestly, like the way to think about the Pro Bowl now is more of just an honor, like the fact that you're
yeah,
given this honor, like it means you're a lead at your position.
Hey
That's
Jeff, I
yeah.
just got a quick question. I know
yeah.
you're a Brooklyn Nets fan. How's little Curry doing? You know what I'm talking.
He's honestly, Seth is recently he hasn't been doing that well. He's been seeing his minutes
I just picked him up in fantasy.
kind of decrease. Yeah, it's so because honestly, what it is like
I
their coach
dropped
right now.
Kevin Hunter on an accident, so that's
You
why I
dropped
said
Kevin
before,
Herter.
huh?
You dropped Kevin Herter.
On an accident, I was trying to swap him out, so hopefully no motherfucker picks him up, man.
That's a mistake, dude.
But I'm still blowing you out, Jeff.
Oh,
Me
my
and
team.
Ross
Don't
are
get me
team.
started on my team, dude. My team's garbage. So Cortez, while I have you here, why don't we talk about your other topic that you brought up? Does cornerback Tyler Hall deserve the extension that was just given to him?
I
So you want
think
to get started on
since
that?
minor, he's only been here for how many weeks?
I think it's
Since
only been a couple. It hasn't been very long at all.
Denver, I believe. He played in the Seahawks game because dumb trash Damian Arnett's little brother, Anthony Averett, got hurt. Man, I was talking shit to him when he was going back to the locker room. I'm like, what now? Your turf toe now? Now your toes hurt? and he just walked. He didn't. So
Well, I'm pretty
him,
sure you're the only one saying some shit too.
but Hall is a sneaky pickup that we got in. Isn't he undrafted? I believe. I think he was undrafted player, if I'm not mistaken. He's a good. He's played. You know,
Yeah.
the two players that I get mixed up with, Jeff, is him and Sidney Jones.
Oh yeah. So yeah, whatever
Because
happened to
because
Jones never
Sidney
practiced
Jones is
yet?
number 31 or 37.
Right.
So each time, because Sidney Jones has long hair too.
Right.
One time I
Yeah.
thought it was Sidney Jones, but it was him on the play.
Right. Okay.
What do you guys feel?
Well, to me, he's a marginal player. If they give him a small extension, it doesn't mean anything. But if they give him a
He got
big,
his extension for a year, like $1 million. They already gave
oh,
it to him.
that's small. That's tiny. That's
But
not
I
real.
rather
But
take him. To be honest, I rather take him over Amik Robinson any day.
yeah, well, yeah, Omika's small though. I mean, he's a great tackler, but he's small. He's built like a running back to me. You know, like because he's got a thick body. You know, he's like stout, but he's just not a good. He's not a good coverage guy. I think he's zone coverage. That's what he is, a zone coverage DB. And yeah, it was an unfair advantage of him against Keenan Allen. You can't really blame him for that because being 5'8", going up against a 6'3" wide receiver, that's a super disadvantage. And Amik Robertson played good coverage with Keenan Allen, but it didn't matter. Keenan Allen was taller, and he just caught the ball right in front of him.
Trey Hall is 5'10", 190. He's all right to play the slot.
Yeah, not as short as 2 inches short as Mick Robertson. I like tall DBs overall. I don't like short DBs.
I couldn't believe that I'm 1 inch taller than him.
Yeah, I'm only 5'9", close to 5'10".
I'm almost 5'10".
Yeah, with shoes on, I'm almost 5'10". With boots on, I'm 5'10". But without my boots on shoes, I'm 5'9".
Sam Webb is doing good too.
Yeah, Sam Webb's okay, but I don't trust him as a starting DB. I would rather have him as either at best a nickelback than a outside corner too.
Answer? What do you think, Jeff?
About Tyler Hall?
Tyler Hall, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, so over his last 4 games, he's had 11 tackles, a pass defense, the quarterback hitting a tackle for loss. So obviously he's all over the place. That's something that you really like to see from just defense.
Didn't he get a strap fumble or what was that?
Oh
no, a sack. A sack. It was the sack.
He had a QB hit.
Yeah.
Did he get that sack? He should have got the sack.
Yeah.
It might have been one of those where, like, I think that's what we're talking about. Yeah, that quarterback hit is probably where he made contact and probably led to
because Chandler. Let's say this again. Chandler Jones made that play happen. If it wasn't for Chandler, the quarterback would have never went in.
And they actually burnt Trent Brown a little bit. I couldn't believe that. I always say that Trent Brown.
If you set up a certain way against Trent Brown, you just bull rush him over.
It's really hard to bull rush him. The best way to go after Trent Brown is to go around him, or fake like you're going to go around him, and then go on the inside. Then he's all looking like I'm going outside, and then he leaves you wide open to go after the quarterback. That Trent Brown, the only thing bad about him is he's not very quick with his feet. He's got long arms and a big body, and anybody that tries to go body to body with him, about 90% of the time they're not going to win that battle. I mean, he's bodied guys like Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack, even Joey Bosa. I mean, he's a monster truck sometimes, but unless Bill Belichick has him on a high carb clam chowder or something, so he doesn't get too fat, or they just gave him liposuction. I remember I made a little thing because we got rid of him. It was a long time ago on Facebook, and I had John Green like Free Willy, and then I had put Trent Brown's head on the orca. I said, "Get the fuck out of here, you fat bastard," or something. It was funny. I put that on there. People put a lot of funny likes on that though, but I think Trent Brown, he just didn't want to be the Raiders. I know people are saying, yeah, because of that whole thing where he had medical problems, and their medical staff messed him around. But I don't know. I still say, like, even if they mess you up, it ain't the player or the players that messed you up around. When you give up on them, it puts a bad taste in Raider fans like us in our mouth when you give up. I understand, like, you got messed around with medical crew or whatever, but it's not the player's fault. But
Yeah.
I still like to do is get more DBs though in the draft, or look at DBs in the draft, later draft. If Keely Ringo is available in the first round, I wouldn't be shocked if we get him. But I'm thinking could be between defensive line or maybe wide receiver. I don't think we're going to get a tackle. I think if we get a tackle, it won't be in the first round. I think we might go tackle in the second or third round, maybe. But because I think that Ziegler and Josh McDaniels, they like to get steal players more than a player that's ready right now. And plus, we got our starting lineman already, so he'll go for developmental players like an offensive tackle in the draft later. But I'd go wide receiver, or I'd go corner or linebacker, or even defensive tackle. But I think defensive tackle might not be there. I don't know if we're going to go because of Tillery that we picked up from the Chargers. I think they might not go there. Plus, we already drafted 2 tackles this year anyway.
Yeah, it's just it seems like a guy like Paris Johnson, because we're sort of, once again, in terms of trends, things starting to change, in the NFL at large. It seems like a lot of offensive linemen are being valued more and more to the point where they're going to be more seen, as first round picks. So I think a guy like Paris Johnson, he could arguably be one of the best tackles coming out of this draft. So I think it's definitely possible. Obviously there are going to be teams who are going to take, the Bryce Youngs and the CJ Strouds, things of that nature, because obviously those are guys you build teams around. But, going back to that Derek Carr conversation, if the Raiders are going to stick with Derek Carr, move forward with him, not trade him or anything of that, anything of that nature, then I think like a pick like Paris Johnson makes sense because, like I said, the guy's 6'7". That is, that's definitely that height alone is definitely very attractive, from the standpoint of, an offensive guy like McDaniels. I think there's a lot to work with there. Like I said, he's anchored, really good offense in Ohio State this past year. So, I don't know.
He's looked at as a 16th pick, but if you get a guy like him, and you said he was under 300 pounds and he's 6'7", they'll probably want him to gain weight to be about 315 or 320 pounds. Because you remember Colt Miller, he was about 315. And everything. He gained weight. He gained 10 pounds, and he weighs 325, 6'8", and everything. We're not expecting him to be like Trent Brown, weigh like 380 pounds, but but there wasn't a tackle that I thought we should have got this year. Went to the Ravens, and that he was the guy from Minnesota. He went to the Ravens. He had a Samoan name.
What has he done?
Well, he's a rookie.
Has not played. That must mean something. At least Mumford, a 7th rounder, has played.
Well, like I said, I think he's more of a.
Let me tell you this: I'll take Thayer Munford over that Australian player. He was not that great.
He's Australian. I think he's a Polynesian, but he's lives in Australia.
He's from Australia. He is not that great.
Yeah.
He's not that great. You would have to. That's why you haven't seen him play with Baltimore. If he was that great, he would have been starting. Look, a 7th rounder and Thayer Munford went from 7th round to being a starting right tackle for a couple games. And they used him in the jumbo offense when they do run plays. Have you seen that
Yeah.
with that tackle? No.
They
That's
mostly
why
run the
they made the
ball.
right decision by taking Theo Mumford in the late round.
Well, like I said, he was late. He was meant to be a third or fourth round pick. I thought he could have been a steal, but it depends. Everything changes. If he's healthy,
Let
he's
me
a
even
big
see if
guy.
he's on their active roster.
Yeah,
Doubt
he's a
it.
big guy. He's like Trent Brown exactly. He's like 5 foot, 5'8", no 6'8". He's 6'7", 6'8". About
Yeah, big guy.
365 pounds. Big guy.
But I
But yeah,
would.
I mean, you put that guy right there, and then someone's going to try to run him over. Ain't going to happen. I mean, you could put like a fullback like right next to him to make sure he don't fall or something, fall forward or something. Like he pulls
He's
on him with his weight.
6'8". He's 6'8",
300.
380. That's over. That's too much. You
Yeah.
can't move quick enough with that.
Well, Trent Brown weighed that much before too.
That's why he's a backup.
Yeah. Well, maybe they could
And
do is
most likely he's always inactive.
maybe he should be on one of those Slim Fast things or whatever. Not Slim Fast. What is it? Nutrisystem with low carb cheeseburgers or something. Or something, With Trent Brown, they had low carb clam chowder for him or something. But he's a big guy. I like the size.
They rather go as a backup for left tackle. They rather go with a guard.
Yeah, right now I think with tackles probably it's in the 11th pick range, so it's kind of like in our
And
range.
the only reason that he's getting onto the active roster is because of James, or what's it?
Andre James.
No, from Baltimore. But he came from Miami and he played 1 year. Jamal Walu James, he's an offensive tackle. He was supposed to be their right tackle, but he got hurt.
Yeah. So what would you guys think if we got Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State, the cornerback?
I don't have them links. Yeah, what's Dustin doing?
Oh, dang, I didn't see the thing where
Yeah, Jeff. Shit.
Oh, there it is.
You guys are done over there?
All right, let's go, baby.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, I was watching you the whole time.
Yeah,
Hey.
sorry, man. I just wanted to go over there and talk for a little bit and frickin', just get out there and see, put our channel out on other people's things, man. So appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. We went over my topic right now. Let me just ask you, how do you feel about Paul?
About who?
I'll pick him over. Actually, on the
Hey, give me 1 second. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna leave and come right back. Let me get my mic on. Hold on.
All right.
Okay.
I still take Hall over Amik.
Yeah, he's 2 inches taller.
Yeah, that makes a lot of difference, though, doesn't it, Rudy? As a slot.
Yeah.
Because look who you go against
nickel,
in the slot. You go against like Third and Renfro, the same height as you.
Yeah.
But then you put Amik in. I don't know why the heck they put Amik in the outside.
Yeah, he doesn't do well outside. Because what did that Keelan Allen do? He just caught the ball right in front of him. Even though I know Mick Robbins showed some skill, but he was too short. He couldn't. He covered him really good, but it was an unfair advantage. You're not going to win a match with a guy that's 5'8" against a guy that's 6'3". It's an unfair advantage. I know I played. I don't know if I covered someone super tall playing football, but I covered someone super tall playing basketball, and it's not easy trying to check a guy that's 6'3". And I did that, but I was in my prime. I was at my best. I was in my 20s. I was agile, quick, and I barely tipped the ball. Against a 6'3" tall guy. and I checked him just barely, because he was trying to lay it up against me.
Yeah, yep.
What was it?
Basketball. I put long time ago.
Troy Hall, I will take him over Amik Robinson any day.
Who's Troy Hall?
I think he means Tyler Hall.
Tyler. Tyler's nice. I mean, he's done pretty well. He's done pretty good since he's come in. I mean, let's be real. Ever since Tyler Hall and frickin' Hillary has come to this team, our team's gotten way better all around defensively just between those two players. So you can see an obviously big increase right out of there just from them. So
yeah, we were like about dead last in defense.
Yeah, I think we're like 24 now, 24.
Yeah, that's a big change.
With the immaculate fucking defensive catch. Yep.
Yeah. We were talking about I was talking about.
And let's go on that turnover that Amik returned. That was all luck too.
Oh, Harmon was the one that punched that ball out.
It was mostly Harmon, and going back to return, that was luck.
Hey, it don't matter. Harmon gets that ball.
This whole season, bro.
Thank you, and just run it.
What has Amik Robinson done really this whole season?
What tackling? He's a tackler. He's a good tackler. That's what he is.
Yeah, I would use him as a safety and lurk him if it was me, man. If you move him to the safety and lurk him, man, you get more. You're going to become more dangerous with him because of the fact that he's able to free roam. He's always keeping somebody in front of him. The problem when you play him at corner is he got to keep that guy in front of him, and then even if he keeps him in front of him, he doesn't have the height. I mean, I can't express this a lot. Like. Even over on the other show just now, like they say, like, oh, Waller, he's not, not going to get in and out of a route or not. Hey, listen, you don't have to get in and out of a route because if you're a contested catch player like Calvin Johnson, Drake London, players like that, you just need to go up for balls, dude. When you got a 6'2" receiver that can only get up, let's just say, for instance, that 6'2" receiver can only jump 10 feet, but on the other hand, you got Waller that can jump 12. There's a big difference when those type of plays come down into the end zone, dude. Imagine if you're sitting there with Jalen Brown, dude, at a 5'10" fucking linebacker. I mean, come on, dude. He can out jump that dude standing up, And there's plenty of pictures where Waller's way up in the air over the freaking goalpost catching balls.
To be honest, I think they should move Waller to the right receiver too.
Dude, you don't have to have you don't have to be the greatest in and out of breaks. He's got height on his side that goes, it's one or the other. You're smaller body guy that's short and getting in and out. You're a 6'2", 5'10" guy that gets in your breaks and gets out of those. Bigger players, like, not every guy's going to be like Calvin, but let's be real. Waller has the capability to be it. He runs a 4.40, man. I mean, if he covers 40 yards in 4.4 seconds, I don't care how long, he's covering it in that time regardless. So he's going to get up and get off of people. So for me, I like I said, I think Waller benefits us more.
How much more inches? 4 inches taller than a DB
corner?
Fuck
at 6'2". Most DBs are 6 foot. 6 foot.
Yeah.
Like, you got a few dudes right now that are 6'4", but it's like 2-3 dudes in the whole NFL.
The only one that I know of is
6'3".
Tariq Woolen, that's 6'4".
Oh, I don't know. Yeah,
and
same with the dude over there. I thought the dude over there with the Ravens is 6'4" too. Frickin'.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Humphrey. He's 6. Yeah, Humphrey.
No, it's the dude they drafted. Frickin'.
But Humphrey's a tall receiver too.
What is the safety over there in the Ravens? The safety, the rookie safety that they drafted. I think he's 6'4" too.
Kyle Hamilton. Yeah,
Hamilton.
6'4".
Yeah, I think he's 6 foot.
So they drafted her. Let's go to this again.
Safeties are supposed to be tall, though.
So, like I was telling Rudy right now, I'm happy that we took Deere Munford that gets playing time and set up the one from the Australian. What's his name?
He's from
Daniel
Minnesota Gopher.
Or some shit.
Falele. Yeah, Daniel Falele.
Oh yeah, Falele.
I'm happy with Deere Munford more than him.
Falele is a failing grade, dude. He was graded at like 38, so he was a failing grade.
But he's overweight. That's the problem, Dustin.
The thing about Munford was actually projected in the higher rounds in the second, third round originally. The problem that he fell down was because one, he went another year, and not only that, when he went the next year, in any regular year, you're going to have about 600 to 700 draftees. And that year, they had 1,400 because of the COVID and uneligible players during that time. So that year when he was drafted, there were 1,400 people in there, and still picked up in the 7th round. So that's pretty good.
And I have the feeling he's gonna outplay. He's gonna outplay him because Baltimore doesn't even use him. They took out this offensive tackle from Denver that they got this year. He's on IR, but then they throw somebody else. Wouldn't you think if you got a 3rd round, 2nd rounder, you would have threw him in to start as a rookie?
I think right now Josh and them are doing pretty good with where they're at, because I think if the guy that you picked up from Denver, fucking
my boy Muti,
Muti fucking. So Muti, you pick up him. He's a really good guard, and look, if he can compete against Alex Barr, dude, and fucking play at a high level, he was graded 2nd guard over there in the Denver just a few years ago. So it's not like the guy just forgot how to play. They just changed the scheme and it don't fit him. So I think if he comes here and you put a guy like Munford, that's a tall body dude that can get his arms out and push off a dude because he has good fucking arm movement, then I think that's kind of where you want to be, because with the guard right there, he's a fucking mauler. That's what he does. It doesn't matter about him having length, because he's going to be mowing dudes over.
Andre James is going into, wouldn't this be his 4th year now? Or not, he's in his 4th.
Yeah.
Or was last year his 4th
What about him?
No, to help with the O linemen on both sides.
I think he plays pretty good already. I mean, fuck, I haven't heard. Look,
but
the first year, he just came in last year. Did he get that contract last year?
He got a contract, I think, last year.
Yeah, last year he became a starter.
So, long story short, in his first year, he was over snapping the ball. He was fucking doing a little few things. People talk mad shit. Nobody's even brought him up this year. You know?
And the thing, I think he's by next year, by his 3rd year starting, he's going to get down the signal telling the O lineman where to be at the right time. That's the only thing that he...
Hey, this is what I would do if I was the Raiders. I would quit fucking around with the dudes on our fucking team, and I'd draft out 2 motherfuckers that know what they're doing. And I would go right guard, right tackle on C. Munford is just a plus, dude. If he sits back on the back line for the next 2 years and gets seasoned and plays well, then more of a plus to us.
That jumbo tight end, bring him in for that.
Yeah. What we need is consistency at the guard and we need consistency at the guard and at the
right tackle.
Right tackle.
To be honest, I don't want to. I rather see if Bars could play tomorrow and Parham can't play, I would put Moody on the left. That's better than Meredith and Grusso. What have they done?
I would go to the right, man. Listen, Parham's most likely going to play. So let's just say the worst scenario is Alex Barr doesn't play. Parham's going to play his left guard. I'd play Moody. That's what I would do. Let's just be real. Let's be real. If he got Meredith or fucking what's his name, Gru or fucking what's that Grusso? Fucking center, Grusso. If you have either one of them in there, we're failed. We failed. We really failed. You really just gave up Cotton and fucking Simpson, and you're playing these 2 motherfuckers. Hell no.
But to be honest, I'd rather take I'd rather take Muti over Cotton.
I mean, I would like to see. So again, I wouldn't. Look, I would say that if I seen him play. I have yet to see him play. I'm just going off what I've seen him do in the past. Again, that's another deal with Tom Brady shit. What a guy done in the past. People do progress in football, dude. And there is stories where people who played really good and just fell the fuck off the face of the earth. So what I would do is be like, we got 3 games left. Let's see where that guy is. And if he knows it, then I would be like, all right, let's take and move him. But this is what I say about Carr, and this is what I'll say about dudes on the line and everything. Don't replace a guy until you know the fucking guy can do the job as good as him or can win just as much as him or play at a level like him. Like, just take a guy and replace him because you think you're hurting your team, man. Like, I would be like, hey, we have 3 games left. If we fucking win out, dude, we can go. And the best option if a bar ain't there would be Moody to me. I personally think. But again, does he know the system? Does he know the calling? Does he know the way? There's a lot to do, man, in fucking just 3 games.
And that's why I say for this game, if Bars does not play, this is when Andre James can be the veteran to help Moody out, a new player in, to help him, like, you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, get him into rhythm, perfect timing, do this, do that.
Yeah. I think with Andre James, he's actually blocked a lot better than under the zone blocking offense, and he's a much better run blocker. That's what I think. When we had Rodney Hudson, he was a zone blocking center, and then we decided to wash our hands of him, and then, well, not wash our hands. He wanted out, but so we traded him. And Andre James stepped in. He struggled a little bit, and then the next year he was doing better. And then he's playing even better under Josh McDaniels. I mean, I said this, there's pros and cons about Josh McDaniels. His pros is he makes that offense better, on the running game and a little bit in the passing game. But the con is, as an offensive guru, is that he experiments and makes unnecessary plays, And
I read that we're the 9th best offensive line right now, even with 17 line changes. Did you guys see this? It says it says Titans QB Ryan Tannehill made a stealth mission down to Alabama to have ankle surgery with hopes of returning in Week 18.
Oh.
But that's
that's not going to get it for Titans. I think they'll win their division, but they're going to play like they don't belong, I don't see them winning their division. They got an easy, weak division,
Hey, that may be a flop now. If how many wins do they got?
Who?
The Texans. Let me see.
Texans may give them an L. With Malik Willis out there.
Who are they playing?
Malik. They're playing Tennessee with Malik Willis. Malik Willis has not looked great.
I mean, they're not gonna win, dude.
Yeah,
I'll tell you right now, they're not fucking winning.
If they win, it's just because they not feed the ball to Derrick Henry. That's the only way they win. If they feed it to Derrick Henry, that's the only possible ability. But because Derrick Henry, he's a tank, and they just
we said the Colts and the Titans, right? Is that what we said?
We're saying what the record was between the Titans and the Colts, I think. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the Colts in that game, man. I mean, Nick Foles got way better chance than fucking Malik Willis, man. Malik Willis is trash, bro. Like, he's fucking trash. I hate that guy, dude. 2 good passes in the combine. Man, two passes down the sideline. That fool was overthrowing dudes by 15 yards in slant routes, bro.
Yeah.
In slant routes out there, he was overthrowing those fools by like 15 yards in the combine. He's trash. Dude's garbage.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, I think the Titans are going to, let me see where the Titans are at. Oh, actually, they're not far from Jacksonville. Jacksonville could take the spot from them. Jacksonville's 7-8 and Tennessee 7-7. So, it's possible that the Jacksonville could win the division, maybe. The only teams that have 0 chance would be Indianapolis and the Houston Texans. But
but in a way, that's what we would want.
Yeah,
that's in a way, that's kind of what we'd want is Jacksonville to win the division, and then that drops the Tennessee Titans down and out.
Yeah,
that would make our odds better in that chance if we were going to go to if people were serious about going to the playoffs.
But we need the Chargers to lose. That's might be asking too much.
You wouldn't need them. You wouldn't need the Chargers. I think you'd more realistically need the Dolphins.
Dolphins and Jets.
No, the Dolphins, because the Dolphins are
that's a tough team.
The Dolphins are going to be the 6th or 7th. They're going to be the 7th.
Well, because they lost to
seed.
They lost to the since they lost to the Chargers, and if they have the same record, that would make them below the Chargers.
Yeah,
Because the
and
Chargers
this
did beat
is
'em.
we already beat the Chargers, so that's going to be tied. Then it's going to go off of points, and I think we beat them by 7 when it was 5. So I think we have the lead by
Who?
2. So I think we would win that break because of the points. And then
We need New
outside of
England.
that,
We need
well,
New
what you would
England and the
want,
Jets to lose too.
which can very well happen because they're all playing divisional teams right there. They're playing the Bills and the fucking Bills and Dolphins. And that's where the Dolphins, it's more likely that the Dolphins lose 2 games because they're going to play the Bills and the Patriots. And then who's their third team? Is the third team Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Who are they playing this week?
I can't remember. I think it's, I don't want to say. I don't.
Let me check.
Just look up their who they played the last 3 games.
Well,
I just
Houston
think
and
when you're
Texans,
looking at the
Titans.
Chargers with them getting Keelan Allen and Mike Williams and their offense back, and then you're looking at their
They play
schedule.
Green Bay. Miami plays Green Bay. And I have
think
Green
Miami-
Bay beating them.
I think
me too.
you have Green Bay beating Miami
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Yep.
Chargers against the Colts, man. I don't like that.
Are they
either.
playing in Miami or are they playing in Green Bay?
They're playing in Miami.
Hell no. I ain't fucking taking
Hey, bro, you know Christian Watson.
Dude, yeah, it's like saying Christian Watson is better than Tyreek Hill and fucking Jalen Waddle. Like, no fucking way.
Hey, but you got
Aaron
to
Rodgers
remember, they got
is
some
just a
good
better
DBs
quarterback,
over there.
Hey, I don't that what?
They got some good DBs. They got Alexander and they got what's his name that used to play for us.
One, Alexander ain't keeping up with Tyreek Hill. So that's not gonna happen. Tyreek or Waddle. Waddle and Tyreek gonna blow right past that fool, dude. Like,
yeah, if you double team Tyreek Hill, then Waddle
those guys are gonna become liability because you're gonna have to play your safeties over the
but-
top in that game because he's not keeping
But
foot
if they
for foot
bring
with
that
him.
pressure too, Dustin, you just gotta think.
I mean, Miami got a pretty good
Yeah.
defense too, man. They're not slouching.
Yeah.
Don't forget they
let's go
beat
back to
Buffalo
Green
right
Bay
in the beginning of
again.
the season. And
I
we're
think
talking about
Buffalo's
Green
got-
Bay with a depleted ass team. I mean, I don't know if I'm willing to say that Aaron Rodgers can go into Miami with them having all their receivers, the halfbacks, and Rodgers got to go win with fucking what is it? Fucking Lazar and frickin' Watson.
it's not enough.
Man, that's tough as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm taking Miami. Like, if they should play right, Miami should win that game. Not even a debate. Miami got the better offense. They have better defense, in my opinion. I mean, you got fucking Xavier Howard and fucking Byron Jones. You're talking about their fucking corner over there.
Byron
fucking,
Jones is inactive.
I mean, they still got a good team over there. They got good edge rushers. They got good fucking D linemen. Christian Wilkerson, dude. I mean, go look at that 6'5" DN that's coming off that edge right now.
What are you doing tomorrow night, Dustin?
Fuck, probably Christmas Eve, huh?
I thought you were gonna go.
Fuck, you think my woman's gonna fucking want to go? You already know. You already heard that shit before. She ain't. You already know what she'll fucking do. So. Fuck her go crazy over here.
I want to check what.
But I mean, like I said, I just think, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Damn, games start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. 10 a.m.
Well, we start
at 5:15.
Yeah, in the evening time.
The thing that gets boring, I guess, is like, you know, we come on here and we debate like we're a team, right? So we sit here and we say like, oh man, if we would only do this, and if we would only do this, and we'd only do this, right? But look, from the get-go that our team didn't want to do that because I can name multiple occasions where we should have. If Josh thought coming into this season that we were a fucking playoff team, right? Let's just say Josh thought we playoff team. Why at every single time that a player went down or we lost a fucking player of need, why didn't he try to go out and trade for one? Never tried to trade for a cornerback, never tried to trade for a wide receiver. There were multiple of them on the market. He could have fucking traded for multiple of them. But look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia want to go win that fucking Super Bowl, and every single time a player comes available at any fucking place in need, and even when they got badass players all the way across the board, they still picking up big name people. And we over here talk about, oh, the Raiders are playoff team, and oh, if Josh is only called this, and only if the defense, motherfuckers, they didn't want to be there in the first place. They never tried to make that move. They never tried to better the team, and they still ain't. And you're going to bring out Waller out here, and we're going to go into this game that we should win. And just like I've said, don't be surprised we go up 17, 21 points and just fall the fuck off face of the earth, because it's intentional. It's intentional. It doesn't matter when people say that, oh, but look at the play calling that failed. Listen, if you go into the fucking game and Devontae got 3 receptions for 74 yards against Jalen Ramsey's ass, and then you come back out and you go into the second half and you target the fucking guy 2 fucking times and never target him again. If John Gruden was here, he would tell Devontae, you about to feast on that motherfucker. You about to feast on that boy, and he about to fucking remember it. Like, Gruden's going to make sure that they remember that shit, dude. They're not going to go in there and just not fucking do shit. And I'm tired of, like, going in and having conversations about, well, if they do, they don't want to. They don't want to fucking do it. I can go draw up 10, 15 fucking plays of this season where the defense called plays the opposite of the play they should call. And you're telling me that you went through college, you went through all these NFL years, you've been in all these teams, and you're calling the fucking play like that. That's not intentional, man. How come there's 2 plays in this season that we've had Renfro and Adams run in, and now we had Waller and Adams run in crucial points of the game at the very last point in the last part of the game? Both of those games. And then let's go over to the defense. How come in the fucking Cardinal game did they play off in the end zone where Kyler Murray about run your ass right down through the middle of that bitch and go score a touchdown? But in the Rams game, we fucking played press. 25 fucking yards. We pressed in that point. But in Kyler's deal, we played off. Like, that shit's not coincidence, man. At certain key points in the game, it's just not coincidence, dude. Like, you don't fuck. Those plays are intentional. That's intentionally play called like that, dude. Like, I can't even go over it, and I'm tired of going over it, that any team would have called cover 3 quarters played off fucking and stop that shit. Our team does not want to fucking win, dude. And we're going to go in this game, and we should win this damn game easily. I believe we have the better team all around and the quarterback. So, I mean, these fucking guys, I don't know, man.
What?
I just think, like, our fucking team, it just gets annoying as hell, you know? Fucking.
Look at our offense. We should be in the top 10 overall on offense. But
we're 9th. We have the 9th best offense right now.
I don't know. Man, they show us a good half, but, like, it flip-flops. Like the first half could be good, and then the second half is just crap. And then vice versa. We could be crap in the first half and then come back and score. Like, let's talk about the Seattle game. When Carr got injured and then Stidham came in for a little bit, then Carr came back in. And then we're playing like crap the first half, to be honest. I seen that shit in my first 2 eyes. Like, I was getting emotional.
Yeah, but here's another thing, right? If the team sucks so bad, if our offense and the way that they play call and all this sucks so bad, because this is what they want you to believe. But here, let's just go over a few facts real quick. How come Derek Carr is the second leading quarterback in the NFL with 2+ more touchdowns per game? He has 10. Carr has 10 games with 2+ touchdowns. He ranks second on that list. He's second on that list, dude. How come he's ranked 6th or 8th at fucking touchdowns with 24 right now? I think he's ranked 6th overall. How come that he's fucking 11th or 12th in passing, dude, at 3,300 yards with only 1 receiver? How come Devontae Adams is about to break 2 fucking NFL records for the Raiders in passing and touchdowns in the first fucking season? How is all that possible?
And then let's throw Jacobs in. Jacobs is the leading rusher, and supposedly our offense is lagging. There's something going on behind the scenes.
You got 2 fucking quarters of football, dude, and they're doing that.
If they're playing all out, they would be playing even better. but it's not the players. It's like you said, it's Josh McDowell. He's not going all
Hey, let's
out.
go look at this. Let's look at this. People think that fucking Aaron Rodgers better, Tom Brady's better, all these other guys are better. Why has Carr got more touchdowns than them and just as equal interceptions? The motherfuckers don't want to fucking look at that shit. They want to be blind to that shit. They want to be like, oh, well, Carr's not. Listen, Carr doing better in fucking damn near the whole majority of this whole NFL. Don't forget that if a player's sitting up in the top, let's make sure that he's up there for passing and playing quarterback, not be rushing yards. You know, just because a guy may be up in an area, man, it may be because of the way that they're running the team. Carr over here doing it with just two damn dudes. He's doing it with two fucking dudes all year long, dude. Like, and again, like I said, Devontae Adams, right? If our offense sucked and Carr sucked, how come Devontae is the only player in the NFL that got 2+ touchdowns and 100-yard games 4 times in the NFL already this year? The next team is only 2. There's only 2 fucking dudes that's even got 2 games like that. And Devontae got 4. You know, you don't got shit team or shit players or shit deal when you're putting up points like that. Like that's not what it is they put it. Listen. Carr is putting up those stats. Devontae is putting up those stats. Jacobs is putting up those stats. And 2 quarters. And 2 fucking quarters. Let's just say 3. Let's just give them benefits of the doubt and just say, hey man, they're playing 3 quarters of football and they're putting that up. There's other teams out there that are playing 4 fucking quarters, slaving in and out every single fucking play, every single fucking game where people are like, oh, they're playing so phenomenal. Well, guess what? Carr doing the same fucking thing. You guys just ain't looking at it that way. Just biased as fuck, dude. Like, it's insane. It's insane. I've said this and I'll keep saying this. Quit fucking, everybody just quit talking about Brady. Brady passed his fucking prime, dude. The dude got roster-ass fucking team over in the Bucs, dude. He ain't winning shit. He got an 8th overall defense. Usually when Tom Brady got the 8th overall defense, they win Super Bowls. That's how it's been his whole entire history. 8th overall, he's going to get the dub. He's getting the Super Bowl ring. Promise you that. But they don't look like that's going to happen. And I said, if we were going to switch off our quarterback, I'd rather go Aaron Rodgers over Tom Brady, hands down, not even a debate. So,
yeah. And, you know, Aaron Rodgers ain't going nowhere. They gave him a big contract. And that's what I was talking about before, the Derek Carr haters. And they said, oh, we need to get rid of him. I'm like, okay, who are you going to replace him with? They have no answer for that. I was on Mitchell Rentz's YouTube channel. There's Derek Carr haters. I like to challenge him a little bit. I said, who are you going to replace? How are you going to replace Derek Carr? Are you going to do it with the draft picks? Because those guys, they're not going to be right now. You don't know what you're going to get into them. Maybe you're going 50-50, you know, rolling the dice with these guys.
Listen, there's only one quarterback, in my opinion, that will change, that can take his job and probably be better at it, and it's Aaron Rodgers. There's not a doubt in my mind. I believe if Rodgers comes here, we will play way better with Rodgers than we do Carr. Not a doubt in my mind. Rodgers is more accurate. He's more consistent. He's more mobile. Naturally, every single fucking play. If we're going to be real about talking about a player, Aaron Rodgers would make the team better instantly. He's the only guy. He's the only guy in the NFL, I would say, that can do that. In college, you don't know. There's no way that you can sit here and say, well, if I get C.J. Stroud, he's going to win more than Carr. Bullshit. Carr got most NFL fourth quarter comebacks, man. No, you're not doing that. And you're not going to go in there and fucking win games just like that. We've done that shit. Don't forget, we tried that shit for like 15 years. That shit did not work, dude. Like, it fucking fell flat on our face for a long time, dude. So, like I say, dude, if it was me, there's only one fucking quarterback. And he already said he would play here. He said it right out of his fucking own mouth. He would play here. So, I'm just saying, there's only one quarterback that makes sense. And I'm not trying to pay him $50 million. And if we pay him $50 million, our team's gonna suck just as bad as it does, if not worse. And not only that, if you cut Carr, you think you're saving money, motherfucker. Now you gotta give him $20 more million on top of what you give him Carr. So screw that shit. Yeah. But long story short, he's the only guy I can see that I would do it for.
Aaron Rodgers, you know, I don't know. I'd say he's a replacement. We can make an argument. They're at the level. He's a veteran quarterback. He's a winner. He's taken playoffs. But he didn't do it all alone. He did it with the coaches that worked with him.
Nah, hell no. I think our deal is probably more. I think Josh would. If he had Josh McDaniels with Aaron Rodgers, I think he would be fucking just fine. And again, dude, you turn our team to a 60-40 because you're going to use him for a pass more than you are Jacobs, and that's better. That's fucking better in my opinion because you're saving on your halfback because you don't have a backup halfback right now. And this is where people got to start thinking about, man. Like, you got Sincere McCormick on the line, dude. If the Patriots are going their way, dude, unless Josh wants to take X amount of money, dude, or not, like, you can just pretty much see them, tag them and trade them, dude. Like, tag and trade would probably be what will happen. That would probably make more sense because you have to clear roster space. All of a sudden now you got fucking 10 players on offense that got hella high contracts. You got 2 fucking players on defense. Your team's not going to work like that. It doesn't work like that, dude. Like, if you were to say quarterback, fucking wide receiver, halfback, dude, that was your trio of fucking like main depth, and then he fucking switched over and you were like fucking DN middle linebacker and corner for your 3 on defense, that would make more sense, dude. Split up the money, start building around those motherfuckers, dude. Like, when you're favoring one side fucking 10 dudes, 10 major contracts, and the other side only fucking 2, like that doesn't even make sense. So to me, I think the Patriots need to do, I say the Patriots, fucking Ziegler and them need to fucking break the team down. Like, they need to break the fucking team down. And listen, we can go back and forth about saying that, hey, when Gruden was here, this is what worked, and with these players, because I'll say that, because that's what I believe. I believe that when Gruden had these exact same players, listen, don't forget, Gruden had both these fucking tackles and fucking Parker and still fucking got Carr to throw for 4,800 fucking yards behind that line. So there's no way people convince somebody that line is that bad when Carr had his greatest year in receiving. And that was minus his fucking main receiver and Henry Ruggs and multiple other people at the time. So people are forgetting a lot about that dude in the way that he played. But over here, it ain't going to be the same, dude. Like, it's a whole different ball game here now, dude. Like, and what I'm saying is like, so under Gruden, Henry Ruggs was here, fucking Damon Arnett, you had Abram, you had fucking John Simpson, you had Cotton, you had all these guys, right? Gruden never had one fucking problem with them. Never had one fucking problem, dude. Hey, Arnett may be what the fuck he was, but he wasn't going to pull that shit around there with Gruden. You have fucking Henry Ruggs the same way. He ain't going to pull that shit around there with Gruden. You have fucking all of them. You have Simpson. You have all these. But 1 year in here with Josh and them, man, motherfuckers are fucking up the whole entire deal.
Hey,
like,
Dustin. Hey, Dustin, you want to know what an officer called Damian Arnett? An idiot.
Yeah, I would. He's a dumbass. He's just a dumbass.
He had cocaine on him. The second time he said, I'm gonna let the other driver drive because they have a driver's license. But if I see you driving again,
no, this is a whole nother one. He just recently got busted again. He got pulled over by a cop. It wasn't in Vegas.
He's not supposed to be driving at all. His license is suspended or revoked. He can't.
I just believe that when he was underneath there, they never had issues and they had a really good team. Now let's go over here to Josh, right? We sit here and say, so now this is where the fan comes in. We say Waller is number 3 tight end, which I don't agree, but whatever. Let's just say, because that's what the majority of people say, number 3 tight end. So let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. And people say, oh, Waller, he plays really well, and this is what he does. And Renfro, he's played really well, and that's what he's done. And, you know, you're being biased to the individual player. But now when they come over here and Josh says, okay, Renfro, I need you to go out here and run this fucking play, and Renfro can't run that fucking play. Now, here's where the real question becomes. Motherfuckers sit here and say that he's the greatest, that he's this elite route runner, this, that. Why can't he run the play then? Why can't he run the fucking play that Josh needs the fucking play ran? Like, if he was able to, and listen, I'll tell you why I believe. He's a very agile player. He's got really fast reflexes and in and outs, dude, which I think that makes him more dangerous. Now, people always said that John Gruden was so strict about his offense, he wouldn't tailor it for anybody, but he did for fucking Renfro because he knew Renfro can be a game changer, and he knew that if he tailored it to him, they can win. He already knew, so Gruden was changing it. But now here's fucking Josh. Josh ain't changing that. Josh don't give a fuck what you can do your little in and out circus fucking route. Josh don't care. Straight the fuck up. He doesn't care. So you know what's gonna happen? You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna say, and just like I've been saying too, if you're so good at what you're doing, how come you can't run the route that he needs? You had Julian Edelman do it, Damon Amendola. You had fucking Wes Welker. Amendola wasn't even that good before he even got there, dude. And then he just had the tangibles. They just put it together. But my point is that when Renfro's on the field, he looks like he's hating life. He hates to run those routes. He hates having to do, like, he carries himself a whole different way right now. He is not carrying himself the same way as he has in the past by far. Like, he's just a whole different player. So, you know what Josh is going to do? And I see this coming real quick, man, and this is how I think they're going to do this whole entire offseason, is Josh is going to say straight up, he's going to be like, you can't run the play that we want. We're going to fucking get rid of you, and we're going to fucking get a guy that comes in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round that can fucking just run the route I need. That's all I need. Just him run that route and catch fucking ball. That's it. And that just shows you that Josh is not going to fucking tailor his offense to any player. It doesn't matter who his name. Maybe Devontae, he may change it a little bit. But for the other fucking, 10 dudes on that team, it's his fucking way, straight up. His way or the highway, dude. Like, and that's how I feel. And he's going to tell them this is what he's going to tell them and why. He's going to say, I won 6 fucking Super Bowls doing this. So I know that shit works.
It's different as a coordinator than a coach, but his play calling, yeah. In general, his play calling, yes. But I do agree with that analogy, though, with the offense that he runs and everything, because he does make good plays on offense. He does. He can. He's just fucking around on purpose. And that was my other thing, was he's doing a semi-tank where he's just evaluating the whole team, which is what you're supposed to do in the preseason, but he feels like he has to evaluate it a lot more, That's what he's doing. He's going to do like what you said. He's going to see the players that he's going to trade, release, and players that he's going to draft that will fit his system, because he wants people to fit his system regardless of what you or I think. It's his way.
That's what he wants.
And Derek Carr ain't going to fucking fight him and everything. He's going to work with it. Derek Carr's not that kind of a quarterback. When he looks at the head coach, he's a yes man, and some people don't like yes men, quarterbacks, because that's the difference between Derek Carr and even Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is not a yes man at all. But
and
Derek
sometimes
Carr,
you don't need to be a yes man. Like, sometimes you just need to play football.
Hey Dustin, I'm gonna put a message in private. All right.
Yeah.
But I just think when sometimes when big games on the line and you need to change something because you've seen it or been there and done it, like you've played a lot of games, you have, multiple years underneath your belt. Sometimes you just got to be like, hey, I'm not going to fucking do that because I've tried that and that shit didn't work. So you need to step out the bubble. And if a guy calls a play, Tom Brady himself even said, when they interviewed him, is like, hey, sometimes you're going to have to look at Josh and be like, hey, I ain't running that fucking play. And then that's where experience comes in. That's where it's like, that's where you fucking come in going like, man, I fucking, I know what I'm doing. Now, Rodgers would do that. Rodgers would say, hey, Josh, I ain't fuck doing that, bro. Like, nah, let's do this. Because if we're going to be real, if you put Derek and Rodgers side by side, Rodgers is going to be able to sit. You can sit and say legitimately that Rodgers can say, I've been in way bigger games than you ever have been, and I've won those motherfuckers. So, and I've done it with minimal talent. So I'm not going to sit and say there's no way I'd argue that Carr is on the same level as Rodgers, because there's going to be times. There's times where Rodgers will be in the pocket, where Rodgers will be in the pocket, and he'll fucking be standing there fucking looking down, and he'll feel the presence on the dude. Dude will come from behind to try to get him, and he'll roll out of that, run all the way out to the outside, and then bomb that bitch 50 fucking yards. Carr will never do that. He doesn't have that type of presence that can do it, and if he does, he won't, because he hasn't. That's all I'm saying is when you got a guy like When you got show me one play that car's busted off and 360 out a dude went out and fucking threw 60 yards downfield for a touchdown,
I know he
dude.
threw 60
Like,
yards. He didn't throw the long bombs because
my point is when you have people like Waller and you have people like fucking Devontae and you know that the chemistry is there, it would just make sense. I mean, if you can't win that way, you're not winning at all, in my opinion, because I love Carr. Like I want Carr to win a Super Bowl. Like there's not a doubt. Like I said, he's the only guy. He's the only guy, in my opinion, that would be able to come in and I would be like, he can replace him and win. Like there's not a fucking doubt, dude. Like I said, if we're sitting here at the end of the day and we're saying that, hey, QBR, touchdowns, interceptions, all the, hey, Rodgers got it. Rodgers throws the least amount of interceptions in his whole career. And anybody in history, if I'm right, and not only that, his touchdowns are pretty fucking substantially high. I mean, go look at Christian Watson right now. I think if I recall right, 4 games, fucking 7 touchdowns. Like, and that dude's a rookie, bro. He did 4 games in a row, 7 touchdowns, dude. Like, he does pretty fucking good. So for me, I'm just saying, like, if you're looking at Waller and you're looking at Devontae, and if you draft a receiver or go get one, I think if you're looking at the biggest bang for your buck for consistency, I would think I would roll with him if I was, but he would have to come here for fucking $40 million or something. Couldn't do it for no.
Like I said, I don't think it's really that far from there. I think Rodgers mainly has advantage over Derek Carr because he has more experience. And he's been to the playoffs and he has more experience and everything. Their throwing ability actually is similar, in my opinion. They're pretty well. Derek Carr can probably throw a bullet a lot harder than Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers, he throws those deep balls a lot. He's thrown a lot more Hail Marys than any other quarterback in the NFL, I believe. I mean, he could do it, and he's not afraid to take chances too. Sometimes he'll throw the Hail Mary, doesn't care if there's good coverage on there. There's times he threw a Hail Mary but of course it was against Detroit and they caught the ball for a touchdown. And it was a huge comeback for the Green Bay Packers, but I think it's a lot different though when it comes to the AFC West. I'm not going to say he's going to do bad. I'm just going to say he's not going to.
I think he would come here and ball the fuck out. Because the Aaron Rodgers stands for everything the Raiders stand for, fucking throwing deep downfield for big plays.
Yeah, I think that he might slightly improve, but the Chargers or even the Broncos, they have better pass coverage than in the NFC North. The NFC North is not too good.
It doesn't matter. Rodgers go anywhere. I think Rodgers he beats them already there. Why he's in Green Bay? Why can't he beat them here? Like, he's already beat them playing him where he's at right now. So if he comes here, you're saying, basically saying that he beat him there, but he can't beat him here? Like, I don't know how that would make sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying his numbers would drop compared to Green Bay. He might have slightly better numbers than Derek Carr, but his numbers would drop, though,
I mean, let's be real, dude. He's doing that in the fucking snow. Why would his numbers drop? He'll be in a fucking stadium, fucking closed stadium. Yeah, he did that. He got those numbers in the fucking snow, and you got to think about it. You're right. Maybe the conference or the division, but does he not go to the NFC Championship? That means he beating all the top division players in their own division. Yeah. So I don't believe in those scenarios. When you get to the playoffs and if you make it to the NFC Championship, means you beat out all the other guys that were in there and that were in those spots.
Although he did.
So, but this is what I think. I think his numbers would improve. I believe his numbers would improve because, one, he got those stats with everything with playing in Green Bay. Then I think, isn't Chicago in that division?
Yeah, Chicago,
So another fucking snowy fucking place outdoors. It's about the weather and the circumstances where they're at.
Well, I don't believe the snow is the factor in general. I think
that's a huge deal. You're telling me if Rodgers got to come here and be an indoor and no weather condition, that he wouldn't have better stats than him being in the fucking snow in Chicago and in Wisconsin?
It's it's not the weather, it's the team they play against, though. He's playing against a little bit tougher conference than because the NFC North. Let's just put it this way: it is garbage compared to the AFC West. The AFC West has, I think, it's the best offensive type of division in the NFL. Although Philadelphia is starting to.
I'm just asking: is Rodgers not in the NFC Championship every year?
Oh yeah, he has gone there.
Okay, so now I just need to validate this real quick. If he gets to the NFC Championship game, right? That means there's only 2 teams left. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So that means that there were 4 in the division. In every division, there's 4 of them, 1 team per division. And then not only that, there's 3 other motherfuckers that are in the wild card that come from one of these 4 divisions. Now, he fucking knocked off 2 of those motherfuckers in all 3 of these. So, and I'm not saying that he did that individually. I'm saying the other teams. But what my point is just because he comes from the weaker division and was how he claimed doesn't mean he already beat the better teams over there when he was there.
Yeah,
and
I'm not saying that he would automatically have the Raiders. I think he would have a slightly better stats maybe than Derek Carr, but other than that, though, yeah, you have a terrible defense. He ain't gonna play that defense. He's playing just offense, just like
Derek
Carr
but
is.
When did Carr throw for 50 touchdowns? When did Carr throw for 50 touchdowns?
Well, Derek Carr. Well, here's the thing, though. Like I can understand what you're saying in a way because Devontae Adams is not a yet. I mean, double check. Is not a yes man at all. He will. He's not afraid to say what's on his mind. Where Derek Carr, he kind of is, and everything. I understand that ideology. Which means I want to win this game. I ain't fucking taking it. Derek Carr's that way, but he's not going to tell you that. And that is, he's going to go by the play that Josh McDaniels gives him, even though he might audible it or anything. But with Aaron Rodgers, he's going to tell Josh McDaniels, hey, that's a dumb play. We need to do a different play. Let's do this other play instead. And yeah, he's going to say that. He's a veteran quarterback, a lot more seasoned veteran quarterback than Derek Carr is. But at the same time, though, I seriously doubt we need to get. I think Aaron Rodgers would be, like you said, logically the perfect replacement for Derek Carr. And I'm just going by logic, not by emotion, just logic, straight up logic. He would be. That would probably be only one of the few quarterbacks. But at the end of the day, he's got the highest paid contract in the NFL. He's not going to go to the Raiders or anything, But all these other, and I did a thing for the Derek Carr haters. They couldn't think of a single quarterback that could replace Derek Carr, but that would be one if he was a free agent, Aaron Rodgers.
He's the only one, in my opinion. I don't think there's anybody else out there I would take.
I agree.
Like, people are like, oh, Lamar. Nah, dude, I would take Rodgers over Lamar by far.
What happens?
Yeah, you eliminate all your valuable tools like Devontae Waller, fucking Jacobs. If you bring a guy like Adams in here, you bring a guy like Rodgers in here, I believe like you increase your passing game instantly.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Lamar,
I think the progressions, the way that he sees the field, he's gonna fucking dink and dive and dot motherfuckers. So Lamar, I think, like I said, I don't like the running style quarterback because I think, like I said, look at every one of them right now. They're all hurt, or been hurt. So I'm not trying to go with one of them.
Lamar wouldn't want to come because he doesn't like the style of Josh McDaniels. Because Josh McDaniels wouldn't want a Lamar Jackson. He wants a passing quarterback. He doesn't want a running quarterback, believe it or not. He likes the Tom Brady's. He likes the Jimmy Garoppolo's, and even the Mac Joneses. And he does like Derek Carr. I don't believe that Josh McDaniels hates Derek Carr. I prefers him. But at the end of the day, he does want a quarterback that will be an insurance to replace him in case he gets hurt or anything. But that's every head coach has to think that way. They have to always think, if this quarterback's out, we're going to playoffs. we need someone, even the Giants, like Phil Sims. When he got hurt, they had a quarterback to take his place, and that was Jeff Hostetler. And then Al Davis thought, well, he won a Super Bowl. I'm going to take him on our team, and he'll help us win another Super Bowl, and that didn't work out, But people think just because the quarterback's a backup doesn't always mean that they're meant to be a starting quarterback. They don't always become starting quarterbacks. They're great backups.
Yeah, because I think like when you look at Brady, he can come and he can probably play the offense just as well. I won't argue that. But what I will argue is the defense still sucks and you're still not getting anything out of it. And could he get the people here? Yeah, Brady can get him here. They're gonna be like, fuck, he's still the GOAT. He's gonna go to a team that has some good options. But I think people would have to really look at it and say, like, damn, look what all the options he had in Tampa, and they didn't, and they had a better defense. So you'd have to sit and say, well, that probably is not going to work. Jimmy is not going to work here. The guy is not. Listen, Jimmy works if you have a defense. Jimmy will work with the defense. I strongly believe it. I strongly believe it. But I still think when you're looking at just if you want to go score and win and you want to say, like, let's just say you don't want to fix your defense, right? I believe he gives you the best option because I believe Rodgers can score almost all the time. If he has the players, he's going to score almost every time. So I think he gives you more. If people want to keep saying like the shootout type mentality, I think he would give us that point because Rodgers is a dog when it comes to that type of shit. I wish Carr would get to it. I mean, I wish you've seen flashes of it in him, but not to Rodgers level. Nowhere close.
I think with Derek Carr though, the reason why like his passing yards are as high as they were last year is because they're running the ball more. And to me, I don't care if we run the ball more and Derek Carr's numbers drop. That doesn't mean anything. I think that's a winning strategy.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not because watch. I'll tell you why it's not. Because when you're gonna run your quarter or your halfback into the fucking ground and be like a Christian McCaffrey in Carolina where he ain't even fucking playing anymore.
Oh, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying that
1,700 yards is too much in my opinion for a halfback, dude. Like he should probably be around the 1,200, 1,300. He should probably be right around 1,200 yards. I think that'd be pretty good and pretty substantial for the NFL. If your offense is doing like wide receivers and shit are doing it, like you need receiving to be able to carry out the game. Look, you go give Jacobs his 4-year, $51 million, right? Yeah. You keep running him the way you run him right now, he ain't gonna be playing in the next few years. What happens if he fucking goes and they cut, breaks his fucking leg, anything?
Yeah. Well, I think right now what we need to do is Jonathan Downs is supposed to have this great running back situation, but when you're not utilizing your running backs, you have Zamir White as your number 2 or number 3, and you have your scat back as with Mir Abdul. You're not utilizing these guys. He's not utilizing them, but he's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose to see where they're going to be at in the future, and I'm thinking more that Zamir White probably might not even, I'm probably agreeing with you right here. I believe Zamir White could be out, even though he's our second pick, but he's a 4th round pick,
Hey, I would ship that motherfucker in a heartbeat if it was me. I'd put it from day one.
Though, I think he's a rookie. He hasn't been utilized.
I don't give a fuck. There's people. I don't care.
Running backs
I don't care. Look, there are players. I don't care about. There are players you can look at and just say, that motherfucker ain't gonna work. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm really good at looking at players, evaluating players. He ain't making it, bro. He's not gonna make it. I'll say, dude, he's the most running in the back line motherfucker there is. Like he runs into the back of people every single time. 90% of the time he gets the ball, he's gonna run the back of the line, right behind it.
Poor vision. I think he has poor vision and everything.
Hey, you need vision here, bro. Like
Josh Jacobs has great vision. He sees where the holes are at, and he takes advantage of them.
Dude, the thing that Josh has is he can slow down he can slow down what he sees, and he slows himself down. You know what made Le'Veon Bell so great, dude, when he played in Pittsburgh is that he was able to sit behind that line and play behind the line before he hit those holes and took off. Like, Le'Veon Bell was great at that. He was one of the best I ever seen play that way in Pittsburgh when he played that style. He would get right behind him, and you'd always watch him put his hand on the dude, run behind, and then all of a sudden just dump, boom, fucking gone. And Jacobs has that play style where he can be going off to the side, and he's still watching back over here where he's like, oh, dude, I see that hole. And then he's just like, boom, see you later. You know, like, he has great vision. And you know who else has phenomenal vision that's on our team? And if you think I'm full of shit, oh, fuck it. Listen, Britton Brown has got great vision. He's not got good. He's got great, phenomenal fucking vision. And if you think I'm full of shit, go back to the preseason and go watch that fucking tape on him and watch how Zamir run in the back of every fucking line, and then go watch Britton Brown run like a dog, like just straight dog, dude, busting full, cutting back on dudes, going 2-3 dudes, and then cutting up the gut. Like, Britton Brown's a dude. Like, he's a dude. Like, frickin' Zamir is not the dude, man. He's not the dude.
I'm not doubting you, but I'm just saying that he should be in the game more, or unless he's injured or something.
There's a reason he's not in the game, because he sucks. And there's a reason Derek Carr got more rushing yards than him, because he sucks.
No, I mean Britton Brown, though. Was he injured?
Yeah, Britton Brown, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I know there's another guy you said was good, too, that's an undrafted running back. He's out for the whole season. What's his name?
Who is it?
He's on IR. He was an undrafted.
Sincere McCormick.
Yeah, Sincere McCormick. You were saying he was.
He's a fucking baller. Watch, dude. Dude, I'll say it right now. I've been saying this. I've said it since like week fucking 13. Just like I told Cortez, that fucking dude was gonna play third baseman that they tried signing and then went to the Mets. I said the whole time, even for the San Francisco, that he was going to play motherfucking third base because that's what they were going to sign him. But I'm going to say right now, if our line or pathbacks going into next year, man, can be Josh Jacobs, Britton Brown, Sincere McCormick, and fucking Yak Johnson, man, I mean, that would be phenomenal fucking running back for us. Like, phenomenal running back for us. So,
I like Amir Abdul because he's a good scat back. But he's not good as a number 2 running back. He's better as a number 3 running back. But, or just a scat back. You could utilize him in the passing game. And Josh McDowell's always utilized more than like 3 or 4 running backs. And they didn't just use one. They used all of them up, They used them all up, and it messed up defenses the way they tackle, too. That's what they did. Because you go with a power back, then you go with a speedy power back, and then it's different. And then they go with a finesse running back, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to go full body." Then they go all at him, and then he jukes them, up jukes them, and everything. It's like they do this to tire the defense out, and that's what that's what the Patriots always did. They wouldn't push the not going to have a 1,000-yard running back, and I thought that's what would happen with Josh Jacobs. That he wouldn't be a 1,000-yard running back, but he would utilize all the running backs, but then he didn't do it. It's like, man.
And we just lost by 4 fucking points to the Hornets. That shit pisses me off. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, basketball?
Yeah, fucking Lakers lost. I mean, LeBron always, dude. People talk so much shit about, LeBron's not the greatest player. Motherfucker, 37-38, dude, putting up 30-point games every fucking game, dude. Like, get the hell out of here.
I would say he's one of the greatest.
Fuck, dude. You go show... Dude, listen, when fucking Michael was at this fucking point in his life, he was fucking broke, dude. That fool was broke as fuck, dude. He looked like shit in the Wizards, dude. Like, Kobe played pretty well. Kobe played good, but he fell off, too, until the last game of his career, dude. Like, LeBron, 37-38, dogging on fucking the best in the NBA. He's just dogging on him. Every game, dude.
When LeBron was first coming into the NBA, I think Jordan was barely on his way out. He was like the new kid on the block, and he wasn't great, but he was a new kid. Very. He showed a lot of skill and everything. Didn't win anything yet, but And that was the LeBron I liked. He was a fun guy and everything.
Hey, hey, Dustin, thank you for that win. Thank you for that W
For what?
with my boy beating your Lakers.
Who?
Walker got 56 points on your Lakers.
I don't give a fucking. I know.
Zabonis got 71.
But who beat me? Nobody beat me. I'm probably dominating my NBA. Like, I bet you in my fantasy, I'm dominating in there right now. So.
Oh
and
yeah,
when you said about Michael Jordan on the Wizards and everything too, he's past his prime and playing.
Man, bro, I would have been up there, but I fucked up. I set
Phil
players.
Jackson was the one that made
almost
really helped Michael Jordan, even though.
What the hell happened to AJ? AJ was 2-0 the beginning, and now he's falling apart.
What's my points right now?
1,244. Mine is 1,100, almost 1,200, bro. Jeff is
That's
trash, bro.
That's what mine is. That's what mine is 1,200.
1,244. Mine is 11.
I told you I have one of the highest scoring offenses in this fucking fantasy league, dude.
Look, Dustin, I had Smart. I forgot about switching these fucking players out.
Hey, who is how far am I over AJ in that one? What's he got?
He got 912 points.
Oh fuck, I'm dogging, dude.
Hey,
what,
bro, fucking Jeff has almost 1,000, and I'm up by almost 200 on him.
Taz is the one we gotta fucking knock off that fucking podium.
Bro,
dude.
Ray needs to fucking come through. I don't know where the fuck he's been.
He ain't gonna come through in that win.
Fuck, he had Larry on the bench. He fucking had, what's his name, RJ Barrett, sitting on the bench with 51 fucking points. He would have beat fucking guys right now, bro. I'm mad at my fucking self, bro. I had Marcus Smart on the bench, and I had Dylan Brooks fucking scored 30-something points on the bench.
Is there anybody on my bench that outscored anybody playing?
You had fucking Plumlee, and you had D'Angelo Russell. D'Angelo Russell had 56 points.
Damn. Yeah, but
Plumlee
what did the guy that was playing in his spot? What was his points?
Hart, didn't you put him in? Oh no. Where did you have him at?
Should be, what is he? Point guard, shooting guard.
Maybe Drew Holiday. Did you have Drew Holiday come in for him?
He's in there.
Yeah. If you would have had Drew Holiday or I had it to be Drew Holiday. If you would have swapped out Drew Holiday for D'Angelo Russell, you would have blew him out. Worse.
What did Drew get?
12 points.
What?
No, 17 points.
Well, he had a bad game, but he usually is fucking 40, 50-point games. So,
the thing that fucked up him was that he didn't have a power forward in. That's what fucked up AJ.
Mm. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just give me a second.
Rudy, you there, Rudy?
I'm still here. I was doing dishes and I was still listening to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, all the Derek Carr haters and all them, it's crazy though when they talk out of their butts. But yeah, Dustin did make a part. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers would be the only replaceable person, but he's not going to replace Derek Carr. Green Bay's going to play him until he retires, But, But some people, they just don't know football. They don't look at the head coaches. Now, my Instagram guys, they kind of know football. I mean, Dustin might disagree with some of them, but a lot of them were more realistic than these other Raider fans because they actually said, oh, yeah, the coach, you're playing this trashy, and I understand them saying that, But them saying fire Josh McDaniels, it was like a lot of those Instagram Raider fans of mine. They were saying fire Josh McDaniels, But knowing that he's tanking it on purpose, The truth is, though, if you do fire Josh McDaniels, it's like really hard. Only like Sean Payton would be the only coach that you could get. If you try like some college coach or somebody, it's just not going to work. You just got to go with a winner, not with someone who's going to develop the team. And I had a lot of. It was on Mitchell Rentz's his channel where he had a lot of Derek Carr haters, and I just out debated them. They couldn't even say nothing. They say, "Oh, it's a freezing cold here. Rich Gannon can adapt." I said, "Fuck you, motherfucker. He ain't fucking adapt." It was they managed the game. They got the reps in and everything. Rich Gannon was a fucking journeyman quarterback, a great journeyman quarterback, but not a franchise quarterback. Because he didn't play his best. If he played his best, he would have never been a journeyman quarterback. He played his best later on, not, can't call him best. He's the best journeyman quarterback. That's what Rich Gannon was, But Derek Carr playing as a franchise quarterback, second round pick, that is something new, especially from a small school, Minnesota.
What was that? What was it that it was?
I was talking about Rich Gannon. There, people were saying, "Oh, Rich Gannon, he was a great quarterback," and I don't disagree with that. I agree with that, but he was a journeyman quarterback. He didn't start out great, like he didn't do great in his earlier years. He was on Minnesota. Minnesota wanted to turn him into a safety. And he went there, and he went to the Redskins, and then the Chiefs, then the Raiders. 4 different teams.
Yeah, before he ever became anything.
Yeah, I mean, and if you were to play at this era at his prime, he would not do well. He'd be another Jimmy Garoppolo, basically, is what Rich Gannon would be. And people
and don't forget, he played with 2 of the best in the game, Jerry Rice.
Oh yeah,
and
Tim Brown and Jerry Rice. Yeah.
I would have loved to see Derek Carr with Jerry Rice and Tim Brown. I mean,
oh, man.
Zach Crockett, Tyrone Wheatley, fucking Charlie Gardner. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't Porter on that team too at the time? Frickin'.
Yeah, Jerry Porter. Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry Porter. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking multiple.
Porter was there. When did Jet get there?
James Jet was there way before. He was before. It was before Rice even came in. He was in the mid late '90s or somewhere around there, mid '90s. And
man,
then,
bro, I remember Napoleon Kaufman. You guys
Napoleon
remember?
Kaufman, yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first jersey ever. 26 Napoleon Kaufman. That's
See, listen, they had freaking what's his name, the crazy white boy linebacker, fucking Romanowski. Fucking man, we had a lot of good players. Like, look, dude, I'll tell you what, dude. Charles Woodson was my favorite all-time Raider. All time, forever, even right now.
You all know my favorite.
Jim Brown was my favorite player.
My favorite player, Willie Brown. Hands down.
Mine's Charles. I watched him be drafted by Gruden. I watched him play every freaking game. I mean, he was easily my favorite. Yeah, and even in that time and that era.
Yeah, and like I said, Rich Gannon, he'd be another Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what he would be. Scrambler and all that, but no strong arm, but smart player, though. Smart player.
Wasn't Tuiasa Sopo the backup at the time?
Yeah, he was a backup, and then when he wasn't the backup, and then who backed him up was Kerry Collins, and then he ended up taking over, and because Derek Carr suffered that concussion.
Blue yonder.
Brooks, I can't think of his first name. It's something Brooks, the linebacker from Tampa Bay. It was when we beat Tampa Bay, and Tim Brown was on Tampa Bay. That's the crazy thing. And yes, Tim Brown actually got a touchdown over Charles Woodson, but he didn't burn him. He outmaneuvered him, And Tim Brown can do that to almost any corner, And then Raider fans actually hooray Tim Brown when he scored a touchdown. And they said, we miss you and all that. The Raider fans loved Tim Brown. He was so loyal to the team. And the guy that got rid of him wasn't Al Davis. It was Nort Turner. Nort Turner won. I hated that fucking dick. And then he eventually got rid of Jerry Rice because Jerry Rice said he wasn't going to be a number 3 wide receiver. He was an outside receiver. And then they said, nope, and then they shipped Jerry Rice off. I think he went to, I know he went to 2 different teams after us. He went to Denver and Seattle. I think Seattle might have been the last team. But yeah, it was crazy though. I hated Nord Turner. I thought he was a bitch. And then
Did you guys talk about the topic over here? Whose topic is Josh Jacobs' rushing title?
Oh, I think that might be, isn't that Aaron's? Oh, we were talking about that, Josh Jacobs getting the title. Yeah, I was saying that it's a strong possibility depending on, Steelers. You can run on them, but if you show run, yeah, they're going to stop the run. You have to surprise them, because the Raiders, with that offensive line, they can run on any team as long as they're consistent, but they can't just show run, like, oh, we're going to run on first down. And they know you're going to do it. You're in an I formation, single back formation. They know what you're going to do. And they're going to say, well, if he does play action, we're playing man coverage defense, so they won't run on us. If they want to run on us, we're going to make them stop. And if they do play action, we'll still stop them because we're playing man coverage. And man coverage.
Dude, I would play in single back formation against them for sure.
Yeah, I would do that.
Because if you have a good offensive passing game, Jacobs becomes a fucking weapon, dude.
Yeah, you get 2 to 3 yards.
Dude, if you're setting up in the pass and that's cold ass weather here, dude, like Jacobs can just hit a hole and be the fuck out of there, Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that happens at all.
I thought the funniest, my dad, it pissed him off on this game when we played in Oakland against the Steelers, where they had Antonio Brown on their team, where they were coming back against us, and if they kicked the field goal, they would tie the game. Only one bad thing: the kicker went to kick the ball, he slipped and kicked the ball right into one of his offensive linemen's ass, and it was no good. And the turf, the ball game went to the turf because it was wet and it was falling apart loose. And my dad said, if you get rid of that turf, we'd have tied the game and we'd have came back and beat you guys, because they were scoring on us pretty quickly. They were coming back. We were winning on a lead. The only reason they weren't doing so good was Big Ben Roethlisberger was hurt, and then they decided to bring him back, and then he started coming back against us. But then.
So did you guys speak on all these topics?
I think so. I know about that one. We talked
about the Pro Bowl. Did you guys talk about the Raiders Pro Bowl?
Yeah, I thought it was a bitch move to flag football and everything.
Yeah, bro, that's a bitch move, bro. I ain't gonna watch that bullshit.
Might as well wear skirts. I mean,
How about how Chandler Jones, Max Crosby can put pressure on Kenny Pickett?
Yeah.
You guys talked about that?
Yeah, I talked about
that. Yeah, give us your option on that one.
Yeah,
I mean the offensive line is depleted, so
it's
I think
trash. I told you last week, Dustin, or Wednesday. I think I brought it up. I don't know nobody besides Green. Their backup
bad, but it don't matter how good or how talented or skilled the quarterback is. If he has no protection, it doesn't matter how smart he is. It won't save him from getting body pressured and all that.
I think if when you look at theirs, this should be a week. Like, okay, so like for instance. Whenever you're playing like Cleveland Farrell at the defensive tackle, I've been saying this. I can't say how many times I've said this. I've said this numerous times for years. People said, "Oh, fuck you." I was crazy. I said, Cleveland Farrell plays better when he plays at the D tackle because he demands double team. Because in his first year here, He got high amount of pressures in there playing there. Then we switched him and tried playing him in the DN. Then we tried playing him in linebacker, DN. But now that you put him in there on the line there in the D tackle spot, and now look at the way Chandler is starting to show up. You think Chandler gets off on that play against Trent Brown that way if he's going on 2? He got to go on Trent Brown man on man. So he was able to fucking be able to get on that spin and get away from him. And look, dude, I'll say this. Like, if you're getting that Chandler going forward, then fuck yeah, that's every bit worth it because dude, if you look at the way that he sucked in on Trent pulled in, and then he thought that Chandler was going to go in. He turned right off him. But the thing is when he spun off him, he literally like spun on his body around and just grabbed Mac Jones right by the back, boom, right to the ground. Like Mac don't throw that ball, he's destroyed right there. And again, like if you're getting that Chandler, I think you're going to kill it. And let's be real, the Steelers defense or the offensive line is depleted. You have Chandler that's doing okay, and you got Max Crosby that's eating on anybody. This is what's going to matter, all right?
Yeah.
One, the Patriot game with the catch. We got that play in our house, all right? And it doesn't matter, in, out, whatever fucking motherfucker is. I think he was out, but they give it to him anyways. But let's just say that call. Let's just say the call. No, let's just say the call, right? We ain't getting that same call in motherfucking Pittsburgh. So if you're going into Pittsburgh and you're thinking you're going to get calls like that going forward, that's not going to happen. So you can't just go in there thinking like, oh, Miracle throw down his toe on the line, but we get the favor because there's no conclusive evidence or something of the factor, which is fine. I'm not going to dispute it. Listen, a win's a win for us. I don't care how it comes or not. I just call the game how I see it because I don't want to be biased about it. So if I'm saying like, hey, I seen his toe is on the line, why? I'm a Raider fan. Why would I fucking say it wasn't? Or why would I argue it if it wasn't on the line? I wouldn't argue it. And I'm not a guy here that's just going to come out and say something so somebody's going to come watch or click or pay attention. I put something out there because that's what I see. That's what I see. That's what I seen. That's what I saw when we were there. Like, that's all I'm just saying. Like, I get that people want to say it doesn't matter. We won. So at the end of the day, we won. Who gives a shit? But what matters is when you go into fucking Pittsburgh, you're going to be playing in one of the fucking historic games that there is out there at the moment, dude. You have freaking multiple things that are lining up from Tomlinson never going under 500, the Macklin catch, and Franco dying, dude. Like, and then here's another historic moment is where Josh Jacobs can go and break the fucking record, dude. Josh Jacobs goes in there and goes over 98 yards. He becomes the only second player in Raider history to go over 1,500 plus yards and goes with Marcus Allen. Like, you can have a lot of history right here in this night, but the thing is, are they gonna favor us on immaculate catch, or are they gonna favor Pittsburgh? Is that what they're looking for? You know, like but fucking sometimes that's not how it goes. And if you're hanging on to something where you're saying, listen, if Devontae goes into that game and gets a fucking throw in the back of the end zone like DeAndre Hopkins did against the Patriots, but caught the ball out of bounds that way, and say Devontae goes in there and fucking gets something like that in the game-winning deal, like, there's no way you can't go against it. Like, isn't that what the game was about, the immaculate catch? What if our team gets it and theirs don't? That's just the way the game's played, you know? And I believe we have a better chance at it than they do. So if you're asking me, I think Derek Carr's the better quarterback in that weather. If I was the Steelers and wanted to try to win, I'd most definitely go with Mitch Trubisky just because he's played in that weather in Chicago and there. So it doesn't matter. Look, this is how I look at football. When you have players that can game manage a game because they've been in those scenarios before, so let's just say it's in the snow due to it's at -1. Mitch Trubisky, regardless if you like him or not, has played in those games and he's won. So you're looking at Pickett and the way he's playing. You can't I would go with Trubisky in that case, in my opinion. But
I actually do hope they do Trubisky because I think we destroy him easier than.
I think we're gonna beat either one, dude. You have Pickens and Johnson, dude, or Pickens and Johnson. I think we do have a good chance. I mean, Hobbs, dude, it's tough. I mean, this is going to be tough because if you're putting the meek on any one of those two dudes going downfield, we're screwed. Like we're going to be screwed. So, but if you're like Hobbs and Webb and Tyler Hall, he's been playing pretty good too. So you got numerous guys that are playing pretty good football over there. It's just you don't want to go up and try to put a meek on any one of those guys going down.
No, I'd rather have him
going to get burned.
as a nickelback than do that. I'd rather have him as a nickel than anything.
Yeah, I just think
I would like to use him in the blitz packages. Special blitz packages.
I'd love to put him at safety and lurk him, dude. Like that's where I think Meek belongs. I've said it for the longest time.
Yeah, I think safety I think he could play the safety and the nickelback. I wouldn't put him as a full nickelback. Only on certain plays he plays nickelback. I wouldn't play him as a full-fledged, a rotational nickelback / safety would work better for Amik Robinson. I think he's a rotational player. I don't think he's a starter. I just think he's rotation at best.
And I think they said that Andrew Billings is back in this game and everything. So if you're looking at like the line depth's pretty good in the front four right there. And if Chandler can show up in these games coming to the end against the Niners, the Chiefs, and in this Steelers game. And look, dude, I mean, I don't want to say like, oh, he showed up, dude. Like, let's be real. If anybody watch football and knows football, they watched Chandler get bitched when he tried to dive over there on Stevenson. He just floored his ass. And then he went down. They fucked that up. And then Chandler's getting up off the ground and the ball comes right to him. And then he bitches the quarterback. Like, that's fucking football. And he's a linebacker, DN, So I'm pretty sure he should be able to bounce his head right off the fucking floor, But in all honesty, we don't want to just win games like that, I would think. Like, you're winning games like that. That's pure fucking luck. Pure luck. 2 seconds left on the clock, dude. They hike the ball. He runs past the first down. Any other team takes a knee, right, slides, gives himself up, goes into overtime. And then let's just go off analytics. Let's go off statistics and stats. The Patriots went from 3-17 at halftime and turned it around to 24-17, dude. And we had to come back with the fourth quarter comeback with Derek Carr and throw it down there and have that replay. If the statistics favored the Patriots going to overtime, it favored them massively. And they do that type of play, dude. Like, I mean, what the hell is the NFL coming down to these days? Like, why would you do that play? And let's be real, in 21 years of Bill Belichick, I don't watch every single game of theirs. Like, I don't watch every game. But I watched a pretty good amount of games in those times, dude, and I ain't never seen him do no dumbass shit like that. I never turned on ESPN and fucking seen a highlight like that of him, So I don't know, man. Like, I like Chandler, dude, but I don't like Chandler at 17.5. I believe if you were able to get a guy that's equal on the inside, like I said, putting Clea in there has changed the way that Chandler started playing. Clea at D tackle has helped take the pressure off of fucking Chandler. And if Chandler can get more one-on-ones, I feel, I said this even in the live going into that game is I said, hey, Trent Brown's going to own that motherfucker, which he did for the most part. But it did show when he was able to get his one-on-one that he was able to still have that speed, still have that maneuver, that quickness. So it basically just tells you, like, you need to be able to draft or sign D lineman in free agency that can take that pressure if you want to keep Chandler, like if you're sitting there saying Chandler is going to do what Max does, I think Chandler has obviously shown that he's well past those days. Like, he's not that dude no more. So I don't think when you're just trying to look, listen, I understand that people always go off of what somebody did in the past or how they played in the past, dude. But once a player gets to a certain point or does something, you can't keep going off the past, dude. You got to go off what is right now, not what was, So for me, I feel like you just got to do, big fan. I feel the same way. I feel like the NFL is rigged, dude, after a lot of the games that I watched this year. A lot of the games I watched this year just fucking mind blow me, dude. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, like, the thing that mind blows me is how the Raiders can have such a good offense and be where they're at and only be playing 2 3/4 of football. That's what mind blows me the most. The other thing that mind blows me is how do you go into halftime? And this is why I think it is rigged, because you go into halftime kicking the shit out of a lot of these teams, and not just beating them. We beat on them, and then all of a sudden you just come out after halftime and it's like, we don't know how to play football no more. Like, get the hell out of here! Get the hell out of here, dude! Like, there's just no way. Jacksonville game, dude. Fucking points go up, we go up, dude. It looked like we got it, and then we just give it up. Just here you go,
Arizona,
no
I thought was
problem.
the worst.
Easily Arizona, dude. Easily Arizona. I mean, even the Chiefs game, 17-0, dude, fucking give it up, dude. Like, there's a
I think the
lot of
Chiefs we
games.
played our best. I think
There's
the
a
Chiefs
lot
were
of
only.
games we did it, man. A lot of games we just gave up points like that and acted like we couldn't play anymore.
Well, with the Chiefs, it's very hard to really slow them down. But I think we played our best against the Chiefs. I think we played our worst with the Cardinals. But yeah. But with the Chiefs, though, they're a very difficult offense, and they have the ability to come back. Even if you're beating them by 2 scores, doesn't mean you're gonna keep that victory on them. They proved that against good teams. They did against like the Bills too, in the past.
Dude, and like, he's a big fan. You're right. Fucking, if you're sitting there saying like a 17-point lead is comfortable, it's not, dude. Like, if you were gonna be Carr, right? If you're gonna be the Raiders and you're gonna be Carr, the only way that you're going to be comfortable is if you got a motherfucking, like, if you got 30 points. Like 30-0, I'd probably feel comfortable with our team. But even then, I still want to be comfortable. Yeah, I still want to be comfortable because listen, I get people want to say the defense is playing better, but they're not stopping fools, man. Like, I get that people are going to have their narrative that they're going to say, oh, they're on the field for hell. Listen. If you're getting paid millions of dollars to go out there and play a sport, you better be in condition to play 60 fucking minutes of football, because the last time I checked, when you fucking signed that contract, every single game that you play is 60 fucking minutes. And I said, offense may be out there longer in defense some games, and defense may be out there longer in offense some games. That's just the way football is played. Sometimes it's 60 snaps, sometimes it's fucking 80 snaps. Deal with it. That's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. So to sit out there and complain about motherfuckers saying like, oh, they're out there too. Hey, I don't give a shit, dude. You out there, you need to be in better condition if you feel like you can't play for the 60 minutes if it's 80 snaps, dude, or it's 60 snaps. Like, I understand where you want to be, but sometimes that's not where it is. So, again, you should be able to play, man. And if you're out there playing defense, so look, this is the whole thing I've never understood. If the defense out there and it's playing a lot of snaps, but what happens when the offense is out there playing hell snaps? Nobody's fucking complaining about that, right? Because they're saying, oh, go score more points, go score more points. Receiver got a streak down there. All the players are doing the same exact fucking physicality and work. But when the defense has to do it, it's fucking, let's complain about it and cry about it. But when the offense does it, nobody says shit, because, hey, they're like, well, they should be scoring more. Like, that's how it looks, dude. Like, so I don't like that. I think like everybody's going to get tired. Everybody's going to have a deal. Some players are going to excel better than others. But listen, when you go sign up to play football, or you go to college, or you play 60 fucking minutes, man. So it just gets old when you keep hearing dudes say, well, they're out there on the field. I don't give a shit. They get paid to play out there. They condition for it. They run. They work out. Motherfucker better be able to play 60 minutes, man.
Yeah, I think with the Chiefs, they started to show a little sign of not playing so great when they played against the Broncos, but it was in Mile High. Denver actually looked like they were playing pretty good. Their defense, though, of course, their offense still looked like dog trash, but that's the only reason why the Chiefs beat the Broncos. But their defense actually put pressure on Patrick Mahomes. They actually sacked him. He had nowhere to go, and he just got sacked. I mean, there's something we can learn from the Broncos defense,
Hey, so Big Fan makes a perfect example right here, which again really irritates the shit out of me. Is like he said, it was a 14-0. It was a 14-0, and you guys were in field goal range in 4th and 1, and Adams was killing us, and McDaniels kicked a field goal he said kick a field goal. That's what changed the game with us, in my opinion. And I agree, dude. Like, listen, dude, where that field goal was at, it was down there in the 20-yard line. What fuck? Go for it, motherfucker. Like, go for it. What do you got to lose, man? You don't go for you kick the field goal, you go up 3, which gives us 17, or you go for the damn touchdown, which puts us up 21, and that's a whole different game right there. And listen, I don't know why more teams don't do this, but I think people need to start trending this shit for sure in the NFL. Well, I think when you're down there in the 10-yard line, it should just be mandatory that you got to go for a touchdown. Like, I don't care. I would rather turn the ball over on the 2-yard line and make those fucking guys go 98 yards every time, or even 95 yards at the 5-yard line, than kick a damn field goal and then kick off the ball and give it to them at the 25. Nah, hell no, dude. Like, I'm going for that shit right then and there. If I miss, I don't give a shit. I'll probably get a safety if I'm lucky. So I don't know why these guys are so pussy that you're on the 2-yard line and you're gonna kick a field goal, dude. Like, if you watch a lot of majority of the games, that when people go for it on 4th down, even after being stuffed on 1 through 3, some more times than not, they get the damn 4th down because people don't set up for that shit or aren't set up for that type. So I don't know. If it was me, man, I'm going for that touchdown too. 100%. I 100% agree in that, man.
Yeah, I think with us, the way we beat the Chiefs last time was it was the running game that helped us in the 4th quarter. Really a lot, and of course playing that defense. Playing not defense, but playing a spy man on Patrick Mahomes in case he came after us, because But even though it's a Paul Gunther defense, but we played man-to-man defense.
Who's this big fan? A Queef fan?
Yeah, he's a Queef fan. But that's how we beat them, even though we played like trash against other teams, and it was Paul Gunther's system that he actually used the ideology from the Patriots, actually, because the Patriots slowed the Chiefs down, but their offense was terrible when the Chiefs finally came back, because that defense, when you go 3-and-out a lot, your defense stays on the field too long, and then eventually the offense is going to open up, and that's what the Chiefs did. They opened up and barely beat the Patriots, and that was with the Patriots having what's his name, Cam Newton. They barely.
Yeah, I just think like with our team, if you were to go like fucking, for instance, I've been saying this too. Why aren't we playing Malcolm Koonce? Malcolm Koonce should be out there on the field. I said Malcolm Koonce may not be the best practicer, but Malcolm Koonce shows up in big games, dude, and he does it all the time. When he got in his chance at the end of the last year, he went out there and fucking murdered it. I thought for real, dude, that in this system with Graham and everybody, they would have been like, oh man, look at the way Koonce finished out last year under pressures and underneath the sacks, dude, and in the big game against fucking Mahomes. And dude, what they do, they come here. Dude, they come here this year, they fucking sit that motherfucker on the bench down there, dude. Don't even play him over there outside of Chandler, dude. And I've been saying it. I say, put him in, dude. Put him in. He's gonna fucking do. What's he do when he gets the chance? He goes and blocks the goddamn field or punt. So it's like, dude, the guy shows up, dude. He's a great player, and we're not even trying to use him. I've been screaming about this, man. What fucking players these guys developing, dude? You got all this talent, all these people outside of Parham. Who the hell are you developing, man? Like, I want to know, because these fucking guys ain't developing shit. So I just think, in my opinion, man, I just think frickin' with the players, we have some good players out there. They don't even utilize them. It feels like they're just going to let them walk or leave or shit like this. I mean, I get, dude, that you want your system, but let's be real. If the system works, why weren't the Patriots still winning Super Bowls with Mac Jones? Like, it takes a certain player at quarterback to be able to make sure that system works. And then not only that, it's like you got to have the certain quarterback tailored to that system. And then you got to have the defense, dude. You got to have the defense that's going to match it. He said, I got a comment. Hold that. But I just think frickin' you gotta have shit that's gonna match it at that point. And I just think when you're getting into this guy's Josh and their systematic shit, dude, sometimes in football, look at fucking JJ, Justin Jefferson, dude, over there in that game when he played off of what was it, Stephon Gilmore. He fucking did what Renfro did, dude. He fucking went outside, then he sucked back in. That fool fucking sucked in, and Jefferson went right back to the outside, caught the ball, went for the touchdown. You know, like, that shit is exactly what they're doing. So, I don't know. We got a guy that does it, and we're about to fucking not let him do it at all, period. So.
I can't wait for the game. Can't wait to get that Papa Murphy's Chicago stuffed crust pizza cooking tomorrow, or I should say early today. No, it's tomorrow.
You guys do hopefully lose this game, but keep it close.
No, we're not gonna lose this game.
Hopefully not. If we lose the game, it's because Josh McDaniels is.
Did you guys speak on that or no?
No.
All right, speak on it for a second. What do you guys think?
Oh. Well, it's kind of close to like where I was saying we're
Nah, bro, we're not gonna lose again to them on the Maximus that stupid game. We're not gonna lose. We can't. We gotta win. Win. Regardless, we have a better back than they do. Can we both agree, Rudy?
Yeah, I do.
Back in the league.
Yeah, but do we have the better tandem?
We have the better offensive line than they do.
They're right.
I'm saying. So hold on. In this circumstance, right? You're going to be in cold weather, and they're saying that probably be right down and around 1 degree, if not in the negative, right?
And the thing with, let me go. Their number one receiver, sorry, Dustin, straight sorry, no touchdowns if I remember right.
But I think you can't just say it because he's sorry. He's a rookie player, and there are players.
He's not.
Pickens is good. Pickens is
good.
Good play capability.
There are players that don't play great.
And Johnson is a good wide receiver, so I hope we're not saying Johnson.
He's a second-round pick too. Give him time; he will be better.
And so look at this.
Johnson 0 touchdowns the whole season.
That doesn't mean anything, though.
That he's a good.
He shows potential. He's great.
Yeah, fucking look who his fucking quarterback is, bro. He's got fucking fucking Pickens and he's got Trubisky. Damn right. Trubisky. Look at this guy who's his quarterback. Like, we gotta evaluate the whole thing. So
what my dad would say, it's the offensive coordinator is making stupid plays for quarterbacks. Thinks that offensive coordinator needs to fucking go.
So here, let me say this real quick. So look, you're going to be in cold weather. You're going to be down probably in the negative. You know what those kind of games call for?
Degrees when game kicks off.
All right, so at 8:00. So that shit's going to be probably, again, like I said, in the negative by the time they're in halftime or towards the end. So at that point, that means that it's cold as fuck. That football is going to get heavy as fuck. It's going to be fucking probably frozen for most of the part without them heating it up, but it's going to still be heavy. So you're thinking, when it comes down to it, look, you guys, people in here and people out there complained about that Josh Jacobs got ran into the fucking ground in the Rams game. I heard people cry about it for a long fucking time, but Josh is one even said himself that give him the ball, he run as many fucking times. I heard hell of people say, oh, all Josh needs to do is get the ball and run. I heard him say that shit for a long fucking time. And then the one time that Josh gets put behind there, people complain that they ran him right into the ground, right? So look at this. You're going to go into this fucking game. It's going to be fucking cold. So you're going to run the ball. Who the fuck is running the ball outside of Josh? Derek Carr? Because Derek Carr, again, I've said this, he's the leading back, dude, 88 yards. Then it goes to Zamir, which is like 40 or 60, 40, whatever, dude. So,
hey, bro, if let's go back to this.
What my point is that the Steelers have actually 2 backs that can play off each other, and that's where I think it's going to matter, dude, when you're getting later into those games and you're trying to close them out, just having the 2 back fucking playability.
But when the game ends, it's going to be 12 degrees. It's just going to move up 1 degree when the game ends.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not about how cold it is. It's about how long you're prepping yourself for that game. And people keep saying, oh, Raiders can't handle certain degree weather. It's not that they couldn't handle it. It's that they didn't prepare going to the East Coast when it was super snowy.
Pittsburgh
Like
Steelers, rather.
and I don't believe in that BS. I think it was just mismanagement. That's what it was. They didn't get the offensive players to prep properly. It wasn't because it's cold
Steelers weather
necessarily.
report.
Hey, so look, dude, Big Fan makes some valid points here. He said the problem you guys have is Mark Davis. He said, yeah, it always starts at the top. Your two options are Harbaugh and McDaniels. You go with McDaniels because of discipline. Harbaugh has the discipline in winning. And I said the same shit, dude. I said the same exact shit, dude. Fucking Harbaugh was the dude, man. Like, the people didn't want him because they thought he would have shipped off on Carr. And dude, listen, I said that at the time, if you're looking at somebody, dude, his brother and them are winning motherfuckers, dude. Like, they got defense, they got some families got their shit, like, straight up, like Rex Ryan and Rob Ryan, dude. Like, that's how I look at both Harbaughs, Jim and John. Like, they both have the knowledge of being a head coach and running an organization. Things of those factors. So I would have loved the fucking Harbaugh. I said I wanted Harbaugh the whole time, dude. He was my pick, but I believe the same shit. We went with McDaniels. We fucking got over here and we're losing. And the thing about Harbaugh, Harbaugh would have got a QB. Harbaugh would have brought a QB in to challenge Carr. Fucking it, dude. Like, that's his shit,
let's
dude.
talk about the division. They barely beat us, so I don't know. The Queefs ain't all that, bro. Fuck the Queefs.
They barely beat us by 1 point in their own hometown.
I mean, it doesn't matter. See, like,
But
look, so here, hold on. Let me say something. You say that they barely beat us by 1 point, right?
Yeah.
But if it was on the other side, you would say a win's a win.
Of course.
So it doesn't matter if it's fucking 1 point or not. We lost and it won. That's how it goes.
They got a stupid super fan that stole money from a bank.
Hey, that fool robbed the bank for championship tickets and fucking season tickets. I know, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Dustin, if it was our super fan that's a wolf, we would have got more trouble than that idiot.
Hey, I mean, we don't control that. So that's not up to us, dude. That's fucking Roger Goodell and them fucking hating, there's zero control of that. One team does it, they get smacked on the head. Another does it, they get life in prison. Like, I can't speak on that. What do you do? I don't know. None of us control it. So, says, what does it say? It says, need that tomorrow is tougher than you guys think. I agree. I mean, it ain't about if we think. I know. Like, I said this the whole time. I've said this on every live this week, dude. Like, they got a fucking phenomenal they got a phenomenal secondary, or like DBs as in fucking Fitzpatrick and Edmonds, dude. They got phenomenal linebackers. They got good line. The defense is good. I mean, they got a good corner. They don't have great corners, but they got good players on the defense.
Safeties as well. Linebackers.
I say where the Steelers are at fault, and this is where it's a big fault, that their offensive line's depleted. They got a rookie fucking wide receiver with a rookie quarterback. The rookie quarterback's thrown 4 touchdowns to 8. He's got 4 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, dude. Like, I don't care if he's gonna get better later. He sucks now.
He's
so
trash.
That's the way I look at it. He's going to go into this game. Derek Carr has the advantage. Derek Carr has the experience. Derek Carr has the players. Derek Carr and Devontae should be able to go over there and just beat that ass, like, straight up, dude. And not only that, if with Jacobs going in there and pounding down on that ball, forcing them inside, they should have the upper hand here. But again, that defense is good. Now, where we should win this game is our defense, because their offense sucks, dude. So I see that we should be getting pressures. We should get behind there. We should get a forced sack, dude, or forced fumble sack, dude. Like, we should be. I see the way that this team's set up offensively. It shouldn't be too hard to do it, man. Like, we should be able to get a fucking turnover by strip sacking that motherfucker for sure.
Yeah. We should be able to beat them. We're kind of like polar opposites of the Steelers. We don't have a really good defense. We have a really good offense. They have a really good defense, but they have a terrible offense. It's kind of crazy. But overall, we should be able to beat them. If we lose to them, it's because of Josh McDaniels making the plays on purpose. It's called semi-tanking or
Yeah, dude,
evaluating
and look,
players.
Najee Harris, people are like, oh, Najee Harris this, Najee. That's the guy fucking sucked this year, dude. He ain't even really
Yeah,
played that
Hey,
well
hey,
this
hey,
year.
let me
So
bring up his
it
stats.
doesn't even matter if he's
his second
fucking
running back
there.
was doing better than him, though.
That's what I said. As a tandem back, they have the better backfield for me. And if you're getting down to the end and it's in that type, you're gonna want to be
Yeah.
able to pull both of them out because then you're tire out. Josh Jacobs gonna tire out. I don't care unless this dude's on some fucking meth, dude, or PCP where he's just like, like he's gonna fucking tire out just like any other player in this game.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like I said, I think the key for us in this game is it's going to be able to stay consistent. You're going to need to pass and run, dude. Like, you can't just single mind
Yeah.
yourself and go
Oh,
straight
yeah.
to the fucking run. If you go straight to the run, you're going to
No, you
become
ain't gonna win.
predictable. Not with that team. And they're going to fucking
They
stop
stop the runs
Jacobs.
with
You
their
can mark,
blitzes.
they'll stop Jacobs. I guarantee it. And then it's going to
Hey,
be like
Josh,
that
let me
Chargers
ask you
game
this.
where it's at the Chargers game and people are like, oh, they have the worst defense out there. Well, they held us to 62 fucking yards because they zoned in on what we were doing and stopped it.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Do we know if they elevated anybody, or will we find that out in the morning?
I don't know. I didn't see him. Probably in the morning, but I don't know.
Because we're
would
playing
think,
a night game. Is that why?
I don't know, but you would think that you would probably have done that before you flew over there.
Why
Because
wouldn't you?
I don't know how many practice squad players fly over there, but I think you would have to know, like you. I don't know. I think you can only have 46 players active to go, so I think you would probably need to do that before you went there.
Sure, let me go check real quick. Because I know for sure right now on our depth chart on ESPN we only got 4 receivers.
We've had it only all year long, and garbage motherfuckers too. Like straight up, listen, Matt Collins ain't number 2. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I'll tell them straight to their face. Matt Collins ain't number fucking 2 wide receiver. And if we were sitting here as Raiders and saying like, oh, Matt Collins all fuck 2, no, the fuck he is too.
And
the fucking guy, he was special teams player. He's played decent football, but he's also shown you he is not no number 2. You put him at a 4, I have no problem with it. Number 2, fuck no, man. Like, again, then you got Keelan motherfucking, you got Keelan no hands Cole. Come on, pat that dude on the back. Bitch can't catch shit. Finally gets one pass out here. He does good. People are patting these dudes on the back. It's like,
I don't know. Maybe
is what
he
I think.
rubbed his nuts and his hands got sticky.
Dude, you know what's crazy is that we are playing fucking 40 plus snaps in offense, right? This fucking guy gets one pass in the game, and it's this fucking guy playing great football. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's crazy when you're saying shit like that about your players. Like, Devontae over here dogging on dudes, even with bad deals, getting 130, 140, 150.
Yeah.
These dudes get ball, they barely break 10, 15 yards. If Derek Carr in that Patriots game, well, listen, I felt like Josh was going to lose that fucking game again. But go back and watch that play. Derek Carr doesn't even look off Cole. Like, he was like, nah, we're going here the whole time. He said, he hiked that ball. He's like, boom, looking. He barely glances, and he looks right back, and he's just like, fucking throws it down there. Like, he already knew. And I believe, like Josh calls these plays where he wants to play underneath the whole time. Carr's like, yeah, fuck you. I ain't doing that. I'm going down here, dude. Like,
hey, but if you notice, when how many comeback games now is that with Carr?
24, 25. I think 25.
It should be 26, though, shouldn't it?
Maybe. I don't know. Fuck it. You just asked.
But the crazy thing is, when it's crunch time, Carr goes into his own sets of plays. If you think about it, when he does that hurry up, he's running his own plays, I think.
And he still plays it at a high level.
Yeah, down points. He's still since 2014, he has the most comebacks in the league. And let's go back to Kenny Pickett. Since Carr was a rookie, Carr had more touchdowns, I believe, his rookie year.
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna look it up.
And he didn't have that many. He didn't have that many.
Picks.
He didn't have a great receiver core. His best receiver was Marcel Reese, believe it or not, the fullback.
Derek Carr's rookie year.
What is this, Sergio? Do you guys talk on this one? No hope left for this season? All right, here. Did you Derek Carr haters? Did you talk about that, Rudy?
Oh yeah, I did. I talked about it because some YouTubers on Mitchell Rents, he always gets some Derek Carr haters on his channel. You know, he'll get them on there, and I hear some guys, yeah, should we keep Derek Carr? There are some yes, and then and there's some no's. I was like, what are yes? And he says, no, Derek Carr can't handle this. I said, oh, and they couldn't give me an answer. I said, who's going to replace Derek Carr? Who? Can you tell me in free agency who's going to replace Derek Carr? You don't have nothing. What are you going to do? You know, Derek Carr haters. Yeah, and they couldn't give me an answer. The guy says, "Oh, he can't. He hasn't won anything for us." I was like, "What does Derek Carr play? Play defense too?" Yeah. If you ever thought that if the Raiders had defense, a good decent defense, if they were like 15th ranked, they would go to the playoffs. In fact, they might even knock the Chiefs out. And look at our defense when we played against the Chiefs in Arrowhead. We barely lost by 1 point with a trashy defense. But if we had a decent defense, they held them off, we'd have beaten them by at least a touchdown. At least.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Vikings. Vikings should probably be the Vikings should probably be a good example because I agree. Like you don't have to win every game with the defense. The Vikings are the 12th best offense with the 32nd worst defense.
Yeah, so they're an easy division, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter for the most part.
It doesn't matter if you're in the AFC West.
They only play X amount of games in the season in the division, and they're a 10+ win game. So they've already overexceeded their teams in the division. So what I'm saying is I do agree to an extent that the games are falsified in those deals because it's the strength of schedule and the teams that they're playing that do falsify it with the games within the division. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying it's more falsified because it's shown that whenever that team went out there, even with that 32nd ranked team, look what happened when they played Dallas. They got that ass beat, dude. They got thrown down, thrown out. Anytime they're playing in getting thrown in primetime games or big game moments, they're getting beat. So I do believe that is falsified. Now, like with the Derek Carr haters, right? And listen, I'm just going to say this. I'm a fan of the Shield, dude. That's what comes first for me. I'm loyal to the Shield. I'm loyal as a Raider fan, dude. Like, believe me, I've been through a lot of quarterbacks. I've been through a lot of players. I've been through a lot of everybody. So I know that players are going to come and go. That's why I don't get attached, dude. Charles Woodson was just all time because he was here for the longest time. Just like Carr, he's one of my favorite players. But again, he's not. If it's time to move on, it's time to move on. I said I'm a fan of the Shield. I want to win. That's what I'm about, dude. But listen, it's not about Derek Carr hater or not. Listen, if you can just go tell me a quarterback that's in the NFL, that's in free agency or going to be in college that is better than Carr, I would love to hear it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying show me somebody that is. And if you're gonna say Jimmy G, bullshit, dude. The guy got a fucking 10-2 record with 0 touchdowns. Do you think that happened in here? No way. Carr putting up touchdowns, bro. Like he ain't over here fucking not putting up touchdowns. He is ranked second in the NFL this year with 10 games of 2+ touchdowns in a game. He's ranked second on the list. Geno Smith is first, and I think freaking dude over there in Cincinnati, fucking Burrows, is third on that list. So to sit and say like, oh, Carr sucks or this, that, or the other, I don't know what it is that you guys are looking at because I know you want him to score 40 points. I get it. Like, fuck everybody, nobody would. But if we're going to be honest, the defense is trash. The defense should be winning a lot of those games. If the defense closes out those 4 games that are 13+ point leads and some were 17+ point leads, if the defense closes that out, we're fucking tied for first in the division. We're fucking 10-14, and we're fucking tied for first in the division. So to me, that tells me that motherfucking defensive coordinator sucks dick at his job because he never fucking closed out any of those games. If you go over there, yeah, and listen, I'm just using for example, and I'm not saying we have to have these dudes exactly, but listen, Vic Fangio doesn't lose that game. Brian Flores don't lose those games. There's multiple coaches out there that don't lose those games. It's the fucking dude, defensive coordinator, that's calling those plays and losing those games, dude. Like, anybody can say, oh, well, Josh, he's the head coach. He should be over there and he should be able to. Listen, Josh coaches the team during the week. Nobody argues or debates that, dude. Like, Josh coaches the team during the week. He's the offensive play caller during the game. No different than Graham gets paid to be the defensive play caller. And if Josh sees that Graham's calling something that ain't, yeah, he can go and tell him, fuck, there ain't nothing that Josh can't. But the reality of it just getting changed right there in the fucking game probably is not going to happen. That's why they do this shit weekly for 5 days out of the week or 4 and practice this shit, because they need to get ready and scheme that shit. So you can sit and say, like, oh, it's him that in the play, it's him. And listen, I understand that to an extent, but inside the game, Josh calls the offense and Graham calls the defense, dude. And if Graham's giving up those fucking points, you got to look at it how it is. I don't care if the fucking team out there for fucking 45 minutes playing on defense. Bitch, you get paid to play on my fucking defense. Play defense for 45 fucking minutes. And if the offense got to go play offense for 45 fucking minutes, then that's what they'll fucking do. But again, that's just part of the game. Everybody would love for it to be 50-50, dude. I mean, people in relationships want it in 50-50. Life wants it 50-50. A lot of people want shit 50-50. The reality of that shit ain't going to happen. Most marriages ain't 50-50. Most relationships ain't 50-50. Most of the time, it's fucking guy does 80%, woman does 20, and bitches about it, dude. Just like a lot of other things out there, or players or organizations or things of those factors, dude. Like, it's not a fucking, this ain't a fairy tale world. This is reality. So to me, you can't just move on a fucking, like, listen, Carr put us in the points, dude, to win those games, and the defense fucking gave them up. That's bottom fucking line fact, dude. Again, turn those 4 games around, we're tied for first in the division, even with the shitty fucking way we've been playing. So, I mean, like I said, if you get a good defensive coordinator, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that, yeah, if Vic comes in and this and that, he doesn't, he's not gonna win all 4. Just give him 2. Just give him 2. He's 10-4 now. We're fucking 8-6, still fucking competing in the playoffs. So again, Patrick Graham's garbage, dude. Guy's garbage as fuck. It ain't that. Listen, it ain't that. I don't want to hear any motherfucker say, well, it's because that we have hurt players. It's because, no, bitch, he fucking had them hurt players, and we were up 13 points with fucking 5 minutes, 24 seconds left. He played that game the whole entire time. He called man press coverage on that fucking play, even with the players we had the whole entire game.
It's I don't want to hear
that shit. I don't. I don't want to hear the shit that. I don't want to hear the shit that, well, they're out there or they don't have the fucking player. Hey, listen, they schemed the fucking game just fine. They schemed it all the way for 54 motherfucking minutes in the game, and in 5 minutes, that dude ruined that whole shit. So I don't want to hear that shit. It was Patrick Graham. It's the way he called. He let that motherfucker go down the field. Baker Mayfield was going 15 and 20-yard passes when he did get the ball down there. But then all of a sudden in these 2 plays, dude, he goes all the way downfield and then runs it in with fucking Cam Akers, which has been sucking all year long, dude, like garbage. And then not only that, we get the ball back. We fucking go 3 and out because we want to run Jacobs on there. Dude, we don't even try to pass the ball. And then let's not even take into consideration that we didn't even have game 1 yet. Like, fucking Gruden would have passed that ball, picked up the first down, and then ran that bitch on that fool. That's what he would have fucking done. Like, that's what he would do to win those fucking games. But you know what this motherfucker does? He goes 3 and the fuck out, punts it to the 2-yard line, and then lets this motherfucker go 98 yards. Gets down to the 25-yard line, fucking 10, 15 seconds left in the game. Motherfucker calls single high safety man press, puts fucking Sam Webb, UDFA on Van Jefferson, where he's had good fucking games and been here for 2 years, and stretches motherfuckers. And what does he do? Why do you call single high safety man press? Like 25 yards of field, fucking 15 seconds left in the game. Motherfucker go and do that? What the fuck? Like in that game, listen, if I was a defensive coordinator, and I'm not even coaching the motherfucking NFL, but I played plenty of goddamn football in my life. If I was in that situation, I would have probably just set up in quarters, man. I would have been like, well, keep my dudes in the end zone, keep motherfucker down there by the 15-yard line, and I'm going to let this motherfucker throw underneath me. Because if he throws over me, we're going to take that shit. We're going to force this motherfucker underneath me, force him to run out of bounds, because he's probably going to run slant play right to the sideline so he can stop the fucking clock with at least 7 seconds or 6 seconds. And then you go back to the fucking field, you down by the 15, maybe by the 12, maybe impossible 10, and then shoot for the end zone, dude, with those last seconds. It's do or die at that point.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker, he pressed, let the bitch go over the top of him and go straight to the house.
Yeah.
That is dumbass play call. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't care. If you don't think that is, then you shouldn't be fucking watching football, because that's the dumbest ass play ever.
It was.
Ever. Dude, like, you can't do shit like that, dude. And then look at this.
Safeties involved.
Hey, even this. Say that they play off like that. So they tackle motherfucker before he gets out of bounds. And guess what? The game's over because they have no timeouts and the clock ran out. But we ain't doing shit like that. We doing some dumbass shit. Like, straight up. And then motherfuckers want to make up excuses for it, dude. Like, you can make up all the excuses. Listen, if you're a Raider fan, man, you making up excuses because this motherfucker sucks, then you just as bad as they are. Because you ain't identifying what's fucking wrong. What's wrong is, and listen, I understand that a lot of people don't understand play calling or the way that plays are set up on the field, but maybe you should go learn it. Like, straight up. Maybe you guys should go learn it. And then that way, when we're talking about it or other people are talking about it, you can be like, yeah, man, I know what that play is, so I understand it. But when some people say, like, oh, he played single high safety man press, maybe they have no idea what that means. So they just say, like, oh, the defense was, no, listen. If the defense looks good, but they still suck, they're looking good at sucking. I say this all the fucking time. The defense, they shouldn't have did that. They should not have done that. Not ever, dude. They're like, oh, well, I think he played off on Harmon or Moore. Bullshit.
That was a mismatch for Jefferson, too.
That was a huge mismatch. You don't even put Nate Hobbs on him. Like, if you man pressed him on Nate Hobbs, I'd probably been more comfortable with that, dude. You don't even man press him with Nate Hobbs, bro. Like,
Nate Hobbs does struggle because of that hand injury.
Just dumb.
But Webb, he's like meant to be a number 3 or number 4 corner is what he's meant to be. He's not a starting type. And yeah, you got to play a little zone with this dude, and you got to have help for this dude, especially when he's covering Jefferson, who was the number 2 wide receiver, but now he's de facto number 1, Makes no sense,
It doesn't, dude, because these types of plays, it comes back on the fucking dude calling the play. Like, people could listen. So this is how I think this is just dumb logic when people say, well, it comes back to the fucking head coach. Motherfucker, he didn't tell that dude call that fucking play. You're fucking to you, Josh. And dude, listen, Josh was taught through Bill Belichick fucking defense, bro. He knows defense. He knows offense. He knows special teams. Like, Josh been through Bill Belichick's not just one fucking system. Bill made him go through all of that shit. So he knows how to coach a team defensively. He knows how to play a team offensively. You don't think because he was taking Tom Brady and teaching him how to read defenses and so on that he didn't do that shit with Josh? Like, fuck, there's a reason Josh is able to go and scheme out offenses and scheme out games the way he does and do it at a high level because he can see that same shit. He can identify defenses. He can see where they're weak at. It's not coincidence that there's plays like the Colts game where the Colts go up 10 fucking points, and then all of a sudden we get the ball, we go 17 points that fast. They couldn't stop us. They didn't know what the fuck. And then all of a sudden, once we got 17, it was like, well, we're done. We're cool. We know we can beat your ass, but we're not going to beat you. It's like what I would do in Madden. I'd be like, I know I'm better than you, but I'm going to let you win today. Like, straight the fuck up. Just straight quit playing. Fucking A, or no, X, square. Uh-oh. I'm just pressing plays. Like, now he's fucking playing. So I don't get that shit, man. Like, I don't believe it. And Patrick Graham is trash. Patrick Graham is fucking trash, dude. Like, listen, I think Josh McDaniels is a great play caller, and I'll argue this till I'm blue in the face, and I don't care what anybody says, dude. Go look at the stats, look at the way the offense is ranked, look at where the players are at, look at how minimal that Devontae got 12 fucking touchdowns, dude, with Carr at 12 over 1,200 yards.
He did improve the offense by a lot, though. Not gonna lie, he did improve that. They got to do is get rid of this Kmart wannabe Bill Belichick system and go with a real legit like a Vic Fangio or something that's, because it's a Kmart defense is what it is, and it's done by Patrick Graham. It's a Kmart version of Bill Belichick's.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing that irritates me the most when people keep saying that Bill Belichick's deal, right? Listen, I understand that he comes from there. He's a fucking linebacker coach. He never fucking called Bill Belichick's defense over there. So
no, he didn't.
He may have watched it. He may have seen it. He may have been it. But Bill never even trusted him to call the fucking plays for his own team. So I don't want to say that.
He's using the system, but he's not utilizing it right. That's what
the thing is that he never got to be in the system with Bill to know how to run it right. Like, he wasn't in Bill's system to run it right because he never did it.
Yeah.
He knew it when he was there. So basically, he's like, yeah, I watched you guys do it, so I'm a mimic. Nah, that shit don't work a lot of the fucking times, man. Like, and it doesn't work. You need this motherfucker teach you how he's calling it, how he sees it, why is he doing this, why is he doing that, how did he see that, why did he call this play and sucker him on that one, how come he audibled out when he seen this guy motion out this way? Like, they need that type of intel, and they need to see it from Bill's fucking side. This motherfucker leaves out of there, goes to the Giants, fucking got to a team that was already assembled. So here's the story. People are like, yeah, but he had a top 10 defense. Bitch had top 10 defense. Tell me what was it afterwards? What was the following year? Fucking 20. What was it? 26, 20 fucking, he just fell down the pole. Now here's where the real kicker comes in. Why are the Giants doing so good and they got rid of all those players that were better than the motherfuckers on that team right now? Yeah. And they had way better skill last year, dude. And they're playing with lesser skill defensively and offensively and doing way better. And they got rid of this motherfucker. Like, straight up, dude. Like, nah, man, I don't want this guy on my team, dude. I don't want him here. I don't want him here. I don't care.
But, Josh McDaniels did hire him, though. That's the thing, though. So he's going to have to do is make a decision like Gruden had to do with Paul Gunther, because Gruden liked Paul Gunther, and he went by his emotions.
It doesn't matter, dude. Like, these guys got to listen. You can't take a job and say that you afraid to fire the motherfucker that ain't doing his job.
Yeah.
Like, and this is where Mark and all these guys need to step the fuck in, because this is where I'm scared. I'm like, bro, Graham's system sucks. Like, the guy sucks. Yeah. He don't develop anybody. His scheme's fucking garbage. He gives up fucking too many big plays when it matters the most. I don't care he played football good for fucking, fucking 50 minutes. You need to play for 60 fucking minutes, dude. Like, you can't fucking do that. And then you're telling me you're going to go draft players. So here's Paul Gunther shit all over again. You're going to go draft players. You're going to get your dudes that you think fit your shit. Then you're going to come here and then you're going to fucking try to coach. So let's be honest. Hey, would you rather have Patrick Graham draft fucking Tyrell Williams, Jalen Carter, Andre fucking Carter, fucking Ringo, or fucking oh fuck, why am I forgetting other dudes at the moment? Either way, those were plenty enough names. If would you rather have Graham draft that motherfucker and teach him, or Vic Fangio? Because I know Vic Fangio ass come over here and we gave him $10 million and he drafts defensively. He's gonna produce out of those. He's gonna produce at a high fucking level because he's done it his whole time. Patrick Graham hasn't. If it was me, I'd cut that motherfucker right now, dude. I'd be like, nah, man, I'm sorry, but that shit ain't gonna work going forward. Like, we can't do that, man. Like, I'm not trying to draft and have this motherfucker develop them, and then we're in the same thing with Klee and all these other motherfuckers all over again, dude. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to go get a guy that knows his fucking defense. Brian Flores knows his fucking defense. Brian Flores led the NFL in takeaways for 2 years, and he knows it pretty well. He came into Miami with that shitty ass team, turned him around in 1 fucking year, and became one of the top defenses out there. So I would love to get a guy of that factor. And again, I'm not saying we have to get those guys. I'm just saying we need a motherfucker that knows what he's doing when he comes to calling plays and calling plays when it matters, you know. That practices for coaches, games are for players. Facts. 100% facts, man. Says Graham had Crosby drop into coverage on 3rd down.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Straight up, dude. Straight up. Like that's what I'm
kind
saying.
Of Dick LeBeau move. He would make a defensive end go into pass coverage, and that's what Dick LeBeau was famous for in the 90s and even in the early 2000s. He did that same thing too.
Yeah, I just think this guy, he just calls all the wrong shit for me, man.
Yeah.
Like, he just calls all the wrong shit. I mean, there's time where I sit there in the game, and like I said, I bet you if I was just to take the time, go back to game 1, and start fucking watching games, like, literally, because I already know how the season's going down because we're in week 16 now. But now that I know how they were thinking and how they were going, I'd bet $1 million, dude, if I was to go back and fucking just watch the game from offense all season, and then watch defense all season, I bet you we're gonna see multiple, not just one or here. I bet you we will see multiple, probably 10, 20 fucking times throughout those games where certain plays were crucial points in those games that they called, and that shit mimicked itself all the way through the season in certain formats, but with the same result. I'm willing to bet anything I own that's what would happen. I would fucking bet hardcore money, dude, because there are too many plays that are similar, dude. There's too many plays that have been ran that don't get the yards or don't pick them up and knowing it, dude. I mean, I've made this clear. This man said at the fucking bye week, he said, I'm going to take these plays and take them out of the playbook, and I'm going to simplify our playbook to make it easier and better to fucking win, and we're going to use plays that work. And then guess what? Motherfucker goes on by and still running the jet sweep. Why was that bitch in the garbage, dude? That should have been burnt, dude. Like, but this guy doesn't do that shit. This guy's a joke, dude. He's a fucking joke. I get pissed off because I say like, I get pissed off because I say like, oh, he's a joke. But I'm not saying I like McDaniels. Like, I don't care what people say. He has a high point. He gets our guys in the end zone pretty fucking. Dude, listen, in the beginning of the year, we were ranked first or second in red zone efficiency. Even right now, even with the way the team plays and the way we are, we're ranked 10, dude, with the most open field touchdowns, dude. 10 at 23%. Like, that's fucking killing it, dude. Basically saying is in the open field, we go into the house, like, straight up. So, they're ranked 10th at doing it. Like, their shit is not weak, man. It's just not being performed to the high level people want it to be, dude. And like, you're right. Maybe you ain't never gonna have fucking Ray Lewis and Baltimore defense over here that's top 5, but give them top 15. At least give them top 15. Give them top 15. Carr can't go out there and win, then we can fucking talk. But if we go back and look up Carr's, I think the best Raider defense in the last 20 years was ranked 18th, I think. So, again, like, you're not sit here and say, like, oh, you're over there, we're losing. Hey, defense got to play too, man. They got to fucking play too. So, and there's plenty of teams that are top 5 offense, fucking top 10 defense, or top 15 and doing just fine. So, I mean, shit, what's Philadelphia? They put in all that. They're probably fucking top 5 in both categories.
Yeah. I always thought Philadelphia was going to be a surprising team, and it turned out I was right because, you know, I said they were talented. It was the year before. They were a very talented team, but they were going to be they could shock everybody. And another team I'm going to say that is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Even though we should have kicked their ass ugly, and it was our fault we lost to them, I think they're a team that can get even better next year.
You know, Ghost, dude, like, Did he really do a good job, bro? He had 4 fucking touchdowns with 26 yards, bro.
Yeah, touchdowns is worse than
Like,
yards.
get the fuck out of here, man. Like, that motherfucker couldn't stop him, save
I'd
his
rather
life.
take the yards. I'll take the yards over the touchdowns. I don't
Hell
want.
yeah, all day
Yeah.
long. Go get 200
That's what
fucking
wins
yards
games.
with 0 touchdowns.
Hey,
I don't give a
if
shit.
they got field goals and even though Travis Kelce got the yards, I'll take that. I'll take the field
And then
goal.
if you look at it, you know, like he said he did a great job defending Kelce between the 20s, but gave him 4 touchdowns. Shaking my head. He didn't control him because the motherfucking offense of Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
yeah,
I'm just saying, like, him going down there, dude, he just gives open the field, dude. Like, this guy, and again, like I said, I didn't mean it, but I'm just saying, he's fucking horrible. Graham is fucking trash, dude.
Yeah, Kelce doesn't mind being a decoy. He doesn't care about the yardage. He wants the touchdown. Yeah, he did awful against Kelce. Yeah,
dude. I mean,
Kelce
we just gotta be real, man. We just gotta be real.
One of the most difficult tight ends in the NFL. He is the most difficult tight end to cover. The most.
So look, have you seen a game where Patrick Graham calls a play like that, gives it up, and then Josh down there yelling at him or fucking even pissed off, right? Look at Gruden. You fucking do that, motherfucker come down there and probably break his fucking mic over you and be telling you don't be doing that shit. Like, straight up, don't give a fuck. I watched him do it to Paulie numerous times, dude. So for Josh to just stand there and be like, what the hell, dude? Like, even the whole Patriot ending, dude, like the whole deal with the way that Bill's demeanor, dude, like the demeanor, the way, dude, he didn't even seem pissed that the game ended like that. When he went to the meet with Josh, dude, Josh was over there talking to his QB, fucking sitting there, Bill just standing there. Bill would just turn the fuck around and walked off. Like, he'd been like, yeah, fuck this guy, fucking, but he's standing there and wait for him. Like, yeah, what's up, dude? Like, there's too much shit here that's too weird for me, man. Like, I know they're a Patriot, dude, and been there for a long time, but that shit don't sit right with me for a Raider, dude, because I'd be like, yeah, fuck you motherfuckers. Like, I can go out there and be like, yeah, all right, cool, see, great game, fucking later. Go out there, oh, I miss you. Oh, I love you. Oh, you know what was funny? Did you see that play that he did? Fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. I don't want to hear that shit. I want to be like, yeah, bitch, motherfucker, beat your ass. And too bad we weren't over there in Boston because we'd be doing circles around that bitch in the parking lot, motherfucker. Like, I hate that shit, man. Like, there's teams where you got to, like Gruden, like right now in this fucking Pittsburgh game, he would have our team pumped up, dude, ready to go up in this bitch and go win. Like, he would tell them about the history of it, dude, why it means so much, all this shit. Josh probably don't even know the history, man. Like, that's even the worst part. Josh probably don't even know the motherfucking history to it. He probably like, damn, Mac on Cash, let me go look that shit up. What is this about the Raiders and them, like shit like that, dude, that sucks. Where Gruden, motherfucker, would tell you every person that was on that team, how he was, why he was so amped up, why it was such a great game, dude. Like, he's not only such a great storyteller, but a good fucking coach too, man. Like, that shit just, it sucks.
Yeah, Gruden is more emotional. I think with Josh McDaniels, he's a little more stoic, doesn't show his emotions too much. I mean, there are a few times he will. I mean, one time he did yell at a ref for a really stupid play and everything, but Gruden, though, man, he shows it all the way, though. He doesn't, whether you like him or not, he's all about the emotion, though. But
and sometimes in those type of games, sometimes in those games, the emotion matters more. Because if you go look at the way certain things, like if you look at fucking Baker Mayfield when he played Kansas City, those dudes wouldn't even shake his hand at the fucking deal. He laughed at him at that deal. And he made it personal, dude. And he played a really good game that game, dude, because it was personal at that point. It was like, yeah, bitch, fuck you, like, when you make shit personal, dude, like a Meek Robinson when fucking Judy told him he was small, dude. Like, when you make shit personal, it's a whole different ballgame, man. Players play differently. You get a different you get a whole different result out of that shit, dude. But that's the thing. Like Gruden would try to make it personal every time, and he would have you feeling like that before you even got there, dude. Like I've said, like I think Josh is good, and I think in my opinion, he has to be fucking tanking it, dude. Because listen, I've said this and I'll say it again. If you take a quarterback that goes to Cleveland, or if you took an offensive coordinator or play caller, I don't care, offense, defense, I don't give a fuck. Just say that you take a play caller, he goes to Cleveland, he has a great year that year. This guy's like, bam, dude, this guy's top notch in the whole NFL, that people are looking at him that year. And they were like, man, this dude just come over here. Look how he elevated that team. Let's get him, and let's send him to the Jets. Yeah. Well, guess what? Just because you traded one shit burger for another don't mean it tastes any better, dude. Like, you're going to two shitty fucking teams. So the odds are is that he's not going to make the Jets like he did over here in Cleveland because he got fucking lucky. And the odds are he's going to go bloop and fall right off the deal. Here he was really high, but over here he's down because he didn't really have it. He didn't have it as a player or play caller to begin with. He just had a good year here. People thought he was going to do better there and never did. Josh is different. Josh comes in Bill Belichick's deal. He's been around him for 18 fucking years. He's been calling plays for over 12. And not only that, over those 12 years, he's been ranked top 10 offensive play caller in the whole entire NFL over those 12 years. And then in those 12 years, half of his games were Super Bowl wins. Half his play calling games were Super Bowl games. And not only that, biggest comeback in the NFL in the Super Bowl. And I don't think it was the biggest, but it was, I think, second or not. But long story short, it was pretty fucking substantial. What was it, 28-3, dude, and came back, won it. Like, the guy has been in numerous big fucking scenarios, dude. Big play games, big fucking deals. And he called those fucking plays. He's the offensive coordinator because Bill ain't. Because you can see that shit with their team right now. It ain't my fucking Bill. So, and it sure in the fuck ain't Matt Patricia. So my deal is that Josh knows what the fuck he's doing. He did not leave New England after 6 Super Bowl runs with the greatest quarterback out there, calling some of the greatest fucking plays with the lesser players at the helm, and fucking just come here and forget. He did not do that. He didn't do that. When he went to the Broncos first time, he didn't have a resume like that. Motherfucker wasn't even close on that deal. He probably had a few at that point, but he wasn't nowhere close to where he's at right now. And to just say that fool walked out of Foxborough, came over here, and fucking forgot, that's bullshit. There's no fucking doubt in my mind. That motherfucker knows what he's doing. And even then, he's still keeping his record intact. He's still keeping it close enough to where it's not getting too far off. And then coming next year or the following year and ends up with 12-5 records. This dude ends up with a winning record that fast. There's not a person here worried about it. There's not a fucking owner, player, anybody that's even complained about it. It's media that does this shit. Media and fucking YouTubers and other fucking people that keep pushing a narrative or keep pushing certain content or things of those. Like, look, I've always said it like this. Over here, we're not going to fucking manipulate anybody to believe any fucking thing. Here, I'm going to see it one way. Rudy will see another. Fuck, Cortez will see it. Jeff will see it differently. Eric will see it. Ray will see it. AJ will see it. Fucking Noah will see it. Fucking Sergio will see it. Our panel will see this thing 50 different ways, dude, because that's the way it's supposed to be. It ain't supposed to be that, hey, we all see it the same way. Because then, if I take that and I put that back out here to you, then that forces you to believe what we fucking see. That's not how it should be. If you're protecting the shield, you're protecting the franchise, you want to better your fucking team. When I put out a scenario and you combat it, or you put out a scenario and I combat it, that should be good because we're both looking at it from two fucking different ways. We're seeing it, I might see it a way that you never thought about seeing it. And you might see it a way I never thought about seeing it. But I can't acknowledge that until someone else puts it out there. And having the combativeness there's nothing wrong with it, man. That's actually what I think would make you better. I've even said within my company, with the people that I hire or around me, I don't want yes men. I want dudes that are like, I want motherfuckers that are going to be like yes men when we need to fucking work and get shit done. But at the same time, I want them to be free thinkers to where if they're over there working and they're doing what I ask, but they see some way to make it easier or to make it better or more sufficient, then they're going to speak up and speak on that. That's what you want. You want free thinkers that see shit differently. That's what I love about this channel. It's what I love about all the people in our chat, all the people that come on the panel, is that we can all see it differently and have a conversation or a debate about it. It's not an argument here, man. Like,
Shut
I'll
the
be
fuck
honest.
up, Big Fan.
I get fucking amped up on sports, period. So all the time when I talk, I'm gonna be high amp because I love my team. I love seeing it from different ways. I love analyzing it. I love seeing that, hey, this dude says something and gets me going on it, and then I start thinking about it. I'm like, hey, fuck, that's probably right. Like, I'm always gonna be a high emotional person because of just how I look at my team. But at the same time, I don't see it any way different than any person out here. I don't say, hey, I'm right, you're wrong, fucking. I have a really good insight on it. I have a really good high knowledge on football and on our team and in the NFL. I will fight things if I feel like I feel like it's true until somebody else can change it or change my opinion to look at it differently, then I'm gonna go with that, you know. So I just say here, I think any time that you can be competitive against the team is good. I think any way that somebody sees something that somebody else may not, then it only gives you a better insight on the team. And in here, when I'm looking at my team, and if I'm gonna be dead ass honest to myself, to the people that we talk to on here, the people I go in on my Instagrams or my Facebook or my Twitter or my Discord and post information, I don't want to post any false information. I don't want to post anything that some other motherfucker said because that's what's trending. I don't give a shit about that. When we put something out, I either want to put something out that's funny to give fucking people time to laugh or see shit a certain way, or I want to put something out where it's like, damn, I didn't know that about my team, or damn, I didn't see it like that, or hey, was it this or was it that? You know, like I've been going back and forth with dudes over this catch for the last few days. But that's a pointless conversation, dude. It doesn't matter. Like, I think people are looking at it the wrong way. We're over here saying, oh, it was a catch or it wasn't a catch, when we need to look at it and say, hey, it's about damn time the refs fucking gave us the call regardless if it was or not, and we won the game. Like, that's how we should look at that. But some dudes want to post it out because they want the combativeness. They want to be in the argument. They want to say, well, I see it this way, you see it that way. There's nothing wrong with that, man. At the end of the day, the play was called a touchdown. So therefore, if you're going to turn over that touchdown, it needs to have enough conclusive evidence inside there that would change that fucking ref's mind to be able to overturn it to begin with. And so the play was called right how it was. But at the same time, if we were going to be real and be real about the valuation of your player, be real about us in a crucial playoff game, being the differences is if Davante Adams is down there, Davante Adams does have his foot back and he probably two-toes that bitch because that's the skill set. And all I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if he caught it or not, and we want to say this, that, or the other. The thing that you have to step back and say as a fan, as a person, or anybody is that, hey, man, hey, he did catch the ball and they favored it to us, but man, if that was a big time moment and they didn't call that a fucking touchdown and they had to review it and they did have the evidence to show that he wasn't, it's not conclusive enough conclusive to overturn it. They need to now turn it to be a touchdown. And that's all I'm saying. I look at it from both sides. I'd say, yes, we did get here, but I also take the scenario that if we're in the playoffs, man, and that type of catch happens, probably not a fuck touchdown. And that's big time to us, and that becomes back to the player. Then that player becomes back to the evaluation of what the coach seen, and then he got rid of motherfuckers like Johnson and Robinson and other fucking people that could have picked up the speed and separated himself a little more and had more control in that position because they came from more stable ground teams, and they've done this a lot of times. So the thing is where you're getting a guy like Cole, he comes from Jacksonville. He didn't have that type of stability like a dude like Robinson coming from Andy Reid's offense in Kansas City. Like, sometimes that type of shit is having that knowledge is better. And he had the speed and he has the hands equal to him. So I didn't get that whole fucking deal, but whatever, you know. So all I'm saying is that when we look at something, we need to be as truthful as possible, even in the conversation. And if somebody sees it one way, there's nothing wrong with it, man. Like, there's nothing wrong seen it this way or that way, just like I said. It's that when you put it out there for other people to talk about, you can't just argue them. You can't just say, well, that's me, now fuck you. You know, you got to be able to say, like, hey, I listened to that, I see it, now this is why I think it's this. I mean, there are certain things that are going to show itself, or certain things where you're like, damn, if I just thought about this and then we change that, and that's maybe what our team does. But, you know, I hear people all the time where they say, well, Raider fans, the team doesn't listen to the fans about what they want. Well, you know why they don't listen to motherfuckers? Because they've been saying this shit about Derek Carr for 5 fucking years now. The same fucking story, the same narrative, the same fucking bullshit. And I don't care. It's come from the beat writers. It's come from dudes that are out there or not. They say the same shit 5 years in a row. And guess fucking what? He's still goddamn here. So then guess what? At this point again, in the fucking 6th year now, that we get to this point and everybody says, oh, hell, he's not his guy, and all this bullshit comes back around, the odds are that motherfucker going to still be our quarterback come next year. So it's just a pointless fucking conversation. It gets bullshit. Why ain't motherfuckers out there? Why ain't motherfuckers out there saying, like, yeah, fucking Carr ain't winning them all, but he ain't losing them either. And Carr ain't the biggest fucking problem. He's probably the farthest thing from the problem. But why are we not saying, like, man, that defense sucks. Motherfuckers giving up this plays like, oh, fucking giving up 2 touchdowns in 5 minutes. They ain't closing out the games. Why are they playing man press instead of playing off? How come they're playing off instead of playing press? Like, why? That's play calling. That's fucking dudes over there calling that shit. They're the ones that are directing that team, and they're the ones that are creating those problems. So at those points, you got to be able to say, like, man, if we just step back and say, fucking just leave the defense intact, just leave the defense intact and leave it the way it is with the injuries, with the players or not, and just ask yourself that question. If I got rid of Patrick Graham and put this motherfucker here, do you think we would have lost it? Hell no. Hell fucking no. Like, there's no way. So at those point in time, man, I think, like I said, we gotta just move off that fucking guy. He's trash. I really don't like him. I'll roll with Josh. I have no problem with Josh. I think he does great. Just give Derek Carr a few more options at some receivers over there, and I think we'll be just fine. So
sorry, I had to get rid of Big Fan. He said some bullshit. I get really pissed just seeing the word. You know, I hate fucking pedophiles, and it's real bad when.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Motherfucker, you want me to take care of him?
I did remove him, but it still shows his face on there.
I'll take care of it.
No, you just gotta delete the. You gotta delete the comment.
Oh, I deleted it. I tried to delete it. Yeah, there we go. Well, no, it's still there. It might be some kind of, I don't know. Look, I mean, it would show on YouTube. I think it's Yardstream will show it still.
I'm out, all right, guys?
Yeah, fucking asshole. I hate pedophiles and everything.
Big Fan, you're a bitch.
I'm pretty sure he's not. He's not here anymore,
if he said
bro.
Something, he called me a hippie or whatever, I wouldn't give a shit about that. But that's going way too far. You know.
That's why I posted. Popped it for ESC real quick so you can kick him.
Yeah, I tried to kick him. I mean, I went on my the iPhone and did it that way, but on my laptop.
You just have to go to the YouTube channel and do it. Fucking
yeah.
You just go to the YouTube in the chat, and then you can do it from there.
I don't know. I did.
Hey, look, man, I've always said, like, for people that come out here, like, dude, listen, we appreciate every person that comes here that wants to talk, wants to be in the chat, want to talk shit about football. Like, dude, we have no problem with that. Talk shit on the team. I don't care if you're a fucking Raider fan or a different fan. Talk all the shit you want, man. Like, you bring up somebody's family on this show, you're probably not going to be here. You bring up fucking shit like that, you're probably not going to fucking be here. Like, we're not here to say, like, you can't have fun and fucking talk your football shit, man, but we are here to say, like, you ain't going to fucking talk like that here, period. And we don't accept it, and we don't want it around. And, again, we don't want that in our community to begin with because I've always said, like, in the community or a Raider family, like, we're going to fight, dude, because family fights. But when you start using shit like that, that's not fighting, man. You're just a piece of shit. Like, that's what you are. You're just a piece of shit. And then you're using shit that you wouldn't even say to my own face. So it just even makes you more of a fucking, it just makes you more of a coward. So here, like I say, man, everybody's wanting. We're not biased to who comes or goes or not, but we will control the way they. If you want to speak like that to individual people, I don't like banning people or fucking doing. But when you get to that point, you don't belong here anymore, anyways, and you're not for us at that point.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You know, you want. I mean, assholes are assholes, but that is beyond being an asshole, though. You know, it's way beyond.
You know, Ghost has a pretty good deal. He's like, you know, Josh is great at the X's and O's, but he can't rally troops. Fact.
Yeah.
Fact. Imagine if we had a coach that can fucking. Imagine if we had a coach that can rally the troops and have the X's and O's.
I'll be right back. All right, guys.
What's crazy is Hugh Jackson.
I thought you said you were bouncing. Where are you going?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look up something real quick. I'm gonna.
Okay.
Fuck you all over the
No,
place.
bro. Because what we talked about earlier, I want to see.
It's like you guys.
Salute.
Oh, you too, big Mike Raider.
Yep.
Yeah,
bro. Salute, man.
Salute.
Yeah, Hugh Jackson. He could bring when he was our coach. He brought the troops over, but he wasn't a great playmaker though. He was a great,
Hey, I'm gonna
great
send you
motivator.
something in the chat. All right, Dustin.
He was a great
Guys,
motivator.
happy holidays. Raiders get this done. 2013.
I'll
Hey,
tell you.
fuck, that'd be fire, bro. Like,
Yeah.
hey, and just so you guys all know, you know, happy Merry Christmas. I hope you guys have a really good holiday. Like, stay safe, man. You know, don't be out there drinking and driving. We hope everybody makes it back here, you know, after the New Year. Hey, New Year's and Christmas are dangerous times. So, I just want to say, I was young, dude. I partied a lot, dude, and I'm glad that I made it to where I'm at today. We just, like I say, we got a platform. We can speak on it. I always say, man, drinking and driving ain't no place for nobody. And I ain't never drink and drive. I always, dude, if I was too drunk somewhere, I'd either sleep in my truck until I sobered up and then go somewhere. But I've always said the biggest thing for me is family. Like I when I was young, I had a big family, but like I wasn't really close to a lot of my family. And then my youngest brother, he actually ended up dying in a car accident just a few years back. And so not only that, dude, like my biggest fear to me when it comes to like holidays and people drinking and driving is like, I don't want someone to kill my family, dude. Like I love my kids to death. I mean, there ain't nothing I want to do for my daughters or my son or my woman. Even as crazy as they can be sometimes, like I don't want nobody to take them like that. And I wouldn't want to take anybody else's family that way either. I don't want to be responsible for ruining somebody's family. Like that's a bad deal. So all I can ask is like, hey, if you're gonna drink, man, just be safe. You have Ubers. You can take a nap for a little while. There's a lot of fucking ways to not go out and kill somebody on accident, you know, and just stay safe, man. Like I say, you got New Year's here, you got Christmas. I hope you guys have a great time. Just stay safe. That's all I can say about that, man.
Yeah, if you're coming to like, I'm doing a New Year's party, and the idea of New Year's party is you got to have your sleeping bag or blanket or pillow or something because you're staying the night. You're not driving at all. Because what we do is, even if you're not drunk, you don't have any alcohol in your system, there are stupid people in the road who are driving drunk. That's how I look at it. And I was even inviting my nephew to come over. But I said, if you're gonna do it, bring a blanket or something. Stay in the night. That's how it is. We do New Year's party. We stay up, stay there, and the next morning, then you take off. You know.
Yeah, because the sad part about it is that the person that's drinking is probably not gonna die because he's drunk and his fucking body goes in limp mode, dude, and he don't take the hit as hard as the people that brace for it and shit like that. So that just sucks, man. Like I'll be honest, it just sucks. So again, I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do in your life. That's not what we do here. I just say, hey, drink safe and be safe about what you do. That's all anybody can ask. And
hey, my
like
friend was over here.
It.
He was over here. I told him, no, you ain't leaving, dude. I know we don't live too far apart. We're like, you know, it's about 2 miles away. But I told him there's stupid people out there. They ain't
damn right.
Staying the night.
And they always say accidents happen close to home to begin with.
And I told him from the beginning, though. If we're doing the party thing, you're staying here. That's the way it is for the night till the morning. Then you can take off. I was like,
what's your guys'
he was a knucklehead, but I got him staying the night. Yeah.
Heck yeah. What's your score for the game?
I don't know. I never like to do scores, but since it doesn't matter anymore, I could see it going 21-13, something like that.
21-13. So Big Mike, he cheated you by
He
1
said
point.
20.
Cortez,
What's up?
what do you think your score is in this game?
Let me take a guess. 30-17.
30-17. I'm gonna go 24-10. I think we can go in here and fucking close them
Oh no,
out.
let me go back. No,
I'm
let me
gonna say 24-10. I think that's how we should beat this team.
Yeah.
I believe that Pittsburgh's got a good
40
defense, but under our team we can crumble them. I believe that with
40-10.
having Waller back could even benefit us even
If
more.
we go 40-10, then Josh McDowell's is going all out if we win that.
40-10.
He goes 40-10. He's probably like saying like bitches don't falter because we're gonna go in the playoffs and beat your ass. So
Hey, Dustin, just remember what happens if we score 40 points this season. What happens?
I mean, we already scored 35-40, dude. Fucking against Denver.
The game that I was at week 12, we scored 40 points.
Yeah, 40. Yeah, you're right. Fucking in Seattle.
Yeah.
So it's not like we can't get there. We've already been there. So.
Yeah.
And what happens if we get there? What were you gonna say?
That we'll get a W.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, I seen the top of the green. I knew exactly what it was. Tequila, motherfucker.
Tequila will
Crown.
you.
All right, let's. That wasn't Crown. That looked like fucking. That looked like fucking Jose Cuervo. Fucking.
Oh.
And it looked like what is it? Patron. Is that what it is? Let me see the bottle. Turn it back on. Let's see. Is that Apple Crown? Yeah.
Oh, Apple Crown. That's the sweet stuff.
Nah, fuck you. That shit is fucking. Motherfucker, that Apple Crown, just smelling that shit will be like, fuck. Fucking, the peach fucking crown is fire, dude. That peach crown is bomb.
I wonder if the Apple Crown goes good, like, if I'm going to make pork chops at it. Like
let's talk about one or two more topics, then we'll hop up off here, dude. Get ready for Christmas Eve and shit. So, he said no hope left for this season. Do you believe that or no?
There's always some hope, even when things are not.
There's always hope, man.
There's a little hope.
Positive.
Hey, if we win, we win. If you feel like, we're going to have doubts. There's nothing wrong with having doubts. But, we could say, we're not favored to go to the playoffs at all completely. I mean, if it happens, it happens. It happened when, after losing Gruden and all that, and then we did what no team would do: go to the playoffs without a head coach, and you don't see that happening. That was when you lose a head coach, it's like almost over.
That's facts, and that's a big deal when you lose your your head coach for sure.
Yeah, and we won. We went to the playoffs. The sweetest thing was beating the Chargers and eliminating them from the playoffs. That was the sweetest thing. And we could have tied the game by missing the field goal, but we didn't. We got it in, and still they got the 7th seed and we got the 5th seed, which dropped the Patriots from the 5th seed to the 6th seed, and nobody saw that coming ever. They didn't think we were going to be a 7th seed. They thought the Chargers were going to be a 7th seed or the 6th seed, and the Steelers were going to be the 7th seed, and thought we were eliminated.
Look at hope. Hope brings false belief, I believe.
Yeah.
I think that when you sit and hope on things, you're just wishing for something to happen that the reality of it isn't going to happen. So, like I say, hope brings false belief sometimes. What I would say is that is there hope for this season? I would say just play each game in front of you and see where you're at the
Yeah.
end of the season. Like you can't win you can't win game 3 without winning game 1 and 2 first. You know, so for me, like I say, I think you need to go in, play each game to where it's at. And if the way the cards fall, if it falls, it falls. But to sit here and say that you're hoping that 2 teams lose 2 out of 3 games, that they haven't even done that all season, but now they're going to do it. And then even if they do that, then you're hoping that the other 2 fucking or 3 teams that are in front of us and the fucking outside the hunt do the same fucking thing. Because even if we all tie, there's going to be teams that beat us in a tie. So the reality of it is not only do you need them to lose 1, you need them to lose 2. And we need to win every one so it solidifies us in that spot. I always say, pay attention to the fucking game you're playing and then worry about the rest later. So
one game at a time. Yeah.
To me, we should go into this Pittsburgh game. We should beat that ass. We have the better quarterback. We have the better receiving core, I believe, even if it is Mac Hollins or not. But the thing that does make it better is the Darren Waller being back with Adams. So I do believe that's going to make a huge difference. Like I said, on hope, I hate shit like that, man. I just say, like, if we're hoping on shit like that, dude, we shouldn't be there to begin with. Like, you're asking for a fucking miracle every time the Raiders step on the field. Like, if that's the case, man, we need fucking better coaching. You need a lot of shit.
Yeah.
So, for me, I just say pay attention to the game we're at. Let's move on. Here, I think this is your topic, so let's talk on this, and then we'll probably hop up out of here.
Okay.
What happened?
This one is why Josh McDaniels is doing a semi-tank evaluation of the team.
Yeah. Like I said earlier about this the semi-tank is an evaluation of where he wants to put players in the future, free agency, draft picks. I think he's doing that on purpose a little bit, but at times he'll beat teams because he wants to. But I think, if we play like 40-10, I think the semi-tank is over. But, if we barely win, the semi-tank is not over. But, it's how we play, how we put the plays in. But Josh McDaniels likes to experiment. That's what he's doing. He's experimenting the offense and he's experimenting the defense. Kind of see what we'll have in next year. Whether he thinks we could go to the playoffs or not. He'll still do this. Evaluation whether he's tanking or not. Just to see where the players are at. Even if we go to the playoffs and make it by very little and we're the 7th seed and everything, he's still going to want to do evaluation and make the team even better. He still wants to make the team better, So, I may not agree with what Josh McDaniels is doing, but that's what he's doing, Maybe if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
And at this point in the season, man, whatever the fuck they do.
Yeah.
If he wants to evaluate it because they're tanking, then great for them. He's going to need systematic people. He needs to know who's here, who's not going to be here. He needs to know who's going to be in free agency and the draft to fill those players. And if that's what we need to do, then that's what we need to do. Don't they say trust and believe in the process and wait till the end, So.
Yeah, so it just seems that way, the way they're play calling. That's just how. That's why I made that topic. It's the way, that the play calling is going, and we'll have to see. I like it. The players are going to play harder no matter what. That's no doubt. They're going to play, and they don't want to tank, but the coach wants to for better draft value and everything. But and probably Ziegler too. Ziegler wants to have better draft picks. He wants to.
Yeah, and I get people don't want to tank because they want to win. Like, I totally understand that. Nobody wants to come out and say, well, we should just lose the games. Like, I agree. I 100% agree, man. But the thing I have an issue is that at some point along the line, you have to look and say, like, are we being greedy for ourselves, dude? Because if you go, like, okay, I think earlier on the other show, somebody brought up that Well, look at the Giants. They went 8-8 and won the Super Bowl. Oh, hey, perfect example. Let's look at the Giants. Motherfuckers ain't done shit since. So you lift your fucking ass up in that motherfucker. Got a Super Bowl and ain't done a motherfucking thing since.
Hey,
So
and let's go
is it
back to
worth
that.
it?
The
Is it
ball.
worth it or
What
no?
did the ball do to? What has his offense is very easy to learn.
Who?
New York Giants.
Um,
They said that his offense is easy to learn.
Look
oh,
at
you mean
it.
it's very
Look
basic?
how and we're
Oh
gonna.
yeah. Okay, you're saying fuck you. I mean, he simplified that shit massively, dude. Because again, with Danny Dimes over there, fucking
He
getting
fucking
shit.
trash
So,
anyways. He looks like garbage anyways.
hey, he's trash. He's still fucking winning more games than we are.
It's because they made that offense fucking easy. And let's go back over to Goofy now. We're gonna talk about Goofy right now. Goofy turned Tua into a star type of quarterback, did he not,
Yeah.
Dustin?
Hey, he fucking made him 100 times better than where he was for sure. But he also said on the plane when he was talking to that it was his job to make him better, and if he didn't make him better, he would fail. He failed at his job. So at that point, like he's taking responsibility on what he needs to do to make him that
Are
better
you
player.
going home, Dustin?
I'm gonna go over here to Carl's Jr. and hope that they ain't closed yet, so I can get me something to fucking eat.
Yeah.
I thought that you grabbed something.
Yeah, I was eating while
So I haven't
we
ate
were
good, dude.
live.
I came on here, then went on fucking Raider Ben's show, dude. And then I came back over here. I ain't had time to go get nothing to eat.
Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, it was during the Discord. I was eating a quesadilla with mashed potatoes.
What kind of
Yeah.
quesadilla?
It's
Fucking hungry.
leftover orange chicken, barbecue chicken, mixed in with some cheese on tortillas. That's pretty good.
Are they still open?
Carl's Jr.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I used to like Carl's Jr. Our Hempford one, and I didn't like it. It had too much. It was too saucy. But it's not always because of the franchise. It's the cook. Put too much of that shit in it.
In a minute, I'm about to go play Madden.
No, I'm about to watch a little bit of Shameless. Last season of it. It's pretty funny, messed up TV series. Showtime TV series. I don't know if any of you heard of it.
Oh, where do you watch that on?
Oh, I own it. I have all the seasons. I'm a collector. It's season 11. It's a Showtime TV series. They already ended their season and everything. You could probably see it on Netflix. Probably.
No, I'm gonna watch.
It's pretty messed up. They show a lot of. It's a bunch of grotesque funniness, and they show some nudity, even guy nudity. I don't care for seeing the guy nudity. I like seeing the ladies, but it's crazy. It's about family that's pretty shameless. They made a British version before the American version came out. It's pretty funny. It's about the Gallagher family. But yeah, it's pretty funny that what's his name, Macy something. Forgot the actor's full name is Macy something. Let me see. I have the. His name is. He's the main star. He plays as Frank Gallagher. His name is. Let me see. Played by. Dang it! Didn't say his name on. It should say the name on there. Let's see. Let me see. They usually have their names in parentheses, like say Frank Gallagher, played by Macy. But basically, it's this right here. This is the last season.
Oh.
Yeah. That actor, his name's Macy something. He's been in a lot of movies. He was in third Jurassic Park movie. He plays as usually a nerdy, geeky guy, you know. But this one, he plays
Are
as
they open, Dustin?
Oh, nice. Yep, they're definitely open. I heard him. Heck, I should be able to look it up on my phone. Can't believe they don't say the actors' names on the case. But yeah, it's a pretty funny program. It's got drama in it, but it's very funny. Let's see. Oh crap! That's not. Let's see. Shameless.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Why does that shit on my...
His name's William H. Macy. That's his name. Plays as Frank Gallagher. And the second one, Emmy, her name's Emmy Rossum. She played as Fiona, but she was only in season 1 through season 9, and then she wasn't in 10 or 11. So they removed her character, you know. But it has a lot of.
Yeah, I think freaking... Oh, shit,
Frank Gallagher.
Let's see if I shut it off, if it'll pick it up.
Let's see.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck, dude. Whenever my truck's on and I try to link, it won't fucking link. But
Yeah.
I bet if I turn my truck back on, that motherfucker will. But whatever, I don't even care. I just care that I got me some food.
Oh, that's good.
I was sitting here thinking the whole time, I'm like, dude, it's fucking 12:30. I'm not even gonna make it over to get nothing to eat. Fucking
Yeah.
screw that shit. Now that I got something to eat, fuck, I can go all night. That's all right.
What did you get to
Nah.
eat? Dustin?
Say again?
What did you get to eat?
He's
Dude, I'm gonna need to. Let me. Give me one
There's
second.
Frank Gallagher right there, the actor. And I told my uncle one time, I said, "You're Frank Gallagher," and he took it as a compliment.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and he watches Shameless too, and I'm like, it's pretty funny. But if I called him Joe Dirt,
Oh
he gets
shit.
pissed off. Uh-oh. But if I say Joe Dirt, you know, played by David Spade, he didn't like it though. He gets pissed, but he doesn't mind being called, you know, Frank Gallagher.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Oh, his uncle.
I said he looked like Frank Gallagher by William H. Macy. That's the actor that plays as Frank Gallagher. I said he looked like him, and he took it as a compliment, like you know, like a badge of honor, you know. But
Yeah, I can't believe Jeff's uncle gonna be at that.
Oh yeah, you know why he's gonna be there though? Because that was, I forgot to tell Jeff that Frank O'Hara is the only non-Raider to be part of the Black Hole. Did you know that?
Facts, and that's why Mark and them put out the statement that they did for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about that. because you have franchises that are just as big as ours and meaningful, and these dudes end up coming and doing shit like that for us.
And that was back in 2018, right before we left. He got to be in the black hole.
Facts.
Yeah, there are players I like that are not Raider players. I mean, you can like it. I like Michael Strahan. I mean, he's a funny guy, pretty funny guy.
Yeah, I love Lawrence Sapp coming
seen
here, even as a Raider.
Yeah.
Dustin,
I like Keyshawn Johnson too. I like
nothing.
Keyshawn.
I seen a show of him, of his house.
Terrell
He had
Owens.
cars.
Who?
He
Who
has
did?
cars all over the place. I'm like, dang.
Yeah.
Who had the cars?
Michael Strahan, like his building.
Oh yeah, he's cool as fuck. I ain't gonna lie.
And he's supposed to sell his truck for the winner, on Fox Football, and then he goes, "How am I gonna get home?" And he goes, "Well, Terry will give you a ride," and they're all like, "It's like kind of funny a little bit."
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Strahan's cool. I watched him with that girl Kelly and shit in the morning.
Does he still do?
He might. I don't know.
Yeah, he does the morning news, and he doesn't do it with that used to be on. I think it was like 12 o'clock. He used to do it. It was before the COVID-19 came in. He
was on that deal with Kelly, that little hot blonde.
Yeah, there was another chick. It was Sarah, and then that other cute black chick, Kikwi. I can't think of her name. Actress / singer and all that. It was a trio for a while, and then the COVID hit, and then they weren't working. Then they did a little parody, making fun of doing a parody of Three's Company, like Michael Strahan. They gave him like a hairstyle like John Ritter, and he says, "I'm not John Ritter," but they're like making fun of like a parody of Three's Company, where there's the guy and two chicks,
So I'd be honest, like if
Jimmy,
I was
get over here.
If I was looking at another player outside the Raiders that I would say I like,
yeah,
it would have had to be Terrell Owens, dude.
Mine, to be honest,
yeah, but I like seeing Charles Woodson whack him though.
Hell yeah.
Outside of the Raiders back in the day,
that was Rod Woodson.
I like Rod Woodson
or
too.
Williams. No. Hold on. What time are you talking about?
who, me?
Rudy, I think he said, did you say Charles Woodson laid the wood to CO?
Charles Woodson, he laid him out.
Yes, okay. I thought, man, for some reason, I about twisted that whole fucking conversation up because when you said that, first thing I thought was Dallas Cowboys star.
Yeah.
When dude laid, Roy Williams laid the wood to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what though? T.O.'s
What
got to
were
be
you
tough
gonna say?
to take those hits though. He's a pretty tough guy though.
What were you gonna say, Cortez?
Look, oh, my favorite non-Raider. Who would it be?
Boy, don't think about it too fucking long.
Yeah. He'll come back to you.
Troy Polamalu.
Oh, I like Troy Polamalu.
All right, that's he's usually one of my second too.
Troy, man,
Troy's a funny guy too. Man. I did like.
Always
plus he's a USC man. USC motherfucker, let's go.
Yeah, and I did like Hines Ward is pretty funny, or even Kiesel is a funny guy. With him and Troy Polamalu when they're doing that Head and Shoulders, and Troy's like, "Say, who stole my Head and Shoulders stuff? I know it makes your hair." And then Kiesel's beard's all flowing up, and he's all like, "It was Hines." Hines said, "Seriously, you lying? He has no hair on his head." He's no. He's like, I mean, that was pretty funny though. They had some funny commercials together.
They did. Paul Mahler was a badass dude. That fool was all over the fucking place at all times, bro.
Oh yeah, my dad liked him too. He's like, he played everywhere. He played strong safety, linebacker, you know, he played it all. You know, he went everywhere.
That's one motherfucker. If you were hiking the ball
Yeah,
and looked over to the far right side of the field and seen him on the fucking sideline,
yeah,
but when you threw the ball in midair, that bitch would be all the way to the left side of the field on that
yeah,
fucking sideline and get that bitch. Like, he was
yeah.
dangerous, bro.
Oh yeah, and you know what he does is he would go after the quarterback and go like 1.1 second, beat the snap count, get to the quarterback or even the running back too.
That's
You know.
one of my easily top 3 favorites of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he was a Raider, dude. I mean, just think about how many USC players have come out that are badass that weren't even Raiders.
Well, there's Clay Matthews. He was USC.
Mm-hmm.
I know some might say
Dude, you got
Crush.
listen, you got Drake London, fucking St. Brown, Juju, Aguilar, Mike Williams, fucking what was that guy we drafted early 2000s? But he was a late draft pick, so he shouldn't even really matter. But long
Darrell
story
Russell
short,
was
dude,
drafted
you
in
have a
90.
lot of talent, dude, that comes from USC that's fucking priming it right now in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of USC players, a lot of good players. I did like Reggie Bush, but I think he was on the wrong team. He just didn't fit that Saints system at the time. I think he would have fit better with Sean Payton's system, but you know
He was with the Saints, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was with the Saints, but he wasn't originally with Sean Payton. He was with that one guy. I can't think of his name. He was a redheaded head coach.
Yep, I know who you're talking about.
Can't think of his name. Sean Payton was their best coach, the Saints coach. But you know, yeah, some good players.
Kim
You know,
Kardashian did Reggie Bush dirty though.
what he did, Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Kim Kardashian, she was with every. She did every guy.
She straight lied to Reggie though.
Oh, I'm pretty sure she lied all the time, man.
Dude, look at the sister. What's the other sister? They have Chloe and the other one.
Kylie.
The one that
who's
got
not even a
married to Lamar?
The one that looks like she's fucking on meth, dude, sucked up like a fucking twig now when she used to be pretty big boned. I think it was the one married to Lamar.
Man, bro, Lamar. She slept with Christian or what's his name from
Silent Life?
From Cavs that won the championship with LeBron.
Oh, there's Chloe.
Tristan Thompson, or what was his name?
Dude, look at Chanel West Coast. Look at Chanel West Coast after having her kid. Like, good Lord.
Bro.
She is fine. She is fine as fuck, dude.
Bro, fine ass.
Yeah.
Bro, after having the kid, bro. And
after having the kid, it made her look even hotter.
Yeah, bro. I always had the hots for her, bro. Like, I sent you that picture, bro. Doesn't her dude look hella young?
There was Kylie Jenner. She's not a Kardashian, but related to a Kardashian. There's a few sisters that are Jenners, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Chloe's a Kardashian. So is Kim, and then there's another sister. But the one that's like a freaking billionaire is a Jenner, though, not a Kardashian. But Kim didn't like. She wasn't silver spoon like Paris Hilton, because she actually worked for Paris Hilton. But you know, just her daddy was a rich. Kim Kardashian, she wasn't really silver spoon like Paris Hilton, who was actually her boss. You know, she worked for her as her makeup artist. That's what she was for Paris Hilton, and then she built up on her own. Although she did do a sex tape to up it up a little bit with Reggie. When she was with Ray J, that sex tape thing, it went up, and it boosted her career and everything. That's messed up thing because like there's things that messed up. Sex tapes usually mess up females the most. Like Pamela Anderson, she had 2 sex tapes. She was with a guy from
Yeah, but
Poison.
Tommy Lee
Before
admitted, man.
it was before Tommy Lee, and his name was Brett Michaels from Poison.
Mm.
She did a sex tape with him before Tommy Lee. That's what people don't realize. She did 2 sex tapes.
Yeah, but nobody ever remembered the other guy because he had a little dick.
Yeah. There's another guy that was also from Motley Crue that did a sex tape, and that was I forgot what his name is. He's God damn, he's that blonde guy or whatever. He did a sex tape with Janine, who would only do lesbian scenes in porn, but it was her first time doing a non-lesbian scene. I forgot what his name was. I think he was the lead singer of Motley Crue. So, and then he told Tommy Lee, "Don't feel bad about doing the sex tape. It ain't gonna mess you up or anything." It was crazy, but it'll mess the kids up. Say, hey, you know what? I saw how you were born. I saw a sex tape between your mom and your daddy. That's the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, I seen how you were conceived.
Yeah, that's how you're conceived. Yeah, Tommy Lee's own son socked him right in the mouth. His own son whacked him right in the face, because his dad was abusive towards his mama and everything. And he just said,
then he probably deserved it.
Oh, he definitely deserved it. Tommy Lee was an asshole, though.
Yeah, take a ball.
He also got his ass kicked by Kid Rock. That's even. I think that might be even worse.
Man.
Tommy Lee's not a fighter at all. He's just not. But a lot of these rockers, none of them were fighters. They all said they were badasses that wore makeup and they could kick your ass. And I'm like, no way. They were not.
Maybe them and their fucking 10 bodyguards.
Yeah. There are some guys who are real badasses, but usually most singers, they're not really badasses, I mean, the ones that were badasses actually died, like Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls. Those guys were badasses, and guess what happened to them? They're dead,
Yep.
I mean, Tupac got shot 6 times and survived it. Then he got shot another 6 times and then died.
Yeah, you're going to be shot. You're going to be shot so many fucking times.
Yeah, 50 Cent's been shot before too, and he said, "I ain't getting in this shit too." But when you get shot that many times, man, you got to get out of the game.
Fuck, ordering 2 hamburgers, man. Motherfucker's about to make me full as fuck.
Yeah. Those Papa Murphy pizzas, the Chicago stuffed crust pizzas, those will fill you up. They're really thick, and I'm like, I eat 2 of them, and I'll be ready to go to sleep or something.
I just got one of them.
I got one in the refrigerator right now, ready to cook it tomorrow, or I should say later today. Yeah.
Yeah, we got ham, turkey, fuck all kind of shit, like Thanksgiving for Christmas.
Yeah, that's what I did for Thanksgiving. I had ham. We didn't do turkey. We just did ham, stuffing, and mashed potatoes. We couldn't do too much. It was just me and my dad. Had a crap
Fuck, I tell my woman, make it all, man, because I'm gonna eat all that shit.
Yeah, I'm not a big eater like I used to. I used to eat a lot.
Dude, I work so fucking much. I work so much.
Yeah.
I work so much, dude. I'll eat like a motherfucker. I got guys that look at me and they're like, "You're gonna eat all." Fuck yeah, I'll eat every bit of that motherfucker right there, man. And some.
Well, with me, it's a little bit of age, and because I'm not working like I used to. If I was working, I would be able to eat not like I used to. When I was 17, I ate a lot. I ate so much I cost my folks too much money. I mean, I ate more than both my siblings put together, I mean, I ate like 14 pieces of pizza, Boston pizza. They're like, I could do more. They said, no, no more, Rudy, no more.
14, go Lord. Hey, don't get me wrong, dude. I'd sit down and straight get a whole large pizza, eat that motherfucker all to my dome.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. The
I'll
only
go to
thing
hometown buffet or hometown or fucking what's that other one? Fucking Golden Corral.
Oh, we used to have a Golden Corral in Hanford.
Dude, I will eat the fuck out of there.
We used to have
eat like fucking 10
Sizzlers.
plates, dude.
We used to have a Sizzlers that's like the
yeah, but that went out of business. Sizzlers went out of business.
Yeah, that
when did Sizzlers go out of business?
For years.
A few years ago.
Like 2 or 3 years
Probably
ago.
like, yeah. Before COVID. They went out before COVID.
Yeah, it sucked. And I was mad that Arby's went out of business in Hanford. And if I want to go to Arby's, I have to go to Visalia. That's the closest one, I used to get Arby's a lot,
Yeah, if I want to go to Arby's, I just got to go right downtown.
Yeah, I have to go to Visalia
if I want Arby's, I just go down by KFC. It's right next to KFC.
Oh, our Arby's used to be on 11th, and actually it's on Lacey Boulevard, but close to 11th Avenue. That's where it was at. Now it's gone. But Hanford's been getting a little bigger though. It's getting more buildings. It's getting bigger and bigger. And Lemoore, it's still small. And Armona, it's not even a town at all. It's a community. They don't have a police station, so it's the sheriffs that have to come over to Armona. It's so small though.
Dude, in Merrill, they got rid of the fucking cops there. So now, if any cops or not, they're either sheriffs or state troopers coming from different fucking counties.
Yeah.
What is it? A sheriff's station?
And they park a dummy car in town all the time, but you can't use it.
Yeah, our sheriffs, the Kings County sheriffs, they go within the perimeters of Armona, because Armona is not even a town or a city, so they can go through there and they deal with it. If you have to call for somebody, you have to call the sheriffs. If you're in Armona, and and our sheriffs, Kings County sheriffs, they go all the way they go to Hanford, Lemoore, Corcoran, and all of Kings County.
All right, so let's just recap this last fucking topic. Week 16 matchups. Is there anything you guys want to speak on before we hop up out of here?
I could see it like this. If we lose the game, it's because we lose on purpose. But we should be able to beat them, even though we're the opposite of them. We have a very good offense, but not a really good defense. Even though Mad Max Crosby is our best defensive player of all, even though a few other guys are pretty good, but it's just Patrick Graham that's just terrible. He makes the whole defense look terrible. And the Steelers, they have a really good defense, but their offense just straight up sucks because of the offensive coordinator. So I think we should be able to beat them. But if we lose, it's because Josh McDaniels is setting us up for failure or better draft capital.
No, not for failure. Don't say that.
A failure in the game, but for draft capital. But, we'll have to see. We could probably win the game, and he's still trying to tank it, like Seattle. Like the Seattle game. It could be like that. Because we weren't supposed to beat Seattle. That was, like Dustin said, that was a sweep run, and Derek Carr audibled it to a dive. And, Josh Jacobs.
I seen that whole play live.
I know. It was crazy. Crazy as hell.
I remember that run. My uncle was so upset.
I was like, oh, shit. I was like, oh, shit. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, God dang. But, but I like you know what I would like the most, more than beating the Steelers, is I like for us to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what would make it really sweet.
Even if we beat their backup.
That won't mean anything, but you know. But
I,
I don't know where are they if they're going to get a clear number one, then they're going to play their backups. But if they're not, if they're fighting for a number one, they're going to play their starters though. I don't think they want to go number two. They rather go number one.
hey, I'd rather have a first round bye than play every week.
Yeah.
You have anything you want to say, Cortez?
Huh?
You have anything you want to say about the Week
Just
16
run,
matchup?
just balance
Steelers?
the offense, and we should be able to get the dub. And let Mad Max and Chandler Jones tee off on their tackles.
Yeah.
And their guards aren't all that either. And let our DTs go after their guards.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is going to be the key to winning this game?
Just balance.
Well, key winning game is not fucking up, basically. That's the number one. If we're
Just
not
give the
fucking
ball
up,
to Jacobs in the fourth quarter and just run it down their throats, because most likely their defense will be tired by then. If we're beating them by my score.
That's when you wear that defense down. You do run the ball more. When their arms are tired and they can't tackle more, you just run the ball, run the time down in the fourth quarter, and then just finish them off. And of course, make my dad cry.
That. Yeah, I think this game's set up perfectly for us, man, with the player personnel, with the people that we have. Josh has got a lot of experience in it. Devontae has it. Parks plays fairly good in it, dude. I mean, Jacob's going to still pound that ball. Mac's still going to go after people. It's just going to come down to, like I said earlier, you know, how well is offense on defense, defense on offense. We should be able to win this game by a pretty good amount, but I think we're going to make Pickett look like a star.
Yeah.
And he'll probably keep it close the whole entire game. But outside of that, man, like I said, hey, we need to go in here and get this dub. We need to show them that, hey, even on this, look, dude, this is one of the historic nights in history right here, dude. So you can't go, even if you want to tank, I don't think you can go in there and tank. I think you got to play at the top of your level because it's 50-year anniversary. There's so many things on the line there. Dude. You got debt. You got Tomlinson not going under 500. You got numerous things. So for me, I think it matters. I think they've got to feed Josh until he gets the record, so that way when he leaves out of there, they can say on that night he freaking broke this record. You know. So I think a lot of things got to come into play, but. Long story short, man, we talked about this for a week. Everybody knows where we all stand on this subject and how we feel about where our team is and so on. Like I said, man, a Merry Christmas to everybody and a Happy New Year's. Just stay safe, don't drink and drive. We would like to see you back here on Monday, you know, part of what we do. So,
yeah.
Long story short, I think we're going to hop up out of here, man. We appreciate all of you guys in the chat, the mods, everybody that comes on the panel, man. I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And again, we appreciate you guys showing up every single time we go live. We're only getting bigger and only getting better. I mean, like I said, we love that you guys interact with us. The more that we interact with you, the more you interact with us, the more we get to know you. So, outside of that, I'll let you guys say what you need to say before we hop up out of here.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to all of you guys. Follow me on YouTube, on this channel, my own channel, Raider Nation Nightmare. Follow my Raider group, The Nation's Nightmare. I have an IG. It's Raider Cortez. Just follow me anywhere. You can look us up in Discord.
Put the link tree out here real quick. Throw the link tree in the chat. You have anything you want to say, Rudy?
Yeah, I just say Merry Christmas, and hopefully we beat the Steelers. But if we don't, it's all good anyway. If Josh Jacobs gets the record and we lose, it don't matter. A win, just to play our best, that's all that matters. I am also on Instagram. My Instagram is Raider Nation Forever 1979. I've typed it up here before, but if you guys don't know, I'll type it here later on. In fact, I'll type it right now.
I think Cortez if Cortez can drop the link tree in the chat, then
okay, that would work. And yeah, that's all I gotta say. And
do you got that,
Raiders.
Cortez? Yep, there you go. So there's the link tree right there. Like I said, you can follow anybody's platform that's on the panel inside there for the most part. Again, like I said, we appreciate all of you guys tuning in, staying late, damn near 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock on the East Coast. Again, man, we appreciate all of you guys, and we only hope to get better and bring you better content, a little more information every time. Outside of that, hey, thank you for tuning in to Death Arm. We'll see you coming up here on Monday.
PM.
We'll be doing our show Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like always. When's New Year's?
New Year's is Sunday. We play Sunday.
On New Year's?
Yeah.
Christmas is Sunday and New Year's is Sunday. So Christmas is on Sunday and New Year's is on Sunday.
Yeah, it's 10 days.
Hey, I mean, it obviously was meant to be, man. So obviously we'll be live on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like always. We don't got to stop nothing for any holidays. And differences will probably be shit based on hungover coming on Monday of New Year's. But outside of that, again, stay safe, man. Hope everybody drives safe, stay safe, and see you on the next show on Monday. Have a great night and have a good holiday.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned.
Thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I blasted off a planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had a thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with position. I'm automatic, quarterback, I ain't talking shit.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned. Just
thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I blasted off a planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had a thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback, I ain't talking shit.